This video is created to help you rest deeply with God. The music, the quiet atmosphere, and the gentle sound of fire are here to calm your mind and ease your body into sleep. You do not need to think. You do not need to pray with words. Simply allow yourself to be still. As you listen, let the noise of the day fade away. Let tension leave your body. Let your breathing slow naturally. This is a moment to rest in God's presence, a moment to feel safe, a moment to release worry and enter peaceful sleep. You are not alone. God is near. Remain here, breathe gently, and allow your sleep to deepen in His peace. The invitation to rest. As this moment begins, allow yourself to slowly step out of the day you have just lived and enter a space where nothing is demanded of you anymore. The hours behind you do not need to be reviewed, corrected, or judged, because tonight is not about understanding your life, but about resting within God's presence. You have arrived at a moment where effort can end, where your body may soften, and where your heart can finally stop bracing itself against the weight it has carried. As you settle where you are, notice how the surface beneath you supports your body without asking anything in return. You do not have to hold yourself upright or remain alert. Gravity is already doing its gentle work, inviting every tense place within you to release just a little more. There is no urgency here, no pressure to fall asleep quickly, only an invitation to remain still and let rest come naturally. If thoughts continue to appear, you do not need to resist them or follow them. Simply allow them to pass through your awareness, like distant clouds moving slowly across a quiet night sky. Nothing that comes to mind needs to be solved right now. Nothing requires a decision. For this moment, it is enough to breathe and to be present. As you breathe in, receive the calm of this moment. As you breathe out, allow the weight of the day to loosen its grip. Your breathing does not need to change or become controlled. It already knows how to guide your body toward rest, just as it has every night before. You are not alone. In this quiet, God is near. His presence does not arrive with noise or interruption, but with steadiness and peace. He is not distant from you, and He is not waiting for you to say the right words. He is simply here, closer than your thoughts, nearer than your fears, remaining with you in a way that requires nothing from you at all. Tonight, you are not required to be strong or faithful in a visible way. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to feel uncertain. You are allowed to come exactly as you are, without hiding your weariness. God does not withdraw when you feel weak. His nearness becomes gentler. You are not alone. As your body continues to settle, allow your shoulders to drop and your jaw to loosen. Let your forehead smooth and your breathing grow quieter. If your body has been alert all day, protecting and responding, it may now rest from that responsibility. This moment is safe. You do not need to remain on guard. There may be concerns that followed you into the night, thoughts about tomorrow, or memories from earlier today. You do not need to push them away, but you also do not need to carry them any further. For now, you may place them gently into God's care, trusting that He is able to hold what you cannot carry through the night. You are not alone. Silence does not mean absence. In this stillness, nothing is missing. God's presence fills the quiet in a way that does not overwhelm, but reassures. His peace does not demand understanding. It simply surrounds you, slowly calming the places within you that have been restless. You may begin to notice your body growing heavier and your thoughts becoming less defined. This is not something you need to make happen. Sleep arrives in its own time. Your only task is to remain where you are, allowing yourself to be held rather than to strive. God is not disappointed in you tonight. He is not measuring your progress or revisiting your mistakes. His attention toward you is gentle and steady, full of patience and compassion. You do not need to perform or prove anything to remain in His presence. You are not alone. As the night deepens, allow yourself to be received rather than to reach. You do not need to search for God because He has not left you. Even as awareness begins to soften, His presence remains constant, watching over you with quiet care. If your thoughts drift or fade, that is perfectly fine. Your soul continues to rest even when your mind grows quiet. Peace works beneath consciousness, touching places deeper than words. You are not alone. Remain here now. Let your breathing stay gentle. Let your body sink naturally into rest. Let your heart slow without effort. There is nowhere else you need to go. Nothing more you need to become. In this moment, you are safe, you are loved, and you are not alone. Laying down what you cannot carry. There are moments when the mind continues working long after the body has stopped, replaying conversations, revisiting decisions, and quietly wondering what might happen next. Tonight, you do not need to follow those paths. The night was not created for planning or repairing the future. It was given as a place where the soul can loosen its grip and return what it was never meant to hold alone. Some concerns feel heavy because you have been carrying them for too long. They may involve people you love, situations you cannot control, or outcomes you cannot predict. You have done what you could today, even if it does not feel complete. For now, it is enough to acknowledge that your strength has limits and that God's strength does not. As you breathe, imagine those concerns gently shifting away from the center of your attention. You are not abandoning them. You are entrusting them. There is a difference. What you release tonight does not disappear into nothingness, but into the care of a God who does not grow weary and does not lose sight of what matters. You are not alone. Your mind may attempt to return to familiar worries, not because danger is present, but because habit has trained it to stay alert. There is no need to criticize yourself for this. Simply notice the movement and allow it to pass without engagement. Each time you do, your body learns that this moment is different, that vigilance is no longer required. In this stillness, God does not rush your process. He does not ask you to surrender everything perfectly. Even a small willingness is enough. Even a quiet breath of openness is received. Peace does not arrive by force, but by permission. You are not alone. As the night continues, your awareness may soften around the edges. Thoughts may lose their sharpness and become less defined. This is not confusion. It is the mind beginning to rest. You are allowed to drift without direction, knowing that you are still held even when you are not fully conscious of it. There is comfort in knowing that the world does not depend on your wakefulness. While you rest, God remains attentive. While your thoughts slow, His care remains steady. Nothing essential will be lost because you sleep. You are not alone. If emotions surface quietly, there is no need to analyze them. Let them be present without giving them a story. God understands what you cannot yet name. His compassion reaches deeper than explanation and meets you where language falls short. As your breathing becomes calmer, allow your body to follow its natural rhythm toward rest. Muscles may soften without effort. The space behind your eyes may feel heavier. These are signs of safety, signals that your nervous system recognizes that it can finally stand down. You are not alone. This night is not asking you to be brave or prepared. It is asking you only to receive. Receive rest. Receive stillness. Receive the gentle care of a God who remains near, without demanding your attention. Let the need to control loosen further now. Let tomorrow wait where it belongs. Let this moment be enough. As sleep approaches, you do not fall into emptiness, but into quiet trust, surrounded by presence, covered by peace, and accompanied by love that does not fade when consciousness does. You are not alone. Remain here, breathing softly, allowing rest to deepen in its own time, knowing that even as your awareness fades, you are held securely and completely through the night, resting in the quiet presence. There is a kind of silence that does not feel empty, a quiet that does not press upon the mind, but gently opens space within it. As the night deepens, this silence begins to surround you, not as something unfamiliar, but as something your soul has known for a very long time. It is the quiet where God often waits, not to speak loudly, but to remain faithfully near. In this stillness, nothing needs to be named. You do not have to understand what you are feeling or why certain sensations rise and fall. Awareness may come and go, and that is natural. God does not require clarity to remain present. He stays even when your thoughts blur and your attention softens. You are not alone. The quiet does not demand focus. It invites gentleness. You may notice that sounds around you fade into the background, while an inner calm slowly takes their place. This is not something you are creating. It is something you are allowing. Like water settling after movement, your inner world begins to smooth itself without effort. There is no need to search for God in this moment. His presence is not hidden behind concentration or effort. It is already here, woven into the breath that rises and falls, resting in the space between one thought and the next. Even when your mind drifts, even when awareness dims, His nearness does not change. You are not alone. As your body continues to relax, you may feel a sense of spaciousness opening inside you. Not emptiness, but room. Room to breathe. Room to rest. Room to exist without explanation. This is the place where striving naturally loosens, and the heart remembers that it does not need to hold everything together. In this quiet, God does not interrupt your rest. He does not pull you upward into alertness. He meets you where you are descending, accompanying you gently as you move toward sleep. There is no fear in this descent. It is safe to soften. It is safe to let awareness fade. You are not alone. If thoughts appear briefly, let them drift without meaning. They do not need interpretation. They do not require response. They can pass through like distant echoes that lose their shape as they move farther away. Your attention can remain light, unanchored, free. The night holds you gently now. The rhythm of your breathing becomes slower, more natural. The boundaries of your body feel less defined. This is not loss of control. It is the return of trust. Trust that rest is allowed. Trust that you do not need to stay awake to be protected. You are not alone. God remains steady as your consciousness grows quieter. He does not withdraw when your mind slows. He does not leave when sleep approaches. His presence is not dependent on your awareness. It remains constant through every stage of the night. Let yourself remain here without effort, without direction, without expectation. The quiet is enough. The presence is enough. You are carried forward not by thought, but by peace. You are not alone. As sleep draws nearer, allow yourself to sink gently into this stillness, knowing that even when you no longer hear the words, even when awareness fades completely, you are resting within love that continues without interruption, guarding you softly until morning comes. When the breath becomes prayer, as the night continues to unfold, there is nothing left for you to do except to remain with the gentle rhythm already moving within you. Your breath rises and falls on its own, faithful and quiet, asking nothing from your awareness. You do not need to guide it or shape it. It has carried you through every hour of your life, and tonight it continues its work with the same patience. In this moment, your breathing does not need to become deeper or slower. Simply noticing it is enough. The air enters your body softly, and when it leaves, it takes with it a little more tension, a little more effort, a little more holding. Each breath out becomes a release, not forced, not intentional, but natural. You are not alone. As your breath continues, it begins to feel less like something you are doing and more like something that is happening for you. There's comfort in this realization. Even now, life is being sustained without your control. God's care is present in every quiet inhale, in every gentle exhale, moving through you without demand. There is no need to attach words to this breathing. It does not need language to become prayer. In the stillness of the night, the breath itself becomes a form of communion, a silent conversation where nothing must be spoken and nothing must be explained. You are not alone. You may notice your body responding as your breathing remains soft. Muscles loosen slightly. The weight of your limbs becomes more noticeable. The space around your chest feels calmer, less tight. These changes do not require your attention. They happen naturally when the body senses safety. The mind may wander briefly, then return. It may drift again, then fade. This is not a problem. The breath continues even when awareness comes and goes. God's presence remains steady even when your focus disappears. You are not alone. As each breath flows, imagine it gently creating space within you, widening the room where peace can rest. Not by effort, but by allowance. The body knows how to rest when it no longer feels watched or rushed. Tonight, nothing is monitoring your progress. Nothing expects a result. There is a quiet kindness in realizing that you do not have to stay awake to be cared for. God does not need your attention to remain near. He does not withdraw when your consciousness softens. His watchfulness does not depend on your awareness. You are not alone. The rhythm of breathing becomes almost background now, like the sound of distant waves or a quiet fire burning steadily nearby. You do not have to listen closely. It is enough to let it be there, comforting in its consistency. With every breath out, the edges of thought lose their sharpness. Ideas blur. Images soften. The mind no longer feels the need to organize or resolve. This is not loss. It is rest returning. You are not alone. Your body may feel heavier now, as if it is gently sinking into the surface beneath you. This heaviness is not exhaustion. It is the feeling of being supported, of no longer holding yourself up, of allowing rest to carry you instead. In this state, prayer becomes effortless. There are no requests, no petitions, no explanations. There is only presence, God with you with God, quietly, simply. You are not alone. As sleep approaches, you may notice moments where awareness fades briefly, then returns. These small crossings are natural. There is no need to follow them or resist them. Each time you drift, your body learns that it is safe to go a little deeper. God remains constant through these transitions. Whether awake or asleep, aware or drifting, His care does not change. You do not fall away from Him as you fall asleep. You fall within His presence. You are not alone. Let your breathing continue as it is, gentle and unforced. Let your thoughts thin like mist dissolving in the night air. Let your body rest in the quiet rhythm that carries you forward. There is nothing left to manage, nothing left to prepare. The night is doing its work now. Peace is settling where effort once lived. You are not alone. Remain here, breathing softly, allowing the space between breaths to grow a little longer, a little quieter, until awareness loosens its grip and sleep begins to take you gently, held within a calm that does not end when consciousness fades. Surrounded by love that does not change. As your awareness continues to soften, there is no need to search for reassurance, because love is already present around you. Not a love that depends on your performance, not a love that rises and falls with your emotions, but a steady presence that remains the same whether you feel strong or fragile. This is the love of God, quiet and constant, surrounding you without condition. You do not need to feel anything special to receive it. You do not need to believe more deeply or understand more clearly. Love does not require readiness. It simply exists, offering itself gently, without pressure or demand. Even now, as your thoughts slow and your body grows heavier, that love remains close. You are not alone. There may have been moments in your life when love felt uncertain, when care seemed temporary, or when closeness came with conditions. Those memories may still linger quietly within you. Tonight, you are not being asked to revisit them. You are being invited into something different. A love that does not withdraw when you are tired. A love that does not step back when you have nothing left to give. This love does not need your attention to remain. It does not disappear when your awareness drifts. It does not fade as sleep approaches. It surrounds you now in the same way it will surround you through the night. You are not alone. As your breathing continues, you may sense a subtle warmth, not physical heat, but a feeling of being covered, of being gently enclosed. Like resting beneath a familiar blanket, there is comfort in knowing that nothing is required of you in this moment except to rest. God's love does not rush you toward healing or change. It does not insist that you become better before morning. It simply stays, quietly, patiently, faithfully. You are not alone. The mind no longer needs to hold its defenses. The heart does not need to stay alert. There is no threat here, no evaluation, no urgency, only presence and care flowing steadily, without interruption. If awareness fades for a moment, love remains. If sleep begins to pull you under, love remains. If you no longer hear the words clearly, love remains. You are not alone. This love does not speak loudly. It does not compete with your thoughts. It does not force itself forward. It rests around you like gentle light in the darkness, visible not by brightness, but by peace. Your body responds naturally to this safety. Muscles soften further. The space inside your chest feels calmer. Breathing becomes quieter, more subtle. You do not need to notice these changes. They happen on their own when the nervous system recognizes care. You are not alone. There's nothing you must remember from this moment, nothing you must hold on to. Love does not require memory. It works beneath awareness, touching the deeper parts of you that do not rely on thought. As the night carries you forward, allow yourself to sink into this surrounding presence. You are not falling into emptiness. You are resting within something steady, something faithful, something that remains even when consciousness fades. You are not alone. Let the edges of thought blur further now. Let images dissolve. Let the sense of time soften. The night is wide and gentle, and you are held within it. God remains near as sleep deepens, watching without effort, loving without condition, staying without interruption. You do not drift away from Him as you fall asleep. You drift deeper into His care. You are not alone. Remain here as long as awareness allows. And when sleep fully takes you, let it take you gently, wrapped in a love that does not change through the night. When the world falls away, as the night continues, the world outside begins to lose its shape. The sounds of the day no longer ask for your attention, and the images of earlier hours soften until they feel distant and unimportant. You are no longer required to respond to anything beyond this moment. The world can wait. Nothing needs you right now. Awareness may come and go like a slow tide. At times, you may sense the room around you, and at other moments, that sense may fade. This is not something to correct. It is the natural movement of the mind as it releases its grip on waking life. You are not alone. As the outer world recedes, an inner quiet becomes more noticeable. Not silence that feels empty, but stillness that feels wide and calm. There is no urgency within it, no direction, no expectation. It simply exists, holding you gently as your thoughts become fewer and less distinct. There is relief in realizing that you do not have to stay connected to everything. You do not need to monitor time. You do not need to remain aware of your surroundings. You are free to let go of that responsibility. God remains attentive even when you are not. You are not alone. The sense of separation between moments begins to blur. One breath flows into the next without clear beginning or end. The body no longer signals the need to move or adjust. Stillness feels natural now, almost comforting. You may notice that thoughts no longer form complete sentences. Images may appear briefly and dissolve before becoming clear. This is not distraction. It is the mind loosening its structure in preparation for deep rest. You are not alone. The night holds you in a gentle suspension, a place between waking and sleep, where effort has no meaning. Here, nothing needs to be named. Nothing needs to be remembered. Even the idea of self grows softer, less defined. God does not withdraw as awareness fades. His presence is not tied to your alertness. He remains close, even when the mind drifts beyond language and thought. You are not alone. As consciousness continues to dim, your body follows with trust. Breathing becomes quieter, sometimes barely noticeable. The weight of your limbs settles fully. There is no tension left to release because the body no longer feels the need to protect. The outside world may feel far away now. Time may seem less important. This is not loss. It is rest, returning to its natural depth. You are not alone. Nothing can disturb this moment. There is no danger here, no urgency, no requirement to wake or respond. God stands watch while you rest, steady and untroubled. If awareness flickers briefly, let it pass. If sleep pulls you deeper, allow it. You are not drifting into nothingness. You are moving into a place of quiet care that continues without your participation. You are not alone. Remain here as long as awareness lingers. And when it finally fades, let it fade gently, knowing that even in the deepest sleep, you are still surrounded, still guarded, still held through the night. God remains while you sleep. As your awareness continues to drift, there may come moments when you are no longer sure whether you are awake or asleep. Thoughts lose their edges. Sensations soften. Time stretches and folds quietly into itself. This gentle uncertainty is not something to resist. It is the doorway into deeper rest, where the mind releases its need to stay oriented and allows the body to move naturally towards sleep. In this space, you are not required to keep watch. You are not responsible for what happens next. The night does not depend on your alertness, and the world does not require your attention. While your consciousness dims, God's presence remains unchanged, steady and attentive without effort. You are not alone. Even as your mind begins to wander beyond clear awareness, God does not become distant. His nearness is not connected to your ability to focus or to remain awake. It does not weaken as your thoughts fade. It does not retreat when sleep draws closer. He remains just as present in your drifting as he was in your waking. Your breathing now moves quietly, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, without pattern or intention. The body knows exactly what it needs. Muscles remain relaxed without instruction. The weight of your limbs feels natural, supported fully by what lies beneath you. There is no signal to move, no discomfort asking for change. You are not alone. The mind may briefly surface with fragments of memory or gentle images that do not fully form. They appear and dissolve without meaning. There is no story attached to them. They are simply signs that the conscious mind is loosening its structure and allowing rest to take over. In this soft transition, nothing is lost. You are not falling away from yourself. You are not slipping into emptiness. You are being carried into a deeper layer of safety where effort has no role and awareness is no longer required. You are not alone. God does not need your attention to remain near. He does not step back when your thoughts become faint. He does not wait for you to return to awareness. His care continues in the quiet spaces beneath consciousness, working gently where words cannot reach. As sleep draws closer, the boundary between inner and outer becomes less distinct. The sense of the room fades. The sense of the body becomes heavier, softer, more distant. There is no need to track this change. It unfolds naturally, like darkness settling slowly at dusk. You are not alone. There is deep comfort in knowing that while you sleep, God stays awake, not in tension, not in concern, but in calm watchfulness that does not tire. Nothing escapes his care. Nothing slips beyond his attention. You are not required to protect yourself tonight. The nervous system continues to release layers of alertness, each one dissolving quietly. The part of you that listens for danger grows still. The part that anticipates interruption goes silent. What remains is a sense of being held, supported, and allowed to rest completely. You are not alone. If awareness flickers briefly and then fades again, that is simply the mind crossing the threshold into deeper sleep. There is no need to hold on, no reason to return. You may allow yourself to drift freely, knowing that presence does not end when consciousness does. God remains with you in the same way throughout the night. His care does not pause. His protection does not lessen. His love does not dim. Whether you are dreaming or resting without dreams, you remain within His keeping. You are not alone. Time becomes less meaningful now. Minutes lose their shape. The night stretches wide and gentle. There is no destination you must reach, no awareness you must maintain. Sleep arrives not as something you do, but as something you are carried into. The body sinks deeper, fully supported. Breathing becomes almost imperceptible. Thoughts no longer hold coherence. This is not disappearance. This is deep rest reclaiming its place. You are not alone. Even if you no longer hear these words clearly, even if they blur into background sound, peace continues to move within you. God's presence does not depend on understanding or memory. It remains active beneath awareness, steady and kind. As sleep deepens further, you are wrapped in quiet care. Nothing intrudes, nothing threatens, nothing calls you back. The night holds you gently, and God remains closer than breath, closer than thought, closer than knowing. You are not alone. Rest now. Drift without effort. Sleep without fear. And as the deepest part of the night unfolds, you remain safely held, guarded in stillness, and loved without interruption until morning light returns. Safe in the darkness. As sleep settles more fully, the darkness around you no longer feels unknown. It becomes gentle, soft, almost protective, like a quiet covering that allows everything within you to finally rest. There is no need to fear what cannot be seen. In this darkness, nothing is approaching, nothing is waiting, nothing is required of you. It is simply the night doing its quiet work. The mind no longer tries to interpret what surrounds you. Shapes and sounds lose their meaning. The senses withdraw naturally, turning inward as awareness grows faint. This retreat is not isolation. It is safety. It is the body recognizing that it can rest without vigilance. You are not alone. In the darkness, God's presence does not fade. It does not depend on light or clarity. It does not require sight. His nearness remains constant, steady, and calm, filling the unseen space with peace rather than uncertainty. There is something deeply comforting about the night when it no longer demands anything. No expressions to manage, no expectations to meet, no roles to maintain. You are free from being observed, free from being evaluated, free from being needed. You are not alone. As your awareness continues to soften, the idea of time begins to dissolve. The mind no longer tracks how long you have been resting or how long until morning. Those measures lose relevance. There's only this gentle now, stretching quietly, without edges. Your body lies completely supported, no longer signaling discomfort or need. Breathing moves faintly, almost unnoticed. Each breath is enough. Each moment is enough. You are not alone. The darkness becomes a place where thoughts cannot follow you. They drift away, unable to remain formed. What remains is a deep stillness that does not ask to be understood. It simply holds you. God's care does not need your awareness to continue. Even as consciousness dips below the surface, His presence remains near, guarding without effort, loving without interruption. You are not alone. If dreams begin to form, they rise within safety. If sleep becomes deep and dreamless, it is still held. There is no state in this night where you fall beyond his keeping. The darkness does not hide danger. It hides rest. It hides renewal. It hides the quiet work that restores the soul while the mind sleeps. You are not alone. Nothing reaches you here. No worry crosses into this space. No memory demands attention. No fear finds its way through the stillness. You are beyond the reach of what once disturbed you. The night wraps itself around you with patience. God remains near, without movement or sound. There is no reason to return to awareness. No reason to stay alert. You are not alone. Let yourself sink further now, deeper into the safety of this darkness. Let consciousness rest completely. Let the night carry you forward gently, while peace continues its work beneath awareness. Even when words fade, even when thought disappears, even when sleep becomes complete, you remain surrounded, protected, and loved. You are not alone. Rest here. Sleep deeply. Remain held through the quiet hours of the night. The night holds your heart. As sleep deepens, something quiet begins to happen within you. The heart, which has spent so long guarding itself, slowly realizes that it no longer needs to stay alert. There is nothing it must anticipate, nothing it must prepare for. In the safety of this night, it can finally rest. The subtle tensions you may not have noticed throughout the day begin to loosen. The tightness that once lived behind the chest softens. The constant readiness to respond fades. The heart no longer leans forward. It settles back into stillness. You are not alone. In this gentle quiet, the heart does not need to explain itself. It does not need to be understood or fixed. God does not approach it with questions. He comes with presence, steady and kind, allowing rest to unfold naturally. There is no effort required to feel peace. Peace arises on its own when the need for defense dissolves. It spreads quietly, not as emotion, but as relief. You are not alone. The night continues to hold you without interruption. Awareness drifts further from the surface, and the inner world grows spacious and calm. There is no rush towards sleep, and yet sleep arrives gently, like a tide that does not need permission to rise. If memories appear briefly, they pass without attachment. If emotions stir faintly, they settle without explanation. The heart is no longer trying to resolve or revisit. It is resting. You are not alone. God's nearness remains constant in this depth. He does not disturb the quiet. He does not interrupt the rest unfolding within you. His presence is not loud or demanding. It is simply there, allowing your heart to remain open without fear. The night does not ask anything of you. It does not require attention. It does not seek understanding. It holds your heart as it is, without condition. You are not alone. As your breathing becomes slower and more subtle, the body follows the heart into stillness. The rhythm of life continues quietly beneath awareness. There is no need to monitor it. Everything necessary continues without your effort. The boundary between thought and rest grows thinner. Consciousness fades in gentle waves. Each time awareness recedes, the heart sinks deeper into calm. You are not alone. In this state, nothing is urgent. Nothing is missing. Nothing is unfinished. The night is complete, exactly as it is. God's care fills the quiet without drawing attention to itself. If sleep becomes deep and dreamless, the heart remains at rest. If dreams arise softly, they unfold within safety. There is no place in this night where you are unguarded. You are not alone. Let the heart rest now, without shape or direction. Let it be held without effort. Let peace continue its quiet work beneath awareness. The night carries you gently forward, and God remains near, steady and calm through every silent hour. You are not alone. Sleep deeply. Remain at rest. The night holds your heart, drifting beyond thought. As the night continues, thinking becomes unnecessary. The mind no longer tries to form ideas or follow direction. Thoughts appear only as soft impressions before dissolving again, unable to hold their shape. Awareness floats gently, no longer anchored to meaning or memory. There is no effort in this drifting. It happens naturally, like mist thinning as it moves through cool night air. The need to understand fades first, followed by the need to observe. What remains is a quiet sense of being, simple and unburdened. You are not alone. The body rests deeply now. Muscles remain loose. The breath is faint and unhurried. Sensation grows distant, as if your physical form is resting far below the surface of awareness. Nothing pulls you back. Nothing asks you to return. The mind no longer holds on to time. There is no awareness of passing minutes. There is only a continuous softness, uninterrupted and calm. You are not alone. In this depth, God's presence does not speak. It does not instruct. It does not guide with words. It remains as a steady stillness, surrounding and supporting without movement. You are not required to respond or to notice. His nearness continues, whether you are aware of it or not. Sleep flows more completely now. The boundary between rest and awareness dissolves until it no longer matters which side you are on. Consciousness fades without resistance. You are not alone. Even as thoughts disappear, peace remains. Even as memory withdraws, safety remains. Nothing essential is lost as the mind releases its hold. The night becomes wide and quiet. Awareness sinks deeper, like a gentle descent with no bottom to reach and no fear of falling. There is no edge to this rest, only continuation. You are not alone. If dreams begin to form, they rise within calm. If sleep becomes still and empty of images, it remains full of peace. God's care does not depend on what the mind experiences. There is no separation between you and rest now. No effort, no striving, only a gentle suspension where everything unnecessary has fallen away. You are not alone. The breath continues quietly. The heart remains calm. The body stays supported. Nothing interrupts this depth. As sleep becomes complete, words fade into the background. Meaning softens. Awareness loosens entirely. You are not alone. Rest here now, beyond thought, beyond effort, beyond concern. Sleep deeply in the stillness that holds you. Remain covered through the night in peace that does not end. Held through the night. As the night continues to stretch quietly around you, there is nothing that requires your attention. Awareness may already be fading, and that is perfectly natural. You do not need to remain awake in order to be cared for. Rest does not remove you from safety. Even now, as consciousness softens, you remain gently held. The world does not ask for you at this hour. There is no sound that needs a response, no thought that must be followed. The body rests in its own rhythm, breathing quietly, moving only as needed. Nothing interrupts this calm. You are not alone. While you sleep, God remains near without effort. His presence does not lean forward or pull you back toward wakefulness. It stays steady and peaceful, guarding without tension, watching without worry. There is no moment in the night where his care weakens or pauses. As awareness dips deeper, the mind no longer tracks where it is or what it hears. Words may blend together, becoming background rather than meaning. This is not confusion. It is the natural descent into deeper rest. You are not alone. Your body remains supported, fully at ease. There is no signal to adjust or move. The muscles remain soft. The breath continues faintly, unhurried and calm. Even if awareness briefly surfaces, it can drift again without effort. Nothing is waiting for you beyond this moment. Tomorrow does not need preparation. Morning will arrive on its own. For now, rest is enough. You are not alone. God's nearness does not depend on your awareness. Even when the mind is quiet, even when sleep becomes deep and dreamless, His presence remains unchanged. You are not forgotten in rest. You are not distant in sleep. The night continues to hold you gently, hour by hour, without interruption. There is no need to check where you are or how deeply you are resting. The body knows how to sleep. The soul knows how to rest. You are not alone. If dreams arise, they unfold within safety. If the mind remains still, that stillness is also held. There is no place in this night where you are unguarded. Let the quiet continue its work. Let the depth remain steady. There is nothing to return to and nothing to think about. Rest flows naturally, uninterrupted. You are not alone. Remain here as awareness fades completely, knowing that even in the deepest part of the night, you are held gently and continuously until the light of morning comes. Rest without awareness. Somewhere beyond effort and intention, rest continues on its own. You do not need to notice it happening. You do not need to remain aware of the moment. Sleep has already begun its quiet work, moving gently beneath the surface of thought, carrying you without asking permission. The mind no longer needs to follow words or meanings. Sound becomes texture rather than message. Language softens until it feels distant, like something heard from far away. This is not losing awareness. It is releasing the need for it. You are not alone. There is a place within you where rest does not depend on consciousness. It exists deeper than thinking, deeper than listening, deeper even than intention. In that place, calm continues naturally, untouched by distraction or interruption. Breathing continues quietly, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, without pattern or effort. The body no longer checks itself. It trusts the stillness. Muscles remain loose, not because they were instructed to relax, but because they no longer sense any reason to remain tense. You are not alone. Time has little meaning here. The mind does not track how long the night has lasted or how much remains. Minutes dissolve into one another until only a continuous softness remains. Nothing signals urgency. Nothing calls attention. Even if awareness drifts entirely, rest does not stop. God's presence does not depend on your ability to perceive it. His care continues beneath consciousness, steady and unchanged, surrounding you quietly while you sleep. You are not alone. There is no requirement to return to thought, no reason to wake briefly or check your surroundings. The night unfolds without interruption, carrying you deeper into stillness with each passing breath. If dreams appear, they rise gently and fade without weight. If sleep becomes deep and empty of imagery, that emptiness is peaceful rather than hollow. Nothing disturbs this depth. You are not alone. The body remains completely supported. There is no need to shift, or adjust. Sensation grows distant, as if the physical form is resting far below the surface of awareness. This distance is not separation, it is safety. In this state, nothing asks for understanding, nothing seeks explanation. Even identity softens. You are not required to know who you are in this moment. Being is enough. You are not alone. God remains present without movement or sound, not approaching, not withdrawing, simply remaining. His presence does not interrupt sleep. It allows it to deepen. The night continues quietly. Breath flows. The heart remains calm. There is no alarm within the body, no signal of danger. The nervous system rests fully. You are not alone. If awareness briefly flickers, it can fade again without resistance. There is no need to hold on to waking. Sleep is allowed to take its full shape. The deeper layers of rest continue their work, restoring without effort, renewing without awareness. Nothing is required of you for this to happen. You are not alone. Words may no longer be understood clearly. They may pass through without form or meaning. That is exactly as it should be. They are not meant to be followed now. They are only a gentle current flowing alongside your rest. As the night moves forward, consciousness remains settled far below the surface. Peace holds steady. Nothing shifts. Nothing intrudes. You are not alone. Remain here, beyond thought, beyond listening, beyond effort. Let rest continue freely. Let sleep remain deep and undisturbed. Even without awareness, even without memory, even without knowing, you are still held. You are not alone. Peace beneath everything. Beneath every layer of thought, beneath memory and sensation, there's a quiet calm that does not come and go. It does not rise with emotion or fall with fatigue. It simply remains, steady and unmoving, like still water far below the surface. You do not need to reach it. You are already resting within it. At this depth, nothing asks to be named. Experience no longer organizes itself into meaning. The mind does not try to interpret what is happening. It releases that role naturally, allowing peace to exist without explanation. You are not alone. The body continues resting without interruption. Breathing moves faintly, almost unnoticed. The heart maintains its gentle rhythm. There is no signal to awaken. No tension returns. Everything remains calm and undisturbed. This peace does not depend on silence or perfect conditions. It exists even if sound drifts through the room. It exists even if awareness stirs briefly. Nothing has the power to disturb what rests this deep. You are not alone. Here, the night is not something passing. It is something holding. Time no longer unfolds in sequence. Moments blend softly together until there is no clear boundary between one and the next. God's presence remains woven into this depth, not as something perceived, but as something sustaining. His care flows quietly beneath consciousness, carrying you without effort or interruption. You are not alone. The surface of the mind may ripple occasionally, but the depth remains untouched. Thoughts may attempt to form and then dissolve before becoming clear. They do not linger. They do not matter. There is nothing that needs your response. Nothing seeks your attention. You are free to remain submerged in rest. You are not alone. Peace continues its gentle work, restoring without noise, renewing without awareness. It reaches places words cannot describe and understanding cannot follow. The body does not resist this process. It accepts the stillness naturally. Muscles remain loose. The sense of self grows faint. There is no need to hold form or direction, you are not alone. Even if sleep becomes heavy and complete, peace does not disappear. It does not pause until morning. It continues steadily, guarding the night from disturbance. Nothing approaches, nothing interrupts, nothing pulls you upward. You are not alone. As hours pass quietly, rest remains uninterrupted. There is no need to check time, no awareness of duration, only continuity. God remains near in the same gentle way, not entering and leaving, not increasing or decreasing. Presence stays constant while consciousness rests. You are not alone. If dreams appear briefly, they pass through this peace without disturbing it. If sleep remains dreamless, the calm deepens further. Either way, you remain safely held. The night flows onward in silence. Breath continues. The heart stays calm. The body remains supported. You are not alone. Let this peace remain beneath everything, beneath sound, beneath thought, beneath awareness. There's nowhere else to go, nothing more to do. You rest now in a calm that does not end, surrounded quietly, gently, completely. You are not alone. The body sleeps in safety. As the night continues without disturbance, the body enters a depth of rest that does not require awareness. There is no instruction guiding it, no command directing it towards sleep. Rest unfolds naturally, like a memory the body has always carried within itself. Every system slows gently, not from exhaustion, but from trust. There is no reason to move, no sensation calling for adjustment. The body rests fully supported, settled into the surface beneath it, held in a way that feels quiet and complete. Muscles remain loose without effort, no longer responding to the subtle tension that once kept them alert. You are not alone. The breath continues softly, sometimes deep, sometimes barely noticeable, changing without intention. The body knows what it needs and takes it without request. There is no need to listen for the breath or follow its rhythm. It moves on its own, steady and calm. In this depth, the nervous system rests completely. The signals that once scanned for danger remain silent. There is no alarm, no urgency, no internal movement pulling you upward toward waking. The body understands that this moment is safe. You are not alone. As sleep deepens, sensation grows distant. The boundaries of the physical form soften until they feel less defined. The weight of the body spreads evenly, as though supported from all sides at once. Nothing presses, nothing constrains. There is no awareness of posture or position, no sense of needing to be comfortable. Comfort has already been achieved. The body rests without commentary. You are not alone. In this state, even subtle discomforts fade. The body no longer sends messages asking to be noticed. It has entered a place where rest takes precedence over communication. Silence moves through the muscles, through the joints, through the quiet spaces within. God's presence remains near, without intrusion. He does not disturb this rest with movement or thought. His care does not hover anxiously. It surrounds gently, allowing the body to remain undisturbed. You are not alone. Sleep continues to settle layer by layer. Each deeper level does not replace the one before it, but rests beneath it, adding stability and stillness. The body becomes heavier, not in strain, but in surrender. Time no longer registers in the body. There is no anticipation of morning, no memory of evening, only a continuous present that stretches quietly without edge. You are not alone. If awareness flickers briefly, it does not pull the body upward. Sleep remains dominant. The mind may surface faintly, then drift again without resistance. The body does not follow it. It remains deeply at rest. The heart continues its steady rhythm, calm and untroubled. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing disturbs its pace. It beats within safety, within stillness, within care that does not waver. You are not alone. The night supports this rest completely. Sound, if present, passes by without meaning. Sensation no longer invites response. Everything unnecessary has fallen away. The body remains warm and settled. There is no chill, no tension, no need to protect. Rest wraps itself gently around every part of you. You are not alone. This sleep does not drift lightly. It anchors deeply. It holds the body in a state of renewal that continues without awareness. Restoration moves quietly through places unseen. God remains close in the same gentle way, not acting, not intervening, simply remaining. His presence does not interrupt sleep. It sustains it. You are not alone. There is nothing that needs to be remembered from this moment, nothing that must be carried forward. Sleep completes its work without your participation. As the night moves forward, the body remains steady and calm. Nothing changes. Nothing interrupts. Rest continues without effort. You are not alone. Remain here in this deep stillness, where the body sleeps safely and completely, supported through every quiet hour, held in peace that does not fade until morning light returns. Nothing can disturb. This night, the night has settled into a quiet that does not shift. There is no movement within it that asks for attention, no change that calls you back toward awareness. Everything has found its place, and nothing presses against the stillness that now surrounds you. Sleep rests steadily, not lightly, not uncertainly, but with a calm that holds its ground. There is no need for vigilance. No part of you remains on watch. The body and mind have both released that role, trusting the night to carry them forward. You are not alone. There is no sound that needs interpretation, no sensation that requires response. Even if something passes briefly through awareness, it does not take root. It fades before it can form meaning. The night continues evenly, hour unfolding into hour without disturbance. Nothing interrupts the rhythm of rest. Nothing calls your name. Nothing demands your presence. You are not alone. There is a quiet boundary around this moment, gentle yet firm. What belongs outside remains outside. What belongs within remains calm. Worries cannot cross into this space. Memories do not press forward. The mind does not reopen doors that have already closed. God's presence remains steady within this calm, not alert or tense, but peaceful and unshaken. His care does not fluctuate with the night. It does not increase or decrease. It simply remains. You are not alone. Sleep deepens not by falling further, but by staying, by remaining undisturbed, by continuing without interruption. The body rests fully supported, the breath quiet and natural, the heart steady and calm. There is no urgency here, no signal of danger, no reason to surface. You are not alone. The night does not surprise you. It does not change suddenly. It holds its shape gently, allowing rest to remain continuous. Even awareness, if it flickers briefly, finds nothing to engage and drifts back into stillness. Nothing pulls you upward. Nothing pulls you outward. Nothing pulls you back. You are not alone. This rest does not require protection because it is already protected. It does not need reinforcement It holds naturally, strengthened by quiet and steadiness. The mind remains soft, unable to grasp or form concern. Thought cannot find traction here. It dissolves as soon as it appears. You are not alone. God remains near without interruption, not acting, not intervening, simply present. His nearness does not disturb the stillness. It supports it. The night continues peacefully. Sleep remains uninterrupted. There is no transition to manage, no awareness to maintain. You are not alone. Rest here without change. Let the hours pass quietly. Let the night remain whole. If this space has brought you comfort, you are welcome to remain with it again whenever you need rest. You may return to this place of quiet peace, staying connected gently, without effort. You are not alone. Sleep continues now, steady and undisturbed, carried safely through the night. God's watchful, quiet. There is a kind of care that does not announce itself. It does not move quickly or draw attention. It does not speak loudly or interrupt rest. It simply remains, steady and calm, present without effort. This is the care that surrounds you now, quiet and unchanging through the depth of the night. Nothing about this watchfulness feels tense. There is no anxiety within it, no urgency, no scanning for danger. God's presence does not lean forward or hold its breath. It rests in perfect calm, allowing you to sleep without concern. You are not alone. While your awareness remains distant, care continues gently beneath it. You are not required to stay alert in order to be protected. You are not responsible for holding yourself safe. That role has already been taken from you. The body rests without disturbance. Breathing continues softly. The heart maintains its slow and steady rhythm. There is no reason for either to change. You are not alone. The night unfolds evenly. Nothing surprises it. Nothing interrupts it. The stillness remains consistent, like a wide and quiet field that does not shift when you pass through it. Even if awareness briefly returns, it finds nothing to engage. No thought waiting, no concern calling. It drifts back naturally into rest. You are not alone. God's nearness does not fluctuate with your state. Whether you are dreaming, resting without dreams, or drifting between both, His presence remains constant. He does not step away when your consciousness fades. He does not draw closer when you stir. He remains the same. This steadiness allows the body to rest more deeply. The nervous system stays quiet. The inner signals that once scanned for threat remain silent. You are not alone. There is no movement needed, no adjustment required, no change requested. Everything is already in balance. Sleep does not need to be deepened. It only needs to continue. And it does so naturally, uninterrupted. You are not alone. The night holds its shape gently. Time passes without notice. Rest remains without interruption. God watches in silence, not as a guard standing alert, but as a presence that simply is. Nothing disturbs this calm. Nothing breaks it. You are not alone. Let the quiet remain. Let the stillness continue. Let sleep stay deep and steady. There's nothing to return to, nothing to manage, nothing to think. You are not alone. Rest now without effort. Remain carried through the night in peace that does not shift, guarded in silence until morning comes. Sleep that restores. As the night continues to move quietly forward, restoration unfolds beneath awareness, without effort or intention. Nothing needs to guide it. Nothing needs to be directed. The body already remembers how to renew itself when it feels safe enough to rest. There is no moment you must witness, for healing to occur. It does not require attention. It does not ask for belief or understanding. Restoration works silently, reaching places far deeper than thought. You are not alone. While the mind remains quiet, the body continues its gentle repair. Tension that has lived unnoticed within muscles begins to dissolve. The constant readiness that once shaped posture and breath releases its hold. Everything that has been held too long is allowed to soften. This process is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It moves quietly, like warmth spreading slowly through cold ground. Nothing needs to change quickly. Nothing needs to be completed before morning. You are not alone. The nervous system remains deeply settled. There is no scanning, no anticipation, no reflex waiting to respond. The body recognizes this night as safe and allows itself to rest without interruption. Even subtle strains accumulated over time begin to fade, not because they are forced away, but because rest has finally been allowed to reach them. You are not alone. Breathing continues faintly, sometimes barely perceptible. Each breath supports the quiet work happening within. There is no pattern to follow, no rhythm to maintain. The body chooses what it needs moment by moment. The heart beats calmly, without urgency or effort. It does not race. It does not slow deliberately. It simply continues in balance, steady and untroubled. You are not alone. As restoration deepens, awareness remains distant. Thoughts do not intrude. Memory does not resurface. The mind stays quiet, allowing deeper systems to work undisturbed. Even if brief images or dreams appear, they pass through gently without pulling you upward. They do not interrupt the depth of rest. Sleep remains dominant. You are not alone. This renewal does not feel like effort or progress. It feels like absence of strain, like returning to something natural and familiar. The body does not push forward. It settles inward. God's presence remains near, without interfering. He does not rush healing. He does not command change. He allows restoration to unfold in its own time, in its own way. You are not alone. The night remains wide and calm. There is no sense of passing hours. Time does not press. Rest continues as one unbroken flow. The deeper layers of the body remain still and supported. Nothing tightens. Nothing contracts. Everything remains open and at ease. You are not alone. Even the quietest parts of you are included in this rest. Places that words never reach. Places that thought cannot touch. They rest now without needing explanation. The body does not question this stillness. It accepts it fully. You are not alone. As sleep remains deep, restoration continues gently. Not all at once. Not with urgency, but steadily, faithfully, without pause. The night holds this process carefully. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing pulls it away. You are not alone. God remains present through every moment of this unseen work. His care does not fluctuate. His nearness does not depend on awareness. Whether you dream or rest in complete darkness, renewal continues beneath consciousness. You are not alone. There is no need to awaken to receive this healing. There is no need to remember it in the morning. It will remain within you quietly, carried forward without effort. The night continues its gentle passage. Sleep remains deep. Restoration continues. You are not alone. Remain here without thought, without movement, without awareness. Let the quiet work of rest continue through every hour until morning comes naturally, bringing you back gently from a night that has held you completely. The night is sanctuary. As the night holds steady around you, it becomes more than the absence of light. It becomes a place of shelter, quiet and undisturbed, where nothing follows you and nothing asks to be carried. The world has fallen silent, not to isolate you, but to protect you, creating space where rest can deepen without interruption. Within this darkness, there is no sense of being exposed. Nothing watches you. Nothing evaluates you. You are hidden gently from the noise and movement of the day, allowed to rest without presence or performance. The night receives you exactly as you are and asks nothing in return. You are not alone. This stillness feels different from emptiness. It is full without being heavy, calm without effort, like a sacred space that exists not because it was built, but because everything unnecessary has fallen away. The body responds instinctively to this safety. Breathing remains quiet. Muscles stay loose. The heart continues its gentle rhythm without disruption. There is no need to adjust or reposition. Comfort remains constant. You are not alone. The night surrounds you with patience. It does not hurry toward morning. It does not count the hours. It simply remains, wide and unchanging, allowing rest to settle as deeply as it needs to. Thought does not enter this space. Memory does not intrude. Even awareness itself stays distant, as though resting just beyond reach. You are not alone. In this sanctuary, God's presence does not feel distant or overwhelming. It does not press itself forward. It rests quietly within the stillness, blending into the calm rather than standing apart from it. There is no need to seek him here. He is not hidden. His care is woven gently into the peace that holds you. You are not alone. The night protects the quiet work unfolding within you. Restoration continues softly. Healing moves without sound. Nothing interrupts the depth of this rest. There is no fear here. Darkness does not conceal danger. It conceals peace. It shields you from distraction and gives your soul space to settle fully. You are not alone. The sense of self grows faint. Not lost, but resting. You do not need to know where you are or how deeply you sleep. That awareness is no longer required. Time passes unnoticed. The night stretches evenly, without edge or urgency. You are not alone. God remains present through every silent moment. His care does not depend on awareness or understanding. It continues beneath consciousness, steady and complete. Even if dreams come and go, the sanctuary remains intact. Nothing disturbs it. Nothing breaks its calm. You are not alone. Let this night continue to hold you. Let it remain a refuge where effort does not exist and concern cannot enter. Sleep remains deep. Rest remains steady. You are not alone. Remain here within this sanctuary, carried quietly through the hours, until morning arrives naturally, without struggle, without interruption, without fear. Safe. Until morning. Everything continues exactly as it should, without your participation. The quiet processes of life move forward on their own, steady and unbroken, guided by rhythms far older than thought. You do not need to remain aware of them. You do not need to supervise their unfolding. They know where to go. The body remains in a state of deep rest, not shifting, not reacting, not waiting. Its inner movements follow patterns of balance and renewal that do not require instruction. Nothing within you is uncertain about what comes next. You are not alone. There is no sense of anticipation here, no watching for the next moment. The idea of morning does not pull you forward or create restlessness. It will arrive when it arrives, without effort or concern. Until then, rest remains complete. You are not alone. The mind no longer reaches outward. It does not check for sound or change. It does not attempt to orient itself. Awareness stays far beneath the surface, quiet and undisturbed. Nothing interrupts this flow. Nothing enters to redirect it. What has begun continues smoothly. You are not alone. There is comfort in knowing that life does not pause while you sleep, yet nothing requires your involvement. Systems continue, rhythms hold, balance remains intact. You are free from responsibility for all of it. God's presence does not hover or intervene. It sustains gently, invisibly, allowing everything to proceed without disruption. You are not alone. The hours pass without shape or distinction. There is no counting, no sense of progression, only continuity. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it finds no reason to awaken fully. There is nothing to respond to, nothing waiting. You are not alone. Rest remains stable, not fragile, not temporary. It does not need reinforcement. It does not require effort to maintain. The body stays settled. The heart remains calm. Breathing continues quietly, guided by instinct rather than thought. You are not alone. There is no tension beneath the surface, no urgency waiting to rise. The deeper layers remain undisturbed. Everything that needs to happen will happen without you knowing it. You are not alone. God remains constant, not marking time, not anticipating change. His care does not lean toward morning. It remains present in every unmeasured moment. Sleep continues without interruption. You are not alone. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing approaching, nothing that needs to be met. The flow carries you gently forward, hour by hour, without awareness, without disturbance. You are not alone. Remain here as rest continues naturally, knowing that when morning eventually comes, it will come softly. And until then, you are safely carried within a peace that does not require your attention, resting without returning. There is no need to come back to thought. Nothing calls you upward, and nothing waits beyond this moment. Awareness no longer serves a purpose here, and it is free to remain at rest without effort or direction. The movement of returning has slowed until it no longer exists. The mind does not gather itself again. It does not rebuild attention. It stays gently dissolved, allowing rest to remain uninterrupted. You are not alone. There is no signal asking you to wake, no curiosity pulling you toward awareness. The body remains settled in a state of quiet continuity, supported and calm. Breathing continues faintly, steady and unforced. The rhythm does not change. It does not seek variation. It simply carries life forward quietly. You are not alone. Nothing within you searches for meaning. Nothing tries to orient itself. Identity does not need to be present. You do not need to remember who you are or where you are. Being is enough. Sleep continues smoothly, without edges or transitions. There is no falling into it and no rising out of it. It simply remains. You are not alone. The body does not tense. The heart does not quicken. There is no internal movement signaling a shift. Everything remains even and still. God's presence continues without disturbance, not arriving, not leaving, not changing, simply remaining as rest remains. You are not alone. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it finds no anchor. Nothing holds it. It drifts again without resistance. There is no reason to check time, no reason to sense the room, no reason to return to the surface. You are not alone. This rest does not require guarding. It holds itself naturally. Nothing threatens its depth. The night continues quietly. The hours pass without awareness. Nothing marks their movement. You are not alone. There is no destination ahead, no threshold to cross, no moment to prepare for. Everything unfolds exactly as it should without your involvement. You are not alone. Remain here, where returning is unnecessary, where rest does not end, where awareness is no longer needed. Sleep continues, calm and complete, carried gently forward until the moment of waking arrives naturally, without struggle, without interruption. You are not alone. The quiet continues. There is no moment that needs your attention now. Nothing is arriving and nothing is leaving. The flow that carries you forward does not depend on awareness or effort. It continues smoothly, uninterrupted, as though it has always known where to go. The mind no longer gathers itself. It does not reach outward or inward. It rests in a state where direction has no meaning. Thought does not disappear suddenly. It simply becomes unnecessary, loosening its grip until it fades into the background. You are not alone. Breathing continues faintly, quiet and steady, without pattern or intention. It moves on its own, guided by rhythms deeper than choice. The body does not check itself. It does not scan or respond. It remains settled in stillness that feels complete. There is no sense of waiting. Nothing anticipates what comes next. The idea of progression dissolves, replaced by a continuous present that does not stretch or compress. Time no longer presses forward. It rests as well. You are not alone. The body remains deeply supported, not held up by tension, not maintained by awareness. Muscles stay loose. The subtle signals that once kept you alert remain silent. There is no impulse to move or adjust. Everything has found its place. Sound, if it passes through the room, does not register as meaning. It arrives and leaves without forming shape. Sensation does not ask to be noticed. The senses rest alongside the body. You are not alone. There is a gentle neutrality in this depth. Nothing feels heavy. Nothing feels empty. There is simply calm without contrast. The inner landscape no longer shifts between states. It remains even, balanced, and untroubled. God's presence does not interrupt this quiet. It does not stand apart from it. It blends seamlessly into the stillness, sustaining without effort, remaining without movement. You are not alone. Awareness drifts far beneath the surface now. It may rise briefly, then fade again without resistance. Nothing anchors it. Nothing invites it to stay. It returns naturally to rest. The flow continues without pause. Nothing changes direction. Nothing requires correction. What has begun continues smoothly. You are not alone. The body breathes. The heart remains calm. The nervous system stays quiet. No signal travels upward. No reflex interrupts. There is no need to observe what is happening. Observation itself rests. You are not alone. Even the idea of resting grows distant. There is no longer an experience to follow. Only continuity remains. The hours pass without distinction. There is no sense of early or late. The night does not announce itself. It simply continues. You are not alone. God remains present, not as an action, not as a voice, not as an image, but as steadiness itself. His care does not fluctuate. It does not move closer or farther. It remains constant through the depth of rest. Nothing approaches, nothing intrudes, nothing shifts the balance. You are not alone. This calm, does not require reinforcement. It holds itself. It continues because nothing disrupts it. The mind does not form questions. The body does not seek comfort. Everything needed is already present. You are not alone. There is nowhere to go from here. No next step. No transition waiting. Rest does not lead anywhere. It simply remains. As sleep continues, words lose their importance. Meaning softens. Language becomes texture rather than message. You're not alone. Even if these words fade completely, the quiet continues unchanged. Nothing depends on hearing. Nothing requires understanding. The flow remains steady, gentle, unbroken. You are not alone. Remain here as long as awareness allows. And when it fades entirely, the calm continues without you needing to follow it. Rest remains. Peace remains. You are not alone. Rest without effort. Nothing needs to be done in order for rest to continue. There is no action required, no participation expected, no attention that must be given. The movement of calm unfolds on its own, steady and uninterrupted, as though it has always known how to remain. The body does not need instruction. It does not wait for direction. It remains settled in a quiet balance that holds without strain. Breathing flows gently, sometimes noticeable, sometimes distant, without pattern or intention. It continues because it has never needed effort to exist. You are not alone. There's no sense of trying here. The idea of effort has softened until it no longer forms. Nothing pushes forward. Nothing pulls back. Everything rests in place, suspended in ease. The mind does not attempt to engage. It does not search for meaning or sequence. Thought appears only as faint movement, dissolving before it can gather shape. There is no curiosity pulling awareness upward. There is nothing to return to. You are not alone. Even the feeling of resting becomes unnecessary. Rest does not need to be noticed in order to remain. It holds quietly beneath awareness, unaffected by attention or its absence. The body continues to feel supported from all sides. There is no edge where tension returns. Muscles remain loose without instruction. The nervous system stays silent, undisturbed by signals of urgency or alert. You are not alone. There is no measurement of depth. Sleep does not deepen or lighten. It simply continues, stable and complete. The idea of change does not arise. Nothing shifts. Time has no shape here. There's no awareness of passing moments. The flow moves forward evenly, without marking progress or destination. You are not alone. God's presence does not interrupt this rest. It does not approach or retreat. It remains constant, not as something to perceive, but as steadiness itself. His care does not require awareness to remain active. Even if awareness surfaces briefly, it finds nothing to hold. No thought waits for completion. No sensation invites response. It fades again without resistance. You are not alone. The heart maintains its calm rhythm, untroubled and even. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing disturbs its pace. The body remains in quiet agreement with the stillness that holds it. There is no need to protect this rest. It protects itself naturally. Nothing approaches that could disturb it. You are not alone. Sound, if it passes, does not carry meaning. Sensation does not invite interpretation. Everything remains neutral, distant, and soft. The mind does not register the surroundings. It does not map space or position. Orientation no longer matters. You are not alone. There is nowhere else to go. No next state waiting. No threshold to cross. Rest does not lead onward. It simply remains. The quiet continues evenly. Nothing gathers momentum. Nothing fades away. You are not alone. Even the concept of effort has dissolved completely. There is no trying to sleep and no trying to remain asleep. Both have become unnecessary. Sleep continues because nothing interrupts it. You are not alone. The flow remains smooth and gentle, uninterrupted by thought, untouched by awareness. Calm holds its shape without reinforcement. As words pass through, they do not ask to be followed. They remain part of the background, blending softly into the stillness. You are not alone. Remain here where effort no longer exists, where rest continues naturally, where nothing must be done and nothing must be remembered. Peace remains. Rest remains. You are not alone. Peace holds its shape. There is a calm that does not expand or contract. It does not arrive suddenly, and it does not fade away. It remains steady, unchanged by movement or stillness. This peace does not react. It simply exists, holding its form without effort. Nothing presses against it. Nothing challenges its balance. Even when awareness stirs faintly, the peace beneath remains untouched, steady and complete. You are not alone. The body continues resting within this stability. There is no tightening, no subtle return of tension. Muscles remain loose. Breathing flows quietly, undisturbed and unmonitored. The heart maintains its slow and even rhythm, unaffected by thought or time. There is no sense of progression here. Sleep does not deepen or lighten. It stays exactly as it is, firm and gentle at once. The idea of change loses relevance. You are not alone. The mind does not attempt to evaluate this state. It does not wonder whether rest is sufficient. It no longer measures experience. Measurement itself has faded. Sound, sensation, and movement remain distant. They do not reach far enough inward to disturb the calm that holds everything together. You are not alone. This peace does not require silence to exist. Even if something passes through the environment, it does not alter what remains beneath. The surface may ripple slightly, but the depth stays perfectly still. God's presence rests within this steadiness, not separate from it, not acting upon it, but sustaining it gently. His care does not fluctuate. It does not lean toward awareness or withdraw from it. You are not alone. Awareness itself remains faint and optional. It may appear briefly and dissolve again without effort. Nothing invites it to stay. Nothing pulls it away. The night continues without marking its movement. Time does not signal transition. Everything remains even and balanced. You are not alone. There is no anticipation of what comes next. The idea of next no longer forms. Rest is not leading anywhere. It simply remains. The body does not shift position. There is no impulse to move. Comfort holds steady without adjustment. You are not alone. This peace has no edge. It does not depend on holding or control. It does not require reinforcement. It holds itself naturally. Even words lose their shape as they pass. Meaning softens. Listening becomes unnecessary. You are not alone. The calm continues uninterrupted. Nothing intrudes. Nothing fades. Remain here where peace holds its shape, steady and complete, carried gently through the night without change. You are not alone. Nothing needs to be noticed. There is no reason to notice what is happening now. Awareness does not need to reach outward or inward. Nothing requires recognition in order to continue. The flow that holds you moves forward without observation, steady and uninterrupted. The mind no longer gathers information. It does not register sound, shape, or position. Perception loosens naturally, fading into the background where it no longer forms meaning. You are not alone. The body remains settled, unmoving, supported without pressure. Breathing continues quietly, guided by rhythms that do not require attention. There is no sense of listening or following. Everything necessary continues on its own. There is no benefit in watching this moment. Nothing changes because it is noticed. Nothing improves because it is understood. Rest remains complete without participation. You are not alone. The habit of checking begins to dissolve. The impulse to be aware softens until it no longer forms. The mind releases its role as observer and sinks gently into stillness. There is no loss in this release. Nothing important depends on awareness. Safety does not require monitoring. Peace does not require confirmation. You are not alone. Even if a faint awareness arises briefly, it finds nothing to engage. No thought waits to be completed. No sensation demands response. It fades again without effort. The body continues resting evenly. Muscles remain loose. The heart beats calmly, without acceleration or pause. The nervous system stays quiet. You are not alone. Time does not signal itself. There is no awareness of passing moments. The idea of duration no longer holds shape. Rest continues as a single, unbroken experience. God's presence remains constant beneath awareness. It does not depend on attention. It does not increase or decrease. It simply remains, sustaining quietly. You are not alone. Nothing pulls you back toward the surface. Nothing invites return. Awareness drifts freely, unanchored and unnecessary. The environment does not register. Sound passes without meaning. Sensation remains distant. You are not alone. There is no effort involved in staying asleep. Sleep does not need to be maintained. It continues because nothing interrupts it. The body remains heavy and still, fully supported. There's no urge to adjust or reposition. You are not alone. The calm beneath everything remains unchanged. It does not deepen or lighten. It holds its balance naturally. Thought does not form questions. Curiosity does not arise. The mind remains quiet. You are not alone. There is nowhere else to be. No state to reach. No awareness to recover. Rest remains complete as it is. You are not alone. As words pass through, they do not invite engagement. They are simply part of the background, blending gently into the stillness. Nothing needs to be noticed. Nothing needs to be followed. Nothing needs to be remembered. You are not alone. Remain here where observation has ended and rest continues freely, carried quietly through the night without change, carried without awareness. There is no sense of moving forward, and yet something continues to carry you, not with direction or intention, but with a quiet certainty that does not require your awareness. You are not going anywhere. You are simply being held within a steady flow that does not ask you to participate. The feeling of being carried does not announce itself. It does not create sensation. It does not need to be felt. It exists beneath perception, supporting gently without drawing attention to itself. You are not alone. The body remains at ease, not shifting, not responding, not waiting. It rests fully within this movement that does not feel like movement at all. Breathing continues softly, guided by patterns deeper than thought. The heart remains calm and untroubled. There is no need to understand what is happening. Nothing is gained through awareness. Nothing is lost through its absence. You are not alone. The mind no longer tries to orient itself. It does not seek landmarks or reference points. There is no sense of location or position. those concepts have softened beyond usefulness. Even the idea of sleep becomes distant. What remains is simply continuity. You are not alone. There is no effort involved in being carried. You do not have to relax further or surrender more deeply. Everything has already settled into place. If awareness flickers, it does not disrupt the flow. It rises briefly and dissolves again without consequence. You are not alone. The surrounding stillness remains unchanged. Nothing presses inward. Nothing draws outward. Everything remains evenly balanced. God's presence does not interrupt this quiet movement. It does not direct or steer. It sustains gently, allowing rest to remain uninterrupted. You are not alone. There is no destination toward which you are being carried. No arrival waiting ahead. Movement exists without direction, like floating within calm water that does not pull or push. The body continues resting without effort. No tension returns. No discomfort arises. The nervous system remains silent. You are not alone. Time continues without being measured. The idea of hours does not appear. Nothing marks transition. Words drift through without shape. Meaning fades gently. Listening becomes unnecessary. You are not alone. Nothing requires response. Nothing calls attention. Nothing interrupts the flow. You remain carried quietly, steadily, completely. You are not alone. If this gentle place of rest has brought you comfort, you are welcome to return here whenever you need peace. You may remain connected to this quiet space, staying close in a simple and gentle way. You are not alone. Rest continues now, without awareness, without direction, without interruption, carried softly through the night. Stillness remains. There is nothing forming and nothing dissolving. No movement gathers momentum, and no shift announces itself. What remains is a steady quiet that does not respond to change because it is not waiting for anything to happen. Stillness does not arrive suddenly. It has already been here, unnoticed, holding everything beneath the surface. Now it continues without interruption, unchanged by awareness or its absence. You are not alone. The body rests within this unmoving calm. There is no subtle tightening, no return of alertness. Muscles remain loose without effort. Breathing continues softly, guided by rhythms that do not require attention. Nothing invites adjustment. Nothing signals discomfort. The body remains settled as though it has forgotten how to tense. You are not alone. The mind does not reach outward. It does not drift inward either. Direction has lost its meaning. Thought no longer forms paths. It dissolves before it can organize. There is no sense of entering or leaving. Stillness does not expand or contract. It simply remains. You are not alone. Sound, if present, does not register as disturbance. It passes without forming shape. Sensation remains distant and neutral. The nervous system stays quiet. No impulse rises. No reflex activates. You are not alone. God's presence remains steady within this calm, not acting, not intervening, not shifting. It does not introduce motion. It sustains the quiet gently, allowing it to continue without disturbance. Awareness may surface faintly and fade again. Stillness remains unaffected. You are not alone. There is no anticipation of change, no expectation of transition. The idea of before or after has softened beyond recognition. Time does not gather or pass. It rests alongside everything else. You are not alone. The body remains heavy and supported, not sinking, not floating, simply resting. Nothing approaches, nothing withdraws. You are not alone. Even words lose momentum as they move through. Meaning softens. Listening becomes unnecessary. Stillness continues because nothing interrupts it. You're not alone. Remain here where nothing moves and nothing needs to. Rest remains complete, held gently within calm that does not shift. You are not alone. The body stays calm. There's a deep quiet that settles into the body when nothing inside it is being asked to respond. It does not come from instruction or intention. It arrives because the body recognizes safety and allows itself to remain at ease. There is no tightening beneath the surface, no hidden tension waiting to return. The muscles rest without memory of effort, as though they have forgotten the pattern of holding. Breathing continues quietly, not shallow and not deep, simply present. It flows in and out without drawing attention, guided by a rhythm that does not require thought. You are not alone. The body does not anticipate movement. It does not prepare for change. There is no readiness held in reserve. Everything remains settled exactly where it is. The heart continues its steady rhythm, calm and unhurried. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing interrupts its pace. It beats gently within stillness that does not fluctuate. You are not alone. There is no signal rising from within. No sensation asking to be noticed. The body does not call upward toward awareness. It remains fully at rest. Even subtle discomforts that once lived unnoticed begin to soften. They are not pushed away. They simply dissolve in the absence of alertness. You are not alone. The nervous system stays quiet. No scanning. No listening for change. No readiness to respond. The internal environment remains peaceful and undisturbed. The body does not question this calm. It does not seek reassurance. It rests because rest feels natural again. You are not alone. Awareness may drift nearby, faint and distant, but the body does not follow it. Sleep remains dominant. Calm holds its place. There is no need to shift position, no impulse to move. Stillness feels complete, not restrictive. You are not alone. The weight of the body spreads evenly, supported without pressure. There is no edge where tension collects. Everything rests together. The breath continues. The heart continues. Life continues quietly, without effort. You are not alone. The body no longer distinguishes between rest and sleep. Both have blended into one continuous state. There is no transition to manage. Time passes without registering in the body. There is no sense of duration. Only continuity remains. You are not alone. God's presence remains near, not acting upon the body, not changing it, but allowing it to remain undisturbed. His care does not interfere. It sustains quietly. Nothing approaches. Nothing disturbs. Nothing pulls upward. You are not alone. The body stays calm because nothing requires it to be otherwise. It rests in an environment where nothing threatens and nothing demands. Breathing remains soft. Muscles remain loose. The heart remains steady. You are not alone. Even if awareness flickers, the body does not awaken. It remains grounded in rest. There is no urgency, no movement, no change. You are not alone. Remain here where the body stays calm, held gently through the quiet hours, supported without interruption. Rest continues. Stillness remains. You are not alone. Nothing draws you back. There is no pull rising from within you. Nothing reaches upward toward awareness. Nothing forms the shape of return. The movement that once brought the mind back to waking no longer appears. It has softened until it no longer exists. The sense of coming back fades completely. There is no impulse to re-enter thought, no curiosity stirring beneath the surface. The mind does not gather itself. It remains dispersed, quiet, and still. You are not alone. The body continues resting without interruption. It does not react. It does not prepare. It does not anticipate. It remains grounded in a calm that feels stable and complete. Breathing flows gently, steady, and natural. It does not signal effort. It does not ask to be followed. It continues because it has always known how. You are not alone. There is no edge where alertness begins, no threshold waiting to be crossed. Awareness does not rise because there is nothing inviting it upward. The senses remain distant. Sound does not register as meaning. Sensation does not organize itself into form. Everything stays neutral and far away. You are not alone. The mind does not ask where it is. It does not check orientation. It does not attempt to define experience. Definition has lost its relevance. Thought cannot gather momentum here. It appears only as faint motion before dissolving again, leaving no trace behind. You are not alone. Time does not announce itself. There is no sense of passing or arriving. The flow remains smooth, continuous, unbroken. The body stays heavy and settled, supported evenly without pressure. There is no urge to move, no discomfort asking to be adjusted. You are not alone. God's presence remains constant beneath awareness, not calling attention, not guiding actively, not interrupting rest. His care does not pull you back. It allows you to remain where you are. There is no reason to surface, no signal indicating danger or need. The internal environment remains calm and undisturbed. You are not alone. Even if awareness flickers faintly, it does not attach to anything. It fades again without resistance, leaving rest intact. Nothing strengthens wakefulness. Nothing feeds it. Nothing sustains it. You are not alone. The body remains in agreement with stillness. The heart beats evenly. The nervous system stays silent. There is no background tension waiting to rise, no vigilance hiding beneath calm. You are not alone. The quiet continues without effort. It does not deepen or lighten. It holds steady, unaffected by movement or sound. Words pass gently, without forming meaning. Listening is unnecessary. You are not alone. There is no direction calling you forward, no memory pulling you backward. Only this continuous calm remains. The idea of return fades completely. You are not alone. Nothing draws you back, because nothing waits for you beyond this rest. The night continues its gentle passage without being marked. Hours move without awareness. Nothing shifts. You are not alone. Remain here where return no longer exists, where rest does not end, where awareness has no reason to rise. Sleep continues smoothly, uninterrupted, carried forward without effort. You are not alone. Rest without direction. There is no sense of moving toward anything. Nothing ahead calls for attention, and nothing behind pulls you backward. Direction itself has softened until it no longer forms. Rest does not point forward or return backward. It simply remains. The idea of going somewhere fades completely. There is no destination shaping experience. Nothing needs to be reached. Nothing needs to unfold next. You are not alone. The body remains still without holding itself in place. It does not resist movement because movement does not arise. It rests naturally, supported and calm, without awareness of position or space. Breathing continues quietly, guided by rhythms that do not seek improvement or change. Each breath follows the one before it without intention. You are not alone. mind does not imagine progress. It does not wait for the next moment. It does not count or measure. It remains suspended in a calm where sequence no longer matters. There is no anticipation, no sense of what comes next. The experience does not unfold in steps. It remains continuous. You are not alone. Even the sense of resting becomes faint. There is no active rest and no passive rest. There is only being, quiet and unshaped. Awareness drifts far beneath the surface. It may rise briefly, then sink again without resistance. Nothing anchors it. Nothing draws it upward. You are not alone. The senses remain distant. Sound does not assemble into meaning. Sensation does not form edges. Everything stays soft and undefined. The body remains deeply settled. No muscle tightens. No reflex awakens. You are not alone. God's presence continues beneath all experience, not guiding, not directing, not intervening. His care does not push toward movement or change. It allows rest to remain without direction. There is no moment that requires your participation. Nothing improves if you notice it. Nothing worsens if you do not. You are not alone. The flow continues evenly, not forward, not backward, simply continuing. Time loses its ability to organize experience. Minutes do not stack. Hours do not separate. Everything blends into a single calm. You are not alone. There is no internal question asking where you are or how deeply you rest. That curiosity has dissolved. The body remains in agreement with stillness. The heart beats steadily. The nervous system remains silent. You are not alone. Nothing shifts the balance. Nothing disrupts the calm. Rest continues without direction, without movement, without effort. You are not alone. There is no need to follow what is happening. Nothing unfolds in a way that requires attention. The calm remains steady, unshaped by awareness or absence of awareness. It does not ask to be witnessed in order to continue. The sense of moving through experience dissolves completely. There is no passage from one moment to the next. Instead, everything rests within a single, continuous stillness. You are not alone. The body remains quiet and unmoving, not because it is held still, but because there is no impulse to change. Comfort does not need maintenance. It exists naturally. Breathing flows gently, uninterrupted and soft. It does not signal depth or effort. It simply continues as life continues, quietly and evenly. You are not alone. The mind does not reach outward or inward. Direction has lost its function. Orientation does not return. There is no awareness of position or place. Thought cannot take shape here. It forms briefly and dissolves before becoming complete. Nothing gathers momentum. You are not alone. Even the idea of sleep fades into the background. What remains is not sleep as an experience, but rest as a condition. Time passes without recognition. Nothing marks progression. Nothing signals change. You are not alone. God's presence remains beneath all experience, constant and undisturbed. It does not pull attention. It does not guide movement. It simply remains, allowing everything to stay calm. There is no effort required to remain here. Nothing is being held together. It holds itself. You are not alone. If awareness flickers faintly, it dissolves again without resistance. Nothing anchors it. Nothing invites it to stay. The senses remain distant and neutral. Sound passes without meaning. Sensation does not form edges. You are not alone. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness rises. No vigilance returns. Everything remains settled and still. You are not alone. There is no return path forming. No impulse to awaken. no curiosity stirring beneath the surface. Rest remains complete as it is. You are not alone. Remain here, where direction has ended, where movement no longer matters, where stillness continues without interruption. Sleep carries you gently forward, without motion, without awareness, without effort. You are not alone. Peace continues gently. Nothing changes within this calm. It does not shift or move toward another state. Peace remains as it is, steady and unbroken, continuing quietly, without asking for awareness or recognition. There is no moment arriving that differs from the one before it. The flow does not progress or retreat. It simply continues, smooth and even, like a gentle current that does not seek a destination. You are not alone. The body remains settled within this quiet. It does not respond to signals because none arise. Muscles stay loose. The breath flows softly, guided by rhythms that do not need improvement or control. There is no sense of holding or releasing. Everything has already settled into balance. You are not alone. The mind no longer attempts to form structure. It does not arrange experience into meaning. Thought appears only as faint movement before dissolving again, leaving the calm untouched. Time loses its influence completely. There is no awareness of duration. Nothing marks the passage of hours. Peace continues evenly, unchanged. You are not alone. God's presence remains woven gently beneath awareness, not drawing attention, not guiding actively, not interrupting rest. His care sustains quietly, allowing stillness to remain intact. Nothing presses inward, nothing pulls outward. Everything remains in gentle equilibrium. You are not alone. The senses rest without engagement. Sound does not assemble into form. Sensation remains distant and neutral. There is no anticipation of what comes next. The idea of next no longer arises. You are not alone. Even the concept of continuing fades, leaving only continuity itself. Peace does not deepen or lighten. It remains. The body stays calm. The heart beats evenly. The nervous system remains silent. You are not alone. There is no need to awaken, no reason to return to awareness. Nothing waits beyond this moment. Rest continues without interruption. You are not alone. If this quiet space has helped you rest, you are welcome to return here whenever peace is needed. You may remain connected gently, without effort, allowing this place of calm to accompany you. You are not alone. Peace continues softly, carrying you forward through the remaining hours, steady and undisturbed, until waking comes naturally in its own time, quiet without change. Nothing is shifting within this moment. There is no movement forming beneath the surface, no subtle turn preparing to unfold. Everything remains exactly as it is, balanced and undisturbed, without leaning toward change. The calm does not wait for anything to happen. It does not anticipate movement or prepare for transition. It exists complete, without needing progression or pause. You are not alone. The mind does not search for difference. It does not check whether the state has deepened or lightened. Comparison has no place here. Nothing requires evaluation. Awareness remains distant, floating without attachment. It does not settle anywhere and does not need to. There is nothing to follow and nothing to resist. You are not alone. The body continues resting naturally. There is no sense of preparing to move, no reflex forming beneath stillness. Muscles remain loose, without memory of effort. Breathing flows softly, unchanged and unmeasured. It does not signal comfort or discomfort. simply continues, quiet and even. You are not alone. Time does not mark itself. Moments do not line up or separate. There is no before or after forming within experience. The present does not shift into something new. Stillness remains stable, not fragile, not temporary. It does not need protection. It holds itself naturally. You are not alone. Nothing presses inward. Nothing reaches outward. The internal space stays open and calm, without contraction or expansion. The mind does not attempt to return. It does not collect attention or rebuild focus. There is no impulse to surface. You are not alone. God's presence remains beneath awareness, not acting, not directing, not interrupting. It does not bring movement into stillness. It sustains quietly, allowing calm to remain intact. Nothing weakens this quiet. Nothing strengthens it. It remains exactly as it is. You are not alone. Sound, if present, does not register as change. Sensation does not reorganize experience. Everything remains neutral and distant. The body stays settled. The heart continues its calm rhythm. The nervous system remains silent. You are not alone. There is no reason for anything to begin or end. Stillness does not need resolution. The quiet continues without change. You are not alone. The quiet does not respond to awareness. Whether it is noticed or not, it remains the same. Nothing alters its balance. Nothing invites it to shift. There is no movement waiting beneath the stillness. No subtle tension preparing to rise. What remains is stable and complete, untouched by time or thought. You are not alone. The body continues to rest in agreement with this calm. It does not prepare for motion. It does not adjust or respond. Everything remains settled, supported without pressure. Breathing flows quietly, even and gentle, not drawing attention and not needing to be followed. You are not alone. The mind does not attempt to form meaning. It does not gather itself to understand experience. Understanding is unnecessary here. Awareness may drift near and then fade again without resistance. Nothing holds it. Nothing pulls it upward. You are not alone. Stillness does not deepen or lighten. It does not become something else. It simply continues, unchanged. The idea of progress does not arise. There is no forward movement. There is no return. You are not alone. Time loses its influence completely. Moments do not separate from one another. There is no sense of duration or sequence. God's presence remains steady beneath all experience, not shaping it, not altering it, but sustaining gently. You are not alone. Nothing presses inward. Nothing draws outward. Everything remains evenly balanced. The body stays calm. The heart remains steady. The nervous system stays quiet. You are not alone. There is no impulse forming, no curiosity stirring, no reason to surface. The quiet continues without change. You are not alone. Rest continues on its own, without being guided or maintained. Rest carries on quietly. It does not rely on intention, memory, or awareness. It unfolds beneath the surface, steady and automatic, like a rhythm that never learned how to stop. There is no sense of responsibility attached to this moment. Nothing depends on you remaining still or calm. Rest is no longer something that happens because you allow it. It happens because it exists. You are not alone. The body does not monitor itself. It does not check for comfort or discomfort. It has released that habit completely. Its inner systems follow their own gentle order, unbothered and precise. Breathing continues without being felt. The movement of air is present but distant, like something occurring far away. unnecessary to follow. You are not alone. The mind no longer plays a role in sustaining this state. Thought does not support rest, and rest does not require thought. The two have separated naturally, leaving quiet in between. There is no moment where rest could fail. Nothing interrupts its process. It does not weaken when awareness fades. It does not strengthen when attention appears. You are not alone. Even the idea of staying asleep has dissolved. There is no task to complete, no condition to preserve. Rest does not depend on vigilance. The sense of effort is gone completely. Nothing is being maintained. Nothing is being held together. You are not alone. There is a softness to this continuity. Not fragile, not fading, simply ongoing. It moves forward without direction and without needing to arrive anywhere. The body remains receptive and calm. No reflexes stir. No subtle tension returns. Everything remains settled in agreement. You are not alone. Time does not interfere. It does not press forward or pull backward. The quiet process beneath awareness continues untouched. God's presence remains woven gently into this ongoing rest, not guiding it, not adjusting it, but remaining with it, steady and unobtrusive. You are not alone. There is no change forming, nothing preparing to shift. The flow continues exactly as it is. Rest continues on its own. You are not alone. There is a quiet intelligence moving beneath awareness, one that does not reason or decide. It does not weigh options or measure outcomes. It simply knows how to continue, moment after moment, without interruption. This knowing does not belong to thought. It lives deeper, beyond attention, guiding rest naturally, without requiring involvement. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to be recalled. You are not alone. The body follows this gentle order without resistance. It does not question the rhythm it moves within. It accepts the stillness fully, allowing its inner processes to remain undisturbed. Breathing adjusts itself without instruction. The heart remains steady without guidance. Everything continues in quiet coordination. You are not alone. There is no sense of direction in this movement. It does not travel forward or backward. It remains centered, continuous, unbroken. The mind does not interfere. It does not attempt to reclaim control. Its role has faded naturally, leaving space for rest to remain uninterrupted. You are not alone. Even subtle awareness loses its influence here. It may drift near and then dissolve again, unable to alter what continues beneath it. Nothing becomes lighter or heavier. Nothing accelerates or slows. The balance holds on its own. You are not alone. God's presence remains steady within this unseen flow, not steering it, not shaping it, but accompanying it quietly. His care does not intervene. It remains alongside, constant and calm. There is no anticipation of change, no sense of approaching transition. The flow remains smooth and even. You are not alone. The senses stay distant. Sound does not gather into meaning. Sensation does not form structure. Rest remains intact, unaffected by the surface. You are not alone. There is nothing required to keep this state intact. Nothing can loosen it. Nothing can disrupt it. Rest continues on its own. You are not alone. Calm, beneath all layers. There is a level of calm that does not sit on the surface of experience. It is not shaped by sensation or reaction. It exists beneath everything that rises and falls, quiet and unmoved. This calm does not need silence to appear. It remains present even when faint impressions pass through. It does not retreat when awareness shifts. It remains where it has always been. You are not alone. The outer layers of experience soften and drift, but what lies beneath them stays unchanged. Sensation may come and go. Awareness may flicker. None of it reaches deep enough to disturb this still place. The body rests above it. The mind floats near it. Yet the calm itself does not belong to either. It is deeper than both. You are not alone. There is no effort required to touch this calm. You cannot move toward it, and you cannot move away from it. It is not reached by attention. It is not lost through distraction. It remains steady beneath all layers of experience. You are not alone. The body continues its quiet rest, while this deeper calm holds everything together. Breathing flows gently, without connection to awareness. The heart remains even and untroubled. Nothing in the surface world alters what exists below. You are not alone. The mind does not need to descend or sink. The calm is already present beneath it. Thought does not need to disappear for peace to remain. Even when thought fades, the calm does not change. It is not created by absence. It simply exists. You are not alone. This calm does not deepen or expand. It does not brighten or dim. It remains constant, unaffected by movement or time. God's presence rests within this depth, not separate from it, not standing above it, but woven quietly into its steadiness. You are not alone. Nothing approaches this place. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing pulls it upward. The calm beneath all layers remains exactly as it is. You are not alone. There is a quiet stability that does not depend on what is happening around it. It does not respond to change, because change never reaches it. It remains anchored beyond influence, steady without effort. This stability does not announce itself. It does not rise into awareness or ask to be felt. It simply exists, untouched by movement or absence of movement. You are not alone. Experience may drift without structure. Sensation may soften. Awareness may fade. None of this alters the steadiness that continues underneath. The body rests within this security without needing to recognize it. The mind does not need to understand it. Its presence does not rely on knowing. You are not alone. There is no motion pulling inward or outward, no pressure shaping experience. Everything remains gently suspended. The breath continues quietly. The heart remains even. Life carries on without interference. You are not alone. This calm does not grow stronger or weaker. It does not accumulate or diminish. It holds its shape naturally. God's presence remains within this stability, not acting upon it, not altering it, but remaining faithfully alongside it. You are not alone. Nothing seeks to enter this place. Nothing emerges from it. It remains closed to disturbance, open only to rest. The quiet continues evenly. You are not alone. There's no need to remain aware of this calm. It does not disappear when forgotten. It remains even when consciousness rests fully. Rest remains undisturbed. You are not alone. No reason to surface. There is nothing forming that would invite you upward. No signal gathers strength beneath stillness. The subtle mechanisms that once lifted awareness toward waking remain inactive, quiet, and distant. The movement of rising does not begin. It has no reason to. Nothing waits above. Nothing requires attention. You are not alone. The mind does not assemble itself. It does not prepare to think or observe. The familiar urge to orient fades before it can take shape. Even awareness itself remains passive, without momentum or direction. You are not alone. The The body stays undisturbed. No reflex stirs. No sudden tension returns. The quiet remains complete and unbroken. Breathing continues gently, unchanged and unmonitored. The rhythm does not shift toward alertness. It remains slow and steady. You are not alone. There is no curiosity rising, no question forming. The inner space remains empty of invitation. Nothing calls you back toward the surface. You are not alone. God's presence remains beneath all movement, not drawing attention, not signaling transition. It allows stillness to remain undisturbed. The night continues without announcement. Time does not gather itself into awareness. You are not alone. There is no edge where waking begins, no threshold being approached. The state you rest within holds without weakening. Everything remains settled. You are not alone. The impulse that once pulled awareness back begins to lose its structure. It does not struggle or resist. It simply fades, as though it has forgotten its purpose. There is no push against rest, no internal motion trying to rise. What once acted automatically no longer activates. You are not alone. The mind does not reassemble itself. It remains scattered and quiet, without form or direction. Nothing gathers it back into focus. The body does not respond to imagined signals. Reflexes stay dormant. The system that once prepared you to wake remains inactive. You are not alone. Even subtle alertness dissolves before becoming noticeable. It does not gain strength. It does not travel upward. It disappears gently. There is no conflict in this fading, no resistance, only quiet release. You are not alone. God's presence remains steady beneath this process, not interfering, not correcting, not directing. It allows the unwinding to complete naturally. Nothing interrupts this settling. You are not alone. The quiet deepens without effort, not because something is added, but because something has fallen away. Awareness becomes unnecessary again. You are not alone. Rest remains uninterrupted, held without sensation. There is a way of being held that does not create feeling. It does not produce warmth, emotion, or awareness. It does not announce itself through sensation. It simply exists, quietly sustaining without asking to be noticed. Nothing presses against the body. Nothing surrounds it in a way that can be felt. And yet, there is no absence. Support continues without texture or shape. You are not alone. This holding does not depend on comfort or reassurance. It does not come and go with awareness. It remains whether it is felt or forgotten. The body rests within this unseen support without responding to it. Muscles remain loose, not because they feel safe, but because safety no longer needs to be sensed to exist. You are not alone. The mind does not interpret this presence. It does not label it. There is no attempt to understand what is happening. Understanding is not required. Even the idea of being held does not need to form. What matters continues whether the idea appears or not. You are not alone. There is no emotional tone attached to this moment, no comfort to recognize, no peace to evaluate. Nothing needs to be experienced for support to remain real. The absence of sensation does not mean absence of care. You are not alone. God's presence does not rely on feeling. It does not require awareness to stay near. It remains faithful beyond perception, steady without signal. Nothing changes when sensation fades. Nothing increases when awareness briefly stirs. You are not alone. The body remains calm, supported without knowing how. The heart beats steadily. Breathing flows softly. Life continues without interruption, carried quietly beneath consciousness. You are not alone. There is no effort to receive this presence, no openness required, no belief forming. It surrounds gently, without condition. Even forgetting does not remove it. You are not alone. Rest continues within this unseen holding, uninterrupted and complete. There is a presence that does not enter awareness. It does not arrive or depart. It does not announce itself through thought or feeling. It remains quietly, beyond recognition. You do not need to know that it is there. Knowing does not make it stronger. Forgetting does not make it weaker. You are not alone. This presence does not wait for attention. It does not seek response. It continues whether it is acknowledged or not. The mind does not need to open toward it. The body does not need to relax further. Everything necessary is already in place. You are not alone. There is no moment when this presence becomes absent. Even when consciousness fades completely, it remains unchanged. It does not depend on prayer or awareness. It does not require belief to stay near. You are not alone. God does not step away when the mind sleeps. His nearness is not tied to thinking or remembering. It remains steady beyond all states. Nothing needs to be maintained. Nothing needs to be kept in mind. You are not alone. Rest continues beneath this quiet companionship. The body remains calm. The heart remains steady. Breathing flows softly. There is no difference between knowing and not knowing here. You are not alone. The night continues without interruption. Awareness stays distant. Presence remains constant. You are not alone. The body remains undisturbed. The body rests in a quiet state where nothing asks it to respond. There is no signal rising from within, no subtle message asking for movement or adjustment. Everything remains settled naturally, not because it is being held in place, but because there is no reason for change. Breathing continues softly, almost unnoticed, moving in its own rhythm without instruction. The chest rises and falls gently, not seeking depth or control, simply continuing as it always has. The body does not follow the breath. It allows the breath to happen on its own. Within this stillness, the muscles remain loose without effort. There is no memory of tension returning, no impulse to prepare or protect. The body has released the habit of readiness and rests as though it has forgotten how to hold itself tight. The heart continues its steady rhythm, calm and unhurried, beating without disturbance. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing interrupts its pace. It moves quietly beneath awareness, supporting life without asking to be noticed. As this calm remains, the body no longer distinguishes between wakefulness and sleep. The boundary between the two softens until it no longer matters. There is no transition to manage and no state to protect. Rest holds itself. God's presence remains near without interfering with this stillness. It does not alter the body's rhythm or introduce sensation. It simply allows everything to remain as it is, peaceful and undisturbed. The body stays settled in this quiet continuity, supported gently through the night, with nothing pulling it toward movement and nothing drawing it back toward awareness. As the stillness continues, the body remains settled within it without resistance or effort. There is no sense of holding posture or maintaining comfort. Everything rests in a natural alignment that does not need correction. The surface beneath you supports gently, and the body accepts that support completely, without tension or adjustment. Breathing moves quietly through this calm, sometimes deep, sometimes faint, changing without intention. There is no need to follow its rhythm or be aware of its movement. The body breathes because it knows how, and that knowing continues without interruption. Within this quiet state, even the smallest signals that once invited movement have softened. The impulse to shift or stretch does not arise. The muscles remain relaxed, not from instruction, but from the absence of need. The body no longer prepares itself for anything beyond this moment. The heart continues its steady rhythm, calm and untroubled, moving with a consistency that does not waver. Nothing startles it. Nothing draws it toward alertness. It remains anchored in rest, steady beneath awareness. As time passes without being noticed, the body remains deeply at ease. There is no sense of waiting or anticipation, no expectation of change. The internal environment stays quiet and balanced, allowing rest to deepen without effort. God's presence remains gently near, not touching the body with sensation, not altering its state, but allowing the calm to remain undisturbed. His nearness does not require recognition. It simply continues, faithful and steady, through every quiet hour. The body rests as though nothing exists beyond this stillness. There is no memory of earlier movement and no preparation for later waking. Everything remains contained within the present, peaceful and complete. In this state, rest does not come and go. It remains. The body stays undisturbed, supported fully, carried gently through the night without interruption. Silence without emptiness. There is a silence that does not feel vacant or hollow. It does not stretch out like an empty space waiting to be filled. Instead, it rests quietly, full in a way that does not require sound, thought, or awareness to be complete. This silence is not the absence of something. It is the presence of calm itself. Within this quiet, nothing feels missing. The mind does not search for stimulation, and the heart does not reach outward for reassurance. Everything that once looked for meaning has softened and settled, allowing the silence to remain gentle rather than unsettling. The body rests easily within the stillness, not sensing lack or loneliness. There is no signal of isolation. The quiet does not press inward. It does not surround or close in. It simply exists, open and calm, allowing rest to deepen without fear. Breathing continues softly, moving through this silence without disturbing it. Each breath blends naturally into the stillness, as though silence itself were breathing alongside you. There is no contrast between movement and quiet. They coexist without conflict. As awareness drifts further away, the silence does not grow darker or heavier. It remains light and neutral, steady and safe. There is no edge where it becomes uncomfortable. The mind does not react because there is nothing here to react to. God's presence remains within this quiet without sound or form. It does not announce itself. It does not interrupt the stillness. It rests within the silence, making it gentle rather than empty, warm rather than distant. The heart continues its calm rhythm, untouched by the absence of noise. It does not feel alone in this quiet. It beats steadily, supported by a peace that does not need expression. Time passes without being marked. The silence does not change as moments move through it. It remains consistent, neither deepening nor fading, simply continuing as a soft field of rest. The mind no longer distinguishes between quiet and fullness. The two have blended together. Silence is no longer something noticed. It becomes the natural state in which rest continues. In this calm, nothing asks to be remembered. Nothing waits to be understood. The quiet holds everything gently, allowing sleep to remain deep and undisturbed. Within this quiet, there is a sense of companionship that does not rely on sound or awareness. Nothing speaks, yet nothing feels distant. The silence does not separate you from presence. It allows presence to remain gentle and unobtrusive. There is no need for reassurance to be spoken. The absence of words does not create uncertainty. Instead, the quiet holds a steady nearness that does not call attention to itself. It remains without interruption, faithful without signal. The body continues to rest within this gentle stillness, not reaching outward for connection and not withdrawing inward for protection. It remains open and calm, settled within an environment that feels naturally safe. Breathing flows softly through the silence, blending into it without contrast. There is no moment where breath disrupts quiet, or quiet interrupts breath. Everything moves together in harmony. As awareness fades further, the silence does not deepen into isolation. It stays light and balanced, never closing in. There is no edge to it, no pressure, no sense of falling inward. God's presence remains close within this quiet without being felt as sensation. It does not appear as emotion or thought. It remains simply as companionship that does not require recognition. The heart continues its gentle rhythm, steady and calm, supported by a peace that does not depend on expression. There is no longing within this stillness, no reaching, no absence. Time passes quietly through this silence without altering it. Moments move without leaving traces. Nothing accumulates. Nothing fades. The mind does not attempt to label this experience. It does not search for meaning. Meaning is unnecessary here. The quiet itself is enough. As rest continues, silence becomes a place rather than a condition. A place where nothing is missing and nothing is required. A place where sleep remains deep and undisturbed. In this quiet companionship, there is no loneliness, no sense of being left behind. Everything remains gently present, even without awareness. The silence continues, full and calm, carrying you softly through the night without interruption. Nothing interrupts the flow. There is a movement taking place that does not feel like movement. It does not travel from one point to another, and it does not create a sense of passing. It simply continues, smooth and uninterrupted, without pause or disturbance. This flow does not depend on awareness to remain intact. It does not weaken when attention fades, and it does not strengthen when awareness briefly returns. It remains consistent beneath everything that rises and falls. The body rests within this continuity without reacting to it. There is no moment when the flow causes sensation or draws attention. It supports quietly, allowing rest to remain stable and undisturbed. Breathing moves naturally within this ongoing rhythm, neither leading nor following. Each breath blends into the next without separation, as though the body itself were part of the same gentle current. The mind does not interfere. It does not attempt to understand what is happening. It does not track progress or notice change. Thought remains distant, unable to interrupt what continues beneath it. God's presence remains within this flow without directing it. There is no push forward and no pull backward. His nearness does not alter the movement. It accompanies it quietly, allowing everything to remain balanced. There is no disruption forming, no sudden shift waiting to occur. The flow does not gather speed or lose strength. It remains even, steady, and calm. Time does not fracture this continuity. Moments do not break it into pieces. Everything remains whole, unbroken by awareness or absence. The body stays settled within this steadiness, supported without pressure. Muscles remain relaxed. The heart continues its gentle rhythm. Nothing changes its pace. As rest continues, the flow carries everything gently, without effort. There is no threshold to cross and no state to maintain. Continuity itself is enough. Nothing interrupts this movement. Nothing enters to disturb it. Nothing pulls you out of it. The flow continues quietly, holding sleep in place, carrying you forward without awareness, without resistance, without interruption. The continuity that holds you does not fluctuate. It does not thin or strengthen. It does not respond to conditions or surroundings. It remains present in the same quiet way from one moment to the next, unchanged and dependable. There is no place within this flow where disturbance can enter. Nothing breaks through its surface. Nothing travels inward far enough to alter its movement. Even when faint sensations appear, they pass gently without leaving a trace. The body remains in harmony with this steadiness. There is no resistance within it, no internal adjustment trying to correct or improve. Everything stays aligned naturally, resting within the same gentle rhythm. Breathing continues as part of this continuity rather than apart from it. Each breath arrives and leaves without creating separation. The body does not mark beginnings or endings. Movement and stillness coexist without conflict. The mind remains unable to interfere. It does not regain structure. It does not reassemble attention. Awareness drifts near and then fades again without consequence, unable to interrupt what continues beneath it. God's presence remains constant within this flow, not shaping it and not steering it, but remaining faithfully alongside it. His nearness does not change the rhythm. It sustains it quietly. There is no moment when the flow pauses to reset, no transition where it weakens. It does not require renewal. It holds itself naturally. Time passes through this continuity without dividing it. Hours do not create boundaries. Nothing signals progression. Everything remains unified. The body continues resting deeply, undisturbed by passing sensations. The heart remains steady. The nervous system stays calm and silent. Even subtle awareness does not alter this movement. It does not invite waking. It does not create interruption. It dissolves before it can take shape. The flow continues without memory and without anticipation. It does not look forward or backward. It remains present without needing to be known. Nothing interrupts this continuity. Nothing disrupts its calm. Nothing draws you away from it. Rest remains intact, carried gently within this unbroken flow, steady and complete through the quiet hours of the night. Peace without awareness. There is a form of peace that does not rise into consciousness. It does not announce itself through feeling or recognition. It exists quietly, independent of awareness, steady even when the mind rests completely. This peace does not require attention to remain real. It does not grow when noticed, and it does not fade when forgotten. It continues beyond perception, stable and undisturbed. The body rests within this unseen peace without needing to sense it. There is no emotional tone attached to it, no warmth or comfort that must be recognized. And yet, nothing feels unsettled or uncertain. Breathing continues gently, guided by patterns that do not reach awareness. The body moves within this peace naturally, without instruction or direction. The mind does not need to participate. Thought does not create this peace, and thought does not sustain it. Even when the mind falls completely silent, peace remains unchanged. God's presence exists within this quiet peace, without forming image or idea. It does not appear as experience. It simply remains, faithful beyond awareness. There is no sense of holding on to peace, no effort to remain calm. Nothing depends on vigilance. Peace does not require protection. Time moves without influencing this state. Moments pass without leaving marks. Nothing accumulates. Nothing erodes. The body remains stable and undisturbed, supported by a calm that does not require recognition. The heart continues its steady rhythm. The nervous system stays quiet. Even when awareness fades fully, peace remains present. It does not wait for consciousness to return. It does not disappear in its absence. Rest continues gently within this unseen peace, steady and complete, untouched by thought or awareness. This peace does not wait for recognition. It does not appear when the mind understands or disappear when understanding fades. It remains quietly present, even when nothing is being noticed at all. There is no awareness required for this peace to stay. It does not belong to thought or perception. It exists beyond both, resting where consciousness cannot reach. The body continues within this peace naturally, without sensation or signal. There is no emotional response to it, no awareness that something supportive is present. And yet, nothing within the body feels unsettled or unsafe. Breathing flows gently, guided by rhythms older than thought. The heart remains steady, moving calmly, without influence from awareness or dream. God's presence remains within this peace, not forming words or images, not appearing as feeling, but remaining faithful beyond perception. His nearness does not require acknowledgement to remain true. There is no difference here between knowing and not knowing. Peace does not increase with attention or weaken without it. It remains constant through all states. The mind does not return to evaluate this calm. It does not question it. It does not attempt to understand it. There is nothing to understand. Time passes without touching this peace. Moments do not disturb it. Hours do not alter it. It remains unchanged as the night moves forward. The body stays settled, supported quietly beneath awareness. The nervous system remains calm. Nothing calls the mind back. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it does not interfere. Peace remains untouched, steady, and complete. Rest continues gently within this quiet constancy, carried through the remaining hours without effort, without interruption, without awareness. Rest remains until morning. The night continues quietly, without signaling its movement. There is no awareness of how much time has passed or how much remains. Rest simply stays, steady and unchanged, holding gently through the hours. Nothing within you prepares for waking. The body does not anticipate the morning. It remains settled in the present, without memory of earlier moments or expectation of what comes next. Breathing continues softly, calm and unhurried, moving without awareness. The body follows its own rhythm naturally, guided by patterns that do not require thought. The mind does not gather itself. It does not return to organize experience. There is no forming of plans or images. Awareness remains distant and unnecessary. God's presence remains near, not announcing transition, not signaling change. It rests quietly alongside the stillness, allowing the night to unfold without interruption. There is no sense of nearing an end. The quiet does not thin. Rest does not weaken. Everything remains as stable as before. Time moves forward gently, without marking its passage. Hours do not separate from one another. The night flows as a single calm field. The body remains deeply at ease. Muscles stay relaxed. The heart continues its steady rhythm. Nothing calls the mind upward. Even dreams, if they pass, do not disturb this rest. They move softly and fade without impact. Rest remains without effort, carrying you gently through the quiet darkness, stable and complete. As the night continues, rest holds its place without effort. Nothing shifts to announce a change. The body remains settled, breathing softly, supported gently through each quiet hour. There is no need to prepare for waking. Morning does not approach with urgency. It will arrive in its own time, naturally and without disruption. Until then, rest remains complete. The mind stays distant, free from planning or memory. It does not gather itself. It allows the quiet to continue without interference. God's presence remains faithful through the stillness, not guiding toward wakefulness and not drawing attention. It simply remains steady and gentle through the final hours of the night. If this quiet space has brought you peace, you may return to it whenever you need rest. You are welcome here again, without effort, without expectation, allowing calm to meet you gently. You are not alone. There is no rush toward the morning. Rest continues until it is time to wake naturally, refreshed and supported. The night carries you softly onward, undisturbed and safe, held quietly until light comes in its own way. Stillness holds through the night. The quiet of the night has settled into a steady rhythm that does not waver. There is no sense of motion pulling you forward, and no echo from behind calling you back. Everything remains gently balanced, as though the night itself has learned how to hold you without effort. Nothing needs to be adjusted. Nothing needs to improve. The stillness that surrounds you is not fragile, and it does not depend on attention. It holds its place naturally, continuing through the darkness without interruption. You are not alone. The body remains deeply at rest, not heavy, not light, simply settled. There is no awareness of posture or position. The sense of having a body softens, becoming distant and quiet, as though it has merged with the calm around it. Breathing continues softly, not guided and not followed. Each breath arrives and leaves without creating separation, flowing as part of the same gentle rhythm that carries the night forward. There is no beginning and no end to it, only continuity. You are not alone. The mind does not search for meaning or direction. It does not try to understand what is happening. Thought no longer gathers itself into sentences or images. It remains diffuse, quiet, and unformed, resting beneath the surface of awareness. Even when faint impressions drift through, they do not settle. They pass like distant shadows, leaving no trace behind. Nothing lingers long enough to awaken attention. You are not alone. Time moves without announcing itself. There is no sense of how late it is or how early it may become. The night does not divide itself into hours. It flows as one continuous presence, gentle and unbroken. God's presence remains close, not as something to focus on, not as a voice or image, but as a steady companionship that does not withdraw when consciousness rests. His nearness does not depend on prayer or awareness. It remains faithful in silence. You are not alone. There is no expectation forming within you. Nothing waits for the next moment. Nothing anticipates change. The stillness does not prepare for transition. It simply continues, calm and complete. The heart beats quietly, steady and unhurried, moving in harmony with the rest that surrounds it. Nothing startles it. Nothing interrupts its rhythm. Life continues gently beneath the surface. You are not alone. The night does not feel long here. It does not feel short either. Duration has softened until it no longer carries meaning. What remains is a sense of being held within something larger, something stable, something kind. The silence is not empty. It does not press inward or create distance. It remains open and gentle, allowing rest to deepen without fear or loneliness. You are not alone. Even if awareness briefly stirs, it finds nothing to grasp. No thought invites continuation. No sensation asks for response. Awareness drifts back down naturally, like something remembering where it belongs. The body remains undisturbed. The mind remains quiet. The night remains gentle. You are not alone. Nothing pulls you toward waking. Nothing urges you to return. The stillness holds you exactly where you are, allowing sleep to continue in its own time. God remains near through every quiet moment, not watching from a distance, but present in a way that does not intrude. His care does not interrupt rest. It supports it. You are not alone. As the night continues, everything remains as it should be. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be added. Rest is complete in itself. The stillness holds through the night, calm and faithful, carrying you gently until morning comes naturally, without hurry, without effort, without disturbance. You are not alone. Quiet continues, without effort. Nothing in this moment asks you to remain still. There is no instruction being given and no task being held. The quiet does not depend on your cooperation. It continues gently on its own, steady and uninterrupted, as though it has always known how to remain. There is no sense of maintaining rest. You are not keeping yourself asleep, and nothing requires you to do so. The calm beneath you carries everything naturally, without strain or attention. You are not alone. The body rests without monitoring itself. It does not check comfort or position. It has released the habit of self-awareness and remains settled in a state where nothing needs correction. Breathing moves softly through the chest and body, sometimes felt, sometimes not, without creating difference. The rhythm changes subtly without intention, guided by processes deeper than thought. You are not alone. The mind does not hover or observe. It does not hold on to quiet or try to protect it. There is no effort involved in keeping this state intact. Quiet remains whether it is noticed or forgotten. Even the idea of effort dissolves. Nothing is being sustained. Nothing is being guarded. Rest exists independently, whole and complete. You are not alone. The night continues without asking anything of you. It does not press forward or slow down. It simply remains present, flowing gently, without urgency. God's presence does not intervene or direct this stillness. It does not require awareness to stay near. It remains faithful beyond attention, supporting quietly without interruption. You are not alone. There is no signal forming that would draw you back to consciousness. No inner movement gathers strength. Everything stays calm beneath the surface. The heart continues its gentle rhythm. The nervous system remains silent. Life carries on quietly, undisturbed. You are not alone. Time moves through this quiet without dividing it. Moments do not separate. Nothing marks the passing of hours. Rest remains seamless. Even if awareness briefly appears, it does not disturb what continues beneath it. It fades again naturally, leaving the quiet unchanged. You are not alone. Nothing needs to be done for this rest to continue. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to be understood. Quiet remains because nothing interrupts it. You are not alone. The night holds steady. The body stays calm. The mind remains at ease. Rest continues without effort. You are not alone. Nothing needs to change. There is no movement forming within this moment. Nothing leans forward and nothing pulls back. The quiet you rest within is not waiting to become something else. It remains complete exactly as it is, without asking for adjustment or improvement. The night does not shift its tone. It does not signal progression. It continues softly, holding the same calm presence without alteration. Nothing arrives to replace what is already here. You are not alone. The body rests in a state that does not require correction. There is no subtle discomfort asking to be resolved, and no signal rising that would invite movement. Muscles remain loose without being instructed. The sense of having a body softens, becoming distant and unimportant. Breathing continues gently, not shaped by effort or intention. Each breath flows into the next without distinction, forming a seamless rhythm that does not seek control or depth. You are not alone. The mind no longer looks for something missing. It does not reach for a different state or imagine improvement. The urge to refine experience dissolves, leaving only acceptance without thought. There is no deeper place that must be reached, no quieter condition waiting beyond this one. Rest does not become more complete by changing form. You are not alone. Time moves forward without pressing against awareness. The passing of moments does not bring urgency or expectation. Each moment blends quietly into the next, creating a continuous field where nothing stands apart. God's presence remains steady within this sameness, not encouraging movement, not calling attention, not drawing the mind outward. His nearness allows everything to remain exactly as it is. You are not alone. Even awareness, when it faintly appears, finds nothing unfinished. There is no task waiting to be completed and no direction to follow. Awareness fades again, naturally, without resistance. The night does not rush toward morning. It does not lean toward an ending. It simply continues, calm and even, holding the same gentle tone through every silent hour. You are not alone. The heart beats steadily beneath awareness, calm and unhurried. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing interrupts its rhythm. Life continues quietly without asking to be noticed. The nervous system remains still. No alertness forms. No vigilance returns. The body stays at ease, supported without pressure. You are not alone. There is no benefit in change here. Nothing improves by becoming different. Nothing becomes safer by shifting. The absence of change is not stagnation, it is stability. Nothing needs to change because nothing is lacking. You are not alone. The quiet remains whole. Rest remains sufficient. Sleep continues gently, undisturbed and complete, carried forward through the night, exactly as it is. You are not alone. Peace remains, even now. There is a quiet steadiness present now that does not depend on circumstance or condition. It does not change with the hour of the night, and it does not respond to what the mind is doing or not doing. Peace remains gently in place, unaffected by time or awareness. This peace does not arrive as a feeling that rises and falls. It does not announce itself or require recognition. It simply remains, calm and consistent, resting beneath everything that moves and everything that fades. You are not alone. The body continues resting within this steady peace without needing to sense it. There's no warmth to notice and no emotion to interpret. And yet, nothing within the body feels unsettled. Nothing signals danger or unease. Everything remains naturally at ease. Breathing flows softly, not as something to follow, but as a quiet rhythm that belongs to the night itself. Each breath blends into the stillness, neither interrupting it nor being shaped by it. You are not alone. The mind does not need to understand this peace in order for it to remain real. Thought does not create it, and thought cannot remove it. Even when thought fades completely, peace stays exactly where it is. There is no effort required to stay calm. Nothing needs to be held in place. Peace does not slip away when attention drifts. It does not require guarding or protection. You are not alone. The night may be deep, and awareness may be distant, yet peace remains even now. It does not retreat during unconsciousness. It does not depend on wakefulness to exist. God's presence rests within this peace quietly, not shaping it into sensation or image. His nearness is not dramatic. It is faithful, constant, and gentle beyond perception. You are not alone. Time passes without disturbing this calm. The movement of hours does not thin it. Nothing erodes its steadiness. Peace does not weaken as the night continues. The heart beats evenly beneath awareness, calm and unhurried. The nervous system remains silent, with no impulse rising toward alertness. You are not alone. Even if awareness stirs faintly, peace does not shift. It does not react. It remains settled, allowing awareness to fade again naturally. Nothing in this moment needs to be resolved. Nothing waits to be completed. Peace is already whole. You are not alone. The night continues to hold you gently, and peace remains even now, steady and undisturbed, carrying you forward until morning arrives in its own quiet way. You are not alone, held quietly in God's care. There is a gentleness surrounding you now that does not press inward or ask to be felt. It does not appear as sensation or emotion. It simply remains, steady and quiet, like a presence that does not need to announce itself in order to be real. You are not alone. This care does not depend on awareness. It does not draw attention or require response. It exists faithfully, whether the mind notices it or not, remaining constant through the stillness of the night. The body rests within this quiet care without needing to understand it. Muscles remain loose. The weight of the body feels supported without pressure. Nothing tightens. Nothing prepares for movement. Breathing flows softly, unhurried and natural, moving through the body without direction or control. The breath belongs to the night now, rising and falling gently as rest continues. You are not alone. The mind does not need to hold on to this care. It does not need to think about it or name it. The care remains even when the mind drifts far away. God's presence does not withdraw when consciousness fades. His nearness is not something that must be remembered to remain true. It stays quietly, faithful beyond thought. You are not alone. There is no moment when this care weakens. It does not change with time. It does not respond to shifts in awareness. It holds steadily, not through effort, but through constancy. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath this unseen protection. Nothing startles it. Nothing interrupts its pace. Life continues gently, supported without disturbance. You are not alone. The night moves forward quietly, and this care remains alongside it. Nothing interrupts its presence. Nothing pulls it away. If this quiet place has brought you rest, you are welcome to return to it whenever you need peace. You may come back gently, without effort, allowing the same calm to meet you again. You are not alone. The care of God remains near, holding you softly through the remaining hours until morning arrives naturally, without urgency and without demand. You are not alone. Rest deepens without awareness. There is a settling taking place that does not feel like movement. It does not announce itself or draw attention. It happens quietly, beneath thought and beyond sensation, allowing rest to become fuller without being noticed. This deepening does not come from effort. Nothing is guiding it, and nothing is directing it. Rest simply continues, and in continuing, it becomes more complete without needing awareness to observe it. You are not alone. The body remains relaxed without needing instruction. There is no signal inviting adjustment. Muscles stay loose, not because they were intentionally released, but because there is no reason for tension to return. Breathing flows softly, at times faint, at times slightly more present, changing without pattern or intention. The body does not follow the breath. It allows breathing to unfold on its own. You are not alone. The mind does not descend or sink. It simply fades from relevance. Thought does not need to quiet itself. It becomes distant naturally, no longer shaping experience. There is no sense of going deeper, no awareness marking progress. Depth is not experienced as direction. It is simply the absence of interruption. You are not alone. Time passes without influence. Moments do not stack or separate. The night does not announce movement. Everything remains even and gentle. God's presence remains faithful through this unseen deepening, not guiding it, not accelerating it, not changing it. His nearness allows rest to continue safely without interference. You are not alone. Even if awareness flickers briefly, it does not halt this process. Rest does not depend on uninterrupted unconsciousness. It remains steady through every subtle shift. The heart continues its calm rhythm. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness rises. You are not alone. Nothing needs to be held together. Nothing needs to be maintained. Rest deepens because nothing disturbs it. There is no effort required to stay here. No intention to remain asleep. The state sustains itself. You are not alone. The night continues gently, and rest deepens without awareness, carrying you forward quietly until morning arrives naturally. You are not alone. The night remains gentle. The night does not press upon you. It does not feel wide or endless, and it does not surround you with heaviness. It rests gently, like a soft covering that holds without weight, allowing everything beneath it to remain calm and undisturbed. There is no sense of being awake within the darkness. The night does not demand attention or create contrast. It remains neutral and kind, unfolding quietly without drawing awareness toward itself. You are not alone. The body continues resting peacefully within this gentle darkness. There is no chill and no tension. Nothing tightens as the hours move forward. The body remains settled, supported by the same calm that has carried you since the beginning of rest. Breathing flows softly, steady and natural, rising and falling without effort. The breath does not echo in the quiet. It blends into it, becoming part of the night rather than standing apart from it. You are not alone. The mind does not interpret the night as distance or separation. It does not imagine emptiness or absence. Thought remains distant, leaving no space for fear or loneliness to form. Even when awareness drifts near the surface, it does not find anything unsettling. The night offers no sharp edges, no sudden contrasts. Everything remains smooth and gentle. You are not alone. Time passes without stretching. The night does not feel long here. It does not feel short either. Duration has softened into something unimportant, something that no longer needs to be measured. God's presence remains quietly near throughout the darkness, not lighting it suddenly and not leaving it empty. His nearness gives the night its gentleness, allowing it to remain calm rather than heavy. You are not alone. The heart continues its slow, even rhythm, untroubled by the passing hours. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness forms in response to the darkness. Nothing pulls awareness upward. Nothing suggests danger. The night remains safe and kind. You are not alone. There is no sense of waiting for morning. The night does not feel like something to endure. It simply exists as a peaceful space where rest continues naturally. Even dreams, if they appear, pass softly without disturbance. They do not break the calm or alter the rhythm of rest. You are not alone. The night holds you gently, not tightly, not loosely, but with steady care. It does not hurry you toward waking. It allows sleep to remain deep and uninterrupted. As the hours continue quietly, the night remains gentle, surrounding you with calm until light returns in its own time. You are not alone. Nothing pulls you awake. There is no inner movement forming that could draw you back toward awareness. Nothing gathers strength beneath the surface. The mechanisms that once lifted attention toward waking remain inactive, resting quietly without intention or urgency. The mind does not begin to assemble itself. It does not reach for orientation or direction. The familiar sense of returning has lost its pathway, dissolving before it can form shape. You are not alone. The body remains deeply settled, unmoved by impulse or reflex. There is no tightening beneath stillness, no subtle preparation for motion. Muscles stay relaxed, not from effort, but from the absence of need. Breathing continues softly, sometimes present, sometimes distant, moving without pattern or instruction. Each breath belongs to rest itself, rising and falling without suggesting alertness. You are not alone. There is no sensation signaling transition, no internal message rising to announce change. Even the faint stirrings that once preceded waking no longer appear. Awareness drifts far from the surface, without anchor and without destination. It does not gather momentum. It does not rise. You are not alone. The night does not push toward morning. It does not whisper that something is coming. Time moves gently, without pressure, without countdown, without urgency. God's presence remains near, not as a call to awaken, not as a cue for movement, but as a steady companionship that allows rest to remain undisturbed. You are not alone. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath awareness, even and unhurried. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing interrupts its flow. The nervous system remains silent. No alertness returns. No vigilance forms. You are not alone. Even if awareness brushes the surface briefly, it finds nothing to grasp. No thought forms fully. No image gathers weight. It fades again naturally, leaving rest untouched. There is no threshold approaching, no boundary where sleep must give way. The line between night and morning has softened beyond recognition. You are not alone. Sleep remains dominant, steady, and secure. It does not loosen its hold. It does not require protection. It continues because nothing disrupts it. The body remains calm. The mind remains distant. The night remains gentle. You are not alone. Nothing pulls you awake because nothing waits for you beyond this moment. There is no urgency beyond rest, no requirement beyond remaining. Sleep continues quietly, held in peace, carried gently until waking arrives naturally, without demand and without disturbance. You are not alone. Peace stays until morning. There is a quiet assurance present now that does not rise into thought or awareness. It does not speak, and it does not signal itself. It remains gently, steadily, without interruption, as though peace itself has chosen to stay beside you through the remaining hours of the night. This peace does not arrive suddenly, and it does not fade slowly. It simply continues, unchanged by time and unaffected by the depth of sleep. It does not depend on whether the mind is active or silent. It remains constant beneath everything. You are not alone. The body rests within this peace without needing to recognize it. There is no sensation announcing safety, and no emotion required to confirm it. And yet, nothing within the body feels unsettled. Everything remains naturally calm. Breathing continues softly, flowing in a rhythm that does not draw attention. The breath does not signal waking or movement. It remains slow and gentle, moving as part of the night itself. You are not alone. The mind does not return to observe or evaluate. It does not ask how long rest will last. It does not wonder what comes next. Thought has loosened its hold completely, allowing peace to remain uninterrupted. There is no anticipation forming beneath the surface. Morning does not approach with urgency. Nothing begins to prepare for change. Peace remains exactly where it is. You are not alone. Time passes without creating pressure. The quiet does not thin as the hours move forward. It does not weaken or drift away. Each moment blends seamlessly into the next, forming a continuous field of rest. God's presence remains gently near, not signaling transition, not drawing awareness upward. His nearness does not awaken. It allows peace to stay undisturbed through the final stretch of the night. You are not alone. The heart continues its calm rhythm, steady and unhurried. Nothing startles it. Nothing alters its pace. Life continues softly beneath awareness, secure and even. The nervous system remains silent. No alertness forms. No readiness returns. The body remains deeply at ease. You are not alone. Even if awareness flickers briefly, it does not disturb this peace. There is nothing for awareness to grasp. No thought gathers weight. It fades again naturally. Peace does not retreat when consciousness stirs. It does not require complete sleep to remain present. It stays through every subtle shift. You are not alone. The night continues gently, without edges or urgency. Darkness does not feel long or heavy. It remains kind and neutral, supporting rest rather than challenging it. There is no boundary forming between now and morning. The idea of waking has softened until it no longer carries meaning. You are not alone. Peace remains whole. It does not thin as dawn approaches. It does not prepare to leave. It stays faithful until the moment waking arrives naturally without being summoned. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to change. You are not alone. As the quiet hours continue, peace stays beside you, steady and calm, carrying you softly toward morning, allowing rest to complete itself fully and gently. You are not alone. Rest completes the night. The night has carried you gently through its quiet hours, and now rest remains settled and whole. There is no sense of nearing an end, and no signal that something must change. What has held you continues to hold, steady and kind, without interruption. Nothing shifts within you to announce completion. Rest does not finish with a sound or a feeling. It simply remains present, full and sufficient, as though the night itself has wrapped everything together into calm. You are not alone. The body remains deeply at ease, not preparing to wake and not sensing transition. There is no subtle tension returning. Muscles stay loose, supported gently by stillness that has not wavered. Breathing continues softly, rising and falling without urgency. The breath does not pull you toward awareness. It remains part of the quiet rhythm that has guided you through the night. You are not alone. The mind does not gather itself to mark the moment. It does not look back or forward. There is no thought forming about what is past or what will come. Awareness remains distant, unneeded. There is no rush toward morning. Light does not intrude. The quiet remains dominant, holding its gentle tone even as the night begins to loosen. You are not alone. God's presence remains near, not changing with the hour, not signaling transition. His nearness does not fade as darkness gives way. It remains faithful, constant, beyond awareness. Nothing within you needs to respond. Nothing prepares. Nothing anticipates. Rest completes itself naturally. You are not alone. The heart continues its calm rhythm, steady and even. The nervous system remains quiet. There is no readiness forming beneath the surface. Peace remains settled throughout the body, not as sensation, but as stability that does not require feeling. You are not alone. Time moves gently, without pressure. The idea of almost morning does not arise. The present remains enough. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it does not disrupt what has been completed. Rest does not unravel. It remains whole. You are not alone. The night does not need to be held longer. It does not need to be released. Rest completes the night simply by remaining. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be added. You are not alone. When waking eventually arrives, it will come softly and naturally, without force or urgency. Until then, rest remains complete, peaceful, and secure. You are not alone. Rest holds steady. The quiet that surrounds you now does not waver. It does not thin or loosen as the night continues. Rest remains steady, firm in a gentle way, holding its place without needing reinforcement or attention. Nothing within this moment asks to be supported. Everything stands on its own calm foundation. The body remains deeply settled, not heavy and not light, simply resting. There is no internal movement forming beneath the surface. Muscles stay relaxed without effort, as though the memory of tension has completely faded. The body no longer prepares itself for anything beyond this stillness. Breathing continues softly, smooth and even, moving without awareness. The breath does not mark time or signal transition. It flows naturally, neither deep nor shallow, simply present as part of the quiet that carries the night forward. The mind does not return to observe this rest. It does not check whether sleep is strong enough or whether the night is passing correctly. Those questions no longer form. Awareness has released its role and drifts without direction, leaving rest undisturbed. Time passes gently, without pressure. The hours do not feel long. They do not feel short. Duration has softened until it no longer matters. The night does not divide itself into sections. It remains one continuous space of calm. God's presence remains near in a way that does not intrude. There is no voice and no image, only a quiet steadiness that does not withdraw when consciousness rests. His care does not depend on recognition. It stays faithful beyond thought and feeling. The heart continues its calm rhythm, unhurried and even. Nothing startles it. Nothing alters its pace. The nervous system remains quiet, with no alertness rising and no readiness forming. There is no sense of waiting for morning. Nothing anticipates waking. The present moment is enough, complete in itself, requiring no movement toward what comes next. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it finds nothing unfinished. There is no task waiting and no direction calling. Awareness fades again naturally, leaving the steady rest unchanged. The night continues to hold you gently. Nothing interrupts the calm. Nothing breaks the continuity. Rest remains reliable, stable, and kind. You are not alone. As the quiet hours move forward, rest holds steady, carrying you softly through the remaining darkness, safe and undisturbed, until waking arrives naturally in its own time. You are not alone. Quiet remains, unbroken. The quiet that holds you now does not fracture or thin as the night continues. It does not split into moments or shift with passing time. It remains whole, smooth, and uninterrupted, like a gentle current that never pauses to gather strength or release it. There is no internal noise forming beneath this calm. Nothing rises to interrupt it. The subtle layers of awareness that once reacted to sound, memory, or sensation remain inactive, resting quietly without direction or purpose. The body remains deeply settled within this unbroken quiet. There is no reflex stirring beneath stillness. Muscles stay relaxed, not because they were guided, but because the need to respond has completely faded. The body no longer listens for change. Breathing flows softly and naturally, moving without emphasis. Each breath blends into the next, without marking beginning or end. The rhythm does not announce itself. It remains part of the quiet, rather than standing apart from it. The mind does not return to observe the silence. It does not check whether rest is deep enough or whether the night is progressing correctly. Those functions have dissolved. Thought no longer organizes experience. Time continues without dividing this quiet into segments. There is no sense of earlier or later. The night does not feel long or short. Duration has lost its meaning, leaving only continuity. God's presence remains within this stillness in a way that does not disturb it. There is no voice and no image, only a faithful nearness that does not withdraw when consciousness rests. His care does not announce itself. It remains steady beyond perception. The heart continues its gentle rhythm, calm and even. Nothing startles it. Nothing accelerates its pace. The nervous system remains silent, untouched by urgency or alertness. Even if awareness brushes the surface briefly, it does not create a break. It fades again naturally, unable to disturb the quiet that continues beneath it. Nothing pulls attention outward. Nothing draws it inward. The mind rests without anchoring anywhere. The quiet remains intact, not because it is protected, but because nothing challenges it. It does not need reinforcement. It holds itself naturally. The night moves forward gently, and the quiet remains unbroken through every unseen hour, supporting rest without interruption. You are not alone. As sleep continues, the stillness stays whole and complete, carrying you softly toward morning without sound, without movement, and without disturbance. You are not alone. Nothing needs attention. There is nothing within this moment that calls outward. No signal rises asking to be noticed. The quiet does not request awareness, and nothing within you seeks recognition. Attention no longer has a place to settle. The body rests without monitoring itself. It does not check sensation or position. The subtle habit of noticing has faded, leaving everything calm and undisturbed. Muscles remain loose, and there is no internal movement forming beneath the surface. Breathing continues gently, flowing without emphasis. It does not invite following or control. The breath belongs to the stillness now, moving as part of the night rather than standing apart from it. The mind does not reach for meaning. It does not scan for sound or change. Awareness drifts without anchor, unable to find anything that requires engagement. Nothing stands out. Nothing separates itself from the background. Experience remains even and neutral, without contrast. Time passes without shaping attention. Moments do not announce themselves. The night does not create highlights or shifts. Everything blends into one quiet field. God's presence remains near in a way that does not draw focus. It does not compete for awareness or ask for acknowledgement. It remains faithful beyond perception. The heart continues its steady rhythm beneath awareness. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness forms. There is no effort to ignore anything. There is simply nothing that asks to be noticed. The mind rests because attention has nowhere to go. There is a softness now in how everything rests together. Nothing stands apart or rises above the background. Experience no longer organizes itself into center and edge. Everything remains evenly present, without priority or pull. The body continues resting without responding to subtle sensations. Even small impressions fade before becoming distinct. The systems within you move quietly, without asking the mind to follow or assist. Breathing flows as a quiet undercurrent, sometimes barely felt, sometimes not felt at all. It does not guide awareness. It remains gentle, steady, and unobtrusive. The mind does not gather itself around any point. There is no object for it to return to. It floats loosely, unable to settle anywhere because nothing invites it. The absence of focus does not feel empty. It feels settled. There is no searching, and no waiting. Everything remains sufficient as it is. Time continues without forming markers. Nothing signals progress or delay. The night moves forward gently, unnoticed. God's presence remains within this ease, not as something to concentrate on, but as a quiet companionship that does not require awareness. His nearness does not interrupt rest, it allows it. The heart beats calmly beneath consciousness. The nervous system remains silent. No readiness forms. There is no reason for awareness to rise. Nothing requires response. Nothing needs to be completed. Rest continues naturally when attention has nowhere to land. You are not alone. The quiet remains whole, carrying you forward without effort, allowing sleep to stay deep and undisturbed. You are not alone. Peace continues beneath sleep. There is a layer of calm resting beneath sleep that does not rise into awareness. It does not appear as sensation or emotion. It remains quietly present, steady, and unchanged, even when consciousness has fully withdrawn. This peace does not depend on how deeply you sleep. It does not increase or fade with movement of the mind. It continues beneath every state, stable and untouched. The body rests within this unseen peace without sensing it. There is no warmth to notice and no comfort to interpret. And yet, nothing within the body feels uncertain. Everything remains naturally at ease. Breathing flows softly, guided by rhythms older than thought. The breath does not announce itself. It moves quietly, belonging to the same depth that holds the night. The mind does not participate in this peace. It does not create it, and it does not sustain it. Even when the mind is completely absent, peace remains exactly where it is. Time passes without altering this calm. The movement of the night does not disturb it. Nothing thins or weakens as the hours continue. God's presence rests within this peace without form or sound. It does not enter as experience. It remains faithful beyond perception, holding gently without being noticed. The heart continues its steady rhythm, unhurried and calm. Nothing startles it. Nothing draws it upward. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness forms. No signal rises. Even if awareness brushes the surface briefly, it does not disturb what lies beneath. Peace remains untouched, steady and whole. Sleep continues naturally when peace rests beneath it, supporting every moment without interruption. You are not alone. The calm that rests beneath sleep does not shift when the mind moves through different depths. It remains present through every change, steady and undisturbed, as though it exists in a place untouched by dreaming or awareness. Even when images pass faintly through the mind, peace does not respond. It does not react or withdraw. It stays quietly in place, unaffected by what rises or fades above it. The body remains supported by this unseen calm. There is no tension forming beneath the surface. No subtle reflex awakens. Everything continues in balance, guided gently without instruction. Breathing flows in its own rhythm, sometimes slow, sometimes almost imperceptible, never signaling alertness. The breath belongs to rest itself, moving without drawing attention. The mind does not recognize this peace, yet it is held by it. Thought does not need to understand what sustains it. Even without knowing, rest remains secure. God's presence remains near within this deep quiet, not shaping experience, not entering as sensation. His nearness does not disturb sleep. It allows it to continue safely. Time moves forward without creating disruption. The hours pass silently, Nothing accumulates. Nothing erodes. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath consciousness. The nervous system stays still. No readiness or vigilance returns. Even if awareness briefly touches the surface, it finds nothing to grasp. There is no contrast strong enough to draw it upward. It fades again gently. Peace remains beneath sleep because it does not belong to awareness. It exists beyond it, stable and complete. Sleep continues naturally, supported quietly by this constant calm, carrying you forward through the night without interruption. You are not alone, held safely without awareness. There is a quiet sense of being held that does not rise into awareness. It does not announce itself through thought or feeling. It simply remains, steady and faithful, surrounding you without asking to be noticed. This safety does not depend on consciousness. It does not weaken when the mind drifts far away. It does not require reassurance or confirmation. It remains present even when nothing is being perceived. The body rests within this unseen care without needing to understand it. Muscles remain relaxed, not from intention, but from the absence of threat. There is no tightening beneath stillness. Nothing prepares to respond. Breathing continues softly, guided by rhythms deeper than awareness. Each breath rises and falls without urgency, without message, without direction. The body knows how to continue resting on its own. The mind does not monitor this safety. It does not check whether protection remains. The habit of watching has dissolved. Awareness no longer stands guard. There is no sense of vulnerability here, not because danger has been identified and removed, but because danger is no longer imagined. The mind has released its need to anticipate. God's presence rests quietly within this protection, not as a voice, not as an image, but as a steady nearness that does not withdraw when consciousness fades. His care does not interrupt sleep. It supports it. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath awareness, steady and untroubled. Nothing startles it. Nothing accelerates its pace. Life moves gently within safety. Time passes without pressure. The night does not test this sense of being held. Hours move forward silently, unable to weaken what remains constant. Even if awareness briefly surfaces, it does not encounter fear or uncertainty. There is nothing to react to. Awareness fades again naturally, returning to rest. The body remains supported without sensation. There is no warmth to interpret, no emotion to follow. Safety exists without form. The nervous system stays quiet. No vigilance returns. No readiness forms. Everything remains settled within care that does not demand attention. This protection does not come and go. It does not appear stronger at times and weaker at others. It remains evenly present beyond fluctuation. There is no need to hold on to anything. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing must be maintained. Safety remains because it does not depend on effort. As the night continues, you remain quietly held, not tightly and not loosely, but with steady gentleness that allows sleep to deepen naturally. You are not alone. Rest continues calmly within this unseen care, carried forward without interruption, safe and undisturbed through the remaining hours of the night. You are not alone. The sense of being held does not fade as the night moves forward. It does not loosen with time or weaken as awareness disappears. It remains steady beneath everything, quiet and dependable, existing without the need to be felt. There is no moment when this safety steps back. It does not wait for recognition or response. continues whether the mind is present or absent, constant in a way that does not draw attention. The body rests fully within this unseen care. There is no tension returning beneath the surface. No subtle readiness forms. Muscles remain at ease because there is nothing they need to protect against. Breathing flows gently through the body, slow and natural, without effort. The breath does not signal vigilance or alertness. It moves as part of the same calm that holds the night together. The mind does not attempt to understand this protection. It does not name it or evaluate it. Thought has released its need to monitor safety. Awareness drifts freely, unburdened. There is no sense of exposure here. Nothing feels open or vulnerable. The quiet itself feels sheltered, as though the space around you has become a place of rest rather than uncertainty. God's presence remains near in a way that does not intrude. There is no image forming and no voice speaking. His care remains faithful beyond perception, holding gently without interrupting sleep. The heart continues its steady rhythm beneath consciousness. Each beat remains calm and unhurried. Nothing startles it. Nothing asks it to respond. The nervous system stays silent. No alert signal appears. No instinct rises. The body remains fully at rest. Even if awareness briefly surfaces, it does not encounter fear or tension. There is nothing to interpret as danger. Awareness fades again softly, returning to quiet without resistance. Time continues to pass without testing this safety. The night does not challenge it. Nothing erodes its steadiness. There is no effort required to remain protected. Nothing needs to be remembered or maintained. Safety does not depend on vigilance. The quiet surrounding you feels consistent and kind. It does not change tone. It does not grow heavier or lighter. It remains balanced and calm. As sleep continues, this unseen care stays present, steady and gentle, carrying you through the remaining hours without interruption. You are not alone. Nothing withdraws. Nothing disappears. Nothing loosens its hold. You are not alone. Rest remains secure within this constant protection, allowing the night to pass peacefully until waking comes naturally, without urgency and without disturbance. You are not alone. The body remains at ease. The body continues resting without effort or awareness. It does not check itself or respond to the passing of time. There is no internal signal asking whether rest is enough or whether movement is needed. Everything remains settled in quiet balance. There is no tension gathering beneath stillness. Muscles stay relaxed, not because they're being guided, but because the impulse to tighten has completely dissolved. The body no longer prepares itself for response. Breathing flows naturally through the chest and abdomen, smooth and unforced. Each breath arrives and leaves without instruction. The body remembers how to breathe without the mind's involvement. The weight of the body feels evenly supported. There is no pressure point drawing attention. No discomfort rises to interrupt rest. Sensation softens until it fades into the background. The nervous system remains calm and silent. There are no alerts forming beneath the surface. The reflex to react has released its hold. The heart beats steadily and evenly, moving with gentle consistency. Nothing accelerates its rhythm. Nothing disrupts its flow. Life continues quietly within safety. There is no urge to reposition. No awareness of limbs or posture. The body rests as a whole rather than as separate parts. Time does not register within the body. It does not sense how long it has been still. the body does not become restless. Stillness remains natural and comfortable. God's presence remains near in a way that does not interfere with physical rest. There is no instruction and no sensation to follow. His nearness allows the body to remain at ease without effort. Even if awareness brushes lightly across the body, it does not awaken sensation. It passes gently, without consequence. The systems within you continue their quiet work, maintaining balance without instruction. Nothing requires attention. Nothing needs correction. The body remains at ease because it is safe. It does not need to guard itself. It does not need to prepare. Rest continues gently, held in calm stability, allowing sleep to remain deep and uninterrupted. You are not alone. As the night continues, the body stays at ease, supported quietly until waking arrives naturally in its own time. You are not alone. The body does not shift as the night continues. It does not grow restless or alert. It remains settled in a state of quiet cooperation, where every system moves gently without drawing attention. There's no subtle tightening beneath the surface. The muscles remain loose and unguarded. The body has released the habit of preparing for action. It no longer anticipates movement. Breathing continues softly, almost unnoticeable, flowing in a rhythm that belongs entirely to rest. The breath does not deepen or shorten with intention. It moves freely, supported by calm. The skin does not register temperature or pressure in a way that calls awareness back. Sensation remains distant, neutral, and non-intrusive. The nervous system stays calm and inactive. No alertness forms. No reflex awakens. The body remains protected by stillness rather than vigilance. The heart continues its steady rhythm, even and unhurried. Each beat follows the last without urgency. Nothing interrupts its gentle pace. There is no internal dialogue about comfort or position. The body does not evaluate itself. Awareness does not linger on physical form. God's presence remains near, not as sensation or instruction, but as quiet assurance that allows the body to rest completely. His care does not awaken. It sustains. Even if awareness briefly touches the surface of the body, it finds nothing to respond to. Sensation remains too soft to hold attention. Awareness fades again naturally. The night continues to pass without altering physical rest. The body does not register the passing hours. It remains comfortably still. There is no effort involved in remaining relaxed. No tension is being held back. Ease exists because nothing challenges it. The body rests as one whole field rather than separate parts. There is no distinction between shoulders, hands, or feet. Everything remains unified and calm. Rest continues naturally when the body is allowed to remain at ease without interruption. You are not alone. The night carries you gently forward, and the body remains at ease through every unseen hour until waking comes softly and without demand. You are not alone. The night continues kindly. The night unfolds without weight or pressure. It does not press against you or surround you with heaviness. It rests gently, allowing everything within it to remain calm and undisturbed. There is no sense of the night being long or difficult. It does not stretch endlessly or demand endurance. The darkness remains soft and neutral, offering quiet rather than isolation. The body continues resting peacefully within this gentle night. There is no chill and no tension returning. Nothing tightens in response to the hours passing. The body remains supported by stillness. Breathing flows softly, unhurried and natural. Each breath moves without sound or emphasis, blending into the quiet rather than standing apart from it. The mind does not interpret the darkness as emptiness. It does not imagine distance or absence. Thought remains distant, allowing the night to feel safe and kind. Time passes without urgency. The night does not rush toward morning. It does not linger in a way that feels endless. Duration has softened until it no longer carries meaning. God's presence remains gently near throughout the darkness. There is no sudden light and no voice interrupting rest. His nearness allows the night to remain calm rather than uncertain. The heart continues its steady rhythm, untroubled by the passing hours. Nothing startles it. Nothing alters its pace. The nervous system remains quiet. No alertness forms. The body does not prepare for waking. Even if awareness briefly surfaces, it does not encounter discomfort or fear. The night offers no sharp edges. Awareness fades again naturally. The darkness remains smooth and even. It does not deepen suddenly or shift unexpectedly. Everything continues in gentle balance. There is no need to wait for dawn. The present moment is enough. The night does not need to end in order to be peaceful. Rest continues naturally as the night remains kind, holding you softly through its quiet hours. You are not alone. As sleep continues, the night stays gentle and supportive, allowing calm to remain unbroken until morning arrives naturally. You are not alone. The night does not change its tone as it moves forward. It remains gentle, steady, and calm, never becoming heavy or demanding. There is no sense of being surrounded by darkness. Instead, the quiet feels open and soft, allowing rest to remain undisturbed. Nothing within the night presses inward. There is no weight in the air and no feeling of distance. The darkness does not separate you from comfort. It simply exists as a peaceful space where sleep continues naturally. The body remains settled within this kindness. There is no reaction to the passing hours. No tightening forms beneath the surface. The body does not sense the need to shift or prepare. It remains at ease, supported quietly. Breathing continues in a slow and effortless rhythm. The breath does not echo in the stillness. It flows gently, blending into the night without creating contrast. The mind does not interpret the darkness as uncertainty. It does not imagine what cannot be seen. Thought remains distant, allowing the night to feel familiar and safe rather than unknown. Time passes without pressure. The night does not stretch or collapse. It does not create impatience or anticipation. Each moment merges softly into the next, forming a continuous calm. God's presence remains near in this darkness, not illuminating it suddenly, not drawing attention. His nearness gives the night its kindness, allowing it to remain peaceful rather than empty. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath awareness. Each beat remains steady and unhurried. Nothing startles it. Nothing pulls it toward alertness. The nervous system stays quiet. No vigilance returns. The body does not prepare to awaken. Even if awareness drifts lightly toward the surface, it does not find anything unsettling. The night offers no sharp edges, no sudden shifts. Awareness fades again gently. The darkness remains consistent. It does not deepen abruptly or thin unexpectedly. Everything stays balanced and calm. There is no need to move toward morning. The night does not feel like something to endure. It remains a gentle companion rather than a space to pass through. Rest continues naturally as the night holds its kindness. surrounding you softly, without pressure or demand. You are not alone. The quiet hours move forward, and the night continues kindly, carrying you peacefully until light comes in its own time. You are not alone. Nothing pulls the mind back. There is a quiet distance now between the mind and the surface of awareness. It does not feel like separation or loss. It feels natural, as though the mind has gently stepped back from the edge and chosen to rest where nothing reaches. Thought no longer gathers itself into shape. It does not organize memory or imagine what comes next. The familiar pathways that once led attention upward have softened, losing their direction. The mind does not resist waking, because waking is no longer being considered. There is no internal dialogue asking whether it is time to return. The idea itself has dissolved. Breathing continues without association. The breath is no longer connected to awareness. It moves freely, quietly, without becoming an object of focus. The space within the mind feels open, not blank. There is no pressure to fill it. Silence does not feel empty here. It feels complete. There is no mental effort happening beneath sleep. Nothing is being reviewed. Nothing is being rehearsed. The mind is not preparing for the next moment. Time passes without being registered mentally. There is no sense of nearing dawn or approaching change. The mind remains outside the flow of time altogether. God's presence remains near in a way that does not stimulate thought. There is no idea forming about him and no image to follow. His nearness exists beyond thinking, allowing the mind to remain at rest. The mind does not hover. It does not listen for sound or sensation. It has released its role as observer. Even when faint impressions arise, they do not gather meaning. They pass without interpretation, leaving no trace behind. There is no pull upward because there is nothing above that calls. Nothing waits to be addressed. Nothing requires response. The mind rests not by force, but by lack of necessity. There is nothing it needs to do. The quiet here feels stable and unthreatening. There is no sudden clarity or sharpness. Everything remains softened and distant. Sleep continues because the mind has no reason to return. You are not alone. As the night carries on, the mind remains gently withdrawn, resting without effort, held quietly in peace that does not ask to be understood. You are not alone. Peace waits for morning. There is a calm presence resting ahead that does not rush toward you and does not pull you forward. It waits quietly, without urgency, allowing the night to continue at its own gentle pace. Peace does not signal arrival. It does not prepare transition. It simply remains. This peace is not something forming or approaching. It already exists, steady and unchanging, resting beyond awareness. It does not depend on the mind recognizing it or the body responding to it. The body continues resting without sensing anticipation. There is no internal preparation for movement. Muscles remain loose, unguarded, untouched by readiness. The body has not begun to turn toward waking. Breathing flows softly through the chest and abdomen, slow and natural. The breath does not carry information. It does not announce change. It remains neutral, calm, and unhurried. The mind does not lean toward the coming day. It does not rehearse or remember. The idea of morning has not yet entered awareness. Thought remains distant, without orientation or direction. Time moves forward quietly, without drawing attention to itself. There is no internal clock marking progression. The night does not count down. it simply continues. God's presence remains near, not guiding toward waking and not delaying it. His nearness does not influence time. It allows peace to remain steady through every unseen moment. There is no tension forming beneath stillness. The nervous system remains quiet. No alertness rises. No readiness returns. The heart continues its gentle rhythm, steady and unhurried, untouched by expectation. Each beat follows the last without urgency. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it does not reach forward. There's nothing waiting that requires response. Awareness fades again, naturally. Peace does not move closer as morning approaches. It does not change shape or intensity. It remains exactly as it has been, stable and whole. The night does not feel like a passage that must be completed. It does not feel like a wait. It feels sufficient in itself. There is no sense of crossing from one state to another. The boundary between night and morning remains soft and distant. Peace waits without waiting. It rests without anticipation. It does not hurry time forward. Sleep continues gently, supported by this constant calm, until waking comes naturally and without effort. You are not alone. The final quiet hours unfold peacefully, and peace remains present, patient and kind, holding you softly until light arrives in its own time. You are not alone. Rest carries you gently. There is a gentle movement beneath stillness that does not feel like motion. It does not travel forward or backward. It simply supports, carrying you quietly without effort or awareness. Rest has taken on its own rhythm, calm and reliable. Nothing urges you onward. Nothing pulls you away. The quiet beneath you holds steady, allowing the night to continue without interruption or demand. The body remains deeply at ease. There is no signal rising that suggests it is time to move or prepare. Muscles stay loose and unguarded. The sense of physical form softens until it becomes distant and unimportant. Breathing flows softly, almost unnoticed, guided by rhythms that do not belong to thought. Each breath blends seamlessly into the calm, neither announcing itself nor altering the stillness. The mind remains distant from the surface of awareness. It does not reach outward or gather inward. Thought does not form direction. There is no sense of planning or remembering. Time continues without pressure. The final hours of the night do not announce themselves. There is no urgency building beneath the quiet. Everything remains smooth and gentle. God's presence stays near without interruption. There is no signal of change, no instruction to follow. His nearness allows rest to continue freely, without being guided or restrained. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath awareness, steady and unhurried. Nothing disturbs it. Nothing accelerates it. The nervous system remains silent. No alertness forms. The body does not prepare to wake. Even if awareness brushes lightly near the surface, it does not gather strength. There is nothing to grasp. It fades again naturally. The quiet does not thin as morning approaches. Rest does not loosen its hold. Everything remains supported gently. There is no threshold to cross, no moment that must be marked. Waking will arrive when it arrives, softly and naturally. Until then, rest carries you gently, without effort, without urgency, without disturbance. You are not alone. The night completes itself quietly, and rest continues to hold you until light comes in its own time. You are not alone. Quiet remains as light approaches. The quiet of the night does not disappear as light begins to approach. It does not retreat or loosen its hold. It remains present, steady and gentle, allowing rest to continue even as the world slowly changes beyond awareness. Nothing within you senses urgency. The body does not recognize the coming of morning as a demand. There is no internal movement forming that says it is time to rise. Everything remains settled within the same calm that has carried you through the night. Breathing continues softly, natural and unforced. Each breath moves without message or instruction. The breath does not announce waking. It remains slow and even, belonging equally to night and morning. The body rests comfortably, neither sinking deeper nor rising upward. Muscles remain loose, not from effort, but from trust. The body does not prepare itself. It allows stillness to remain. The mind does not yet return to activity. Thought has not gathered memory or intention. There is no awareness of plans, responsibilities, or direction. The space within the mind stays open and quiet. Light does not interrupt this calm. Even if it touches the room, it does not reach inward. The quiet within you remains unchanged, unaffected by what happens outside. God's presence remains near, not shifting as darkness softens. His nearness does not belong only to the night. It continues gently as morning draws closer, faithful and steady. Time moves forward without pressure. The sense of almost morning does not arise. The transition remains slow and kind, without edges or urgency. The heart continues its calm rhythm beneath awareness. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing startles it. The body remains supported by peace rather than readiness. The nervous system stays quiet. No alertness forms. No instinct pushes you toward action. The body is allowed to remain resting. Even if awareness stirs faintly, it does not rush forward. It lingers gently, not needing to become fully awake. There is no reason to hurry. The quiet remains whole. It does not break as the night releases. It flows naturally into the early light, unchanged in tone. You are not alone. This calm does not belong to darkness alone. It belongs to you. It remains as the morning begins, allowing the day to approach without force. You are not alone. As the light grows slowly, the quiet stays with you, steady and kind, guiding you gently toward wakefulness in its own time, without pressure, without demand, and without fear. You are not alone. Rest softens into awareness. There is a gentle shift beginning to take place, not as movement, not as change, but as a soft opening. It does not pull you forward or ask you to respond. It simply allows awareness to exist again in the background, faint and unhurried. This return does not arrive with clarity. It does not bring thoughts or direction. It comes quietly, like light passing through closed curtains, present without demand. The body does not react to this softening. Muscles remain relaxed. There is no instinct to move or stretch. The body continues resting, even as awareness drifts closer to the surface. Breathing remains slow and natural. The breath does not signal readiness. It flows gently, supporting the transition without forcing it. The mind does not rush to organize itself. Memory does not return suddenly. There is no flood of thinking. Awareness remains diffuse, wide, and calm. There is no pressure to become fully awake. Nothing insists that you must rise or begin. This moment exists between sleeping and waking, gentle and safe. Time feels spacious here. There is no sense of being late or early. The idea of schedule has not yet entered awareness. God's presence remains near during this soft return. His nearness does not hurry the mind into clarity. It allows awareness to come back slowly, supported and unafraid. The heart continues its steady rhythm beneath this transition. Nothing accelerates it. Nothing creates urgency. The body remains calm. The nervous system does not shift into alertness. There is no rush of energy. Everything unfolds at a pace that feels kind. Awareness floats lightly, touching sensation without attaching to it. Sound, light, and feeling remain distant and gentle. There is no sudden distinction between sleep and wakefulness. The boundary remains soft, allowing both to exist together for a while. Thought has not yet taken form. Plans do not appear. Concerns remain far away. The mind is still resting, even as awareness returns. The body feels supported rather than activated. It remains heavy in a comforting way, grounded and secure. This softening does not end rest. It simply reshapes it. Sleep releases slowly, without tearing or interruption. You are not alone. The calm that held you through the night does not disappear as awareness returns. It remains present, flowing gently into this new state. You are not alone. As awareness continues to awaken gradually, it does so wrapped in peace, without pressure or fear, guided gently toward the day ahead. You are not alone. Waking, without hurry. There is no sudden moment where sleep ends and waking begins. The transition arrives quietly, without a clear boundary, allowing awareness to unfold at its own gentle pace. Nothing pushes you forward. Nothing pulls you out. The shift happens slowly, like warmth spreading without direction. The body does not rise to meet the day. It remains resting, heavy in a comforting way, supported and unthreatened. There is no impulse to move, no reflex urging activity. Muscles stay relaxed, trusting the moment to remain gentle. Breathing continues smoothly, deepening slightly without effort. Each breath carries calm rather than energy. The body is not preparing. It is simply allowing awareness to exist again without urgency. The mind does not awaken all at once. Thoughts do not rush in. Memory does not assemble itself. Awareness returns like a soft glow, present but unfocused, touching nothing firmly. There is no requirement to understand where you are or what time it is. Orientation can wait. Nothing is lost by remaining here a little longer. The morning does not demand readiness. It does not stand at the door asking to be answered. It waits quietly, allowing you to approach it slowly. God's presence remains near through this transition. His nearness does not hurry clarity. It steadies the space around you, making this return to awareness feel safe rather than abrupt. The heart continues its calm rhythm, unchanged by the approach of waking. Nothing accelerates. Nothing tightens. Life remains steady beneath the surface. The nervous system stays soft. There is no surge of alertness, no tension forming in anticipation of movement or responsibility. Awareness drifts gently from sleep into wakefulness without friction. There is no jolt, no sharp edge. Everything unfolds as if time itself has slowed. The mind begins to notice faint sensations without attaching meaning. Light may be present, sound may exist, but neither demands response. They remain distant and kind. There is no pressure to begin thinking. The day does not require planning yet. Thought is allowed to arrive later when it is ready. The body remains still, grounded in comfort. There is no separation between rest and waking. They overlap peacefully. This moment does not belong fully to night or to day. It exists between them, gentle and spacious, allowing both to coexist. You are not alone. The calm that held you through sleep remains present now. It does not leave when your eyes begin to open. It stays with you, steady and reassuring. You are not alone. As awareness continues to brighten, it does so without urgency. There is no rush to stand, no need to move forward yet. The day will come when it comes. You do not need to meet it immediately. You are not alone. Even as thoughts slowly return, they do not overwhelm. They appear softly, one at a time, without pressure or demand. The presence of God remains with you, not confined to the quiet of night. His nearness continues into this first moment of waking, steady, and kind. You are not alone. The transition completes itself gently. Waking happens not as an event, but as a gradual opening. Nothing is forced. Nothing is rushed. Peace remains as you become aware. It does not disappear with sleep. It moves with you into the day. You are not alone. Morning, without pressure. The morning does not arrive as a command. It does not rush toward you or demand readiness. It comes quietly, unfolding in its own time, allowing you to meet it gently, rather than all at once. There is no requirement to rise immediately, no expectation forming beneath awareness. The day does not measure you yet. It does not ask for decisions, strength, or clarity. This moment remains open and kind. The body continues resting as awareness grows. There is no urgency to move or stretch. Muscles remain relaxed, still held by the calm that carried you through the night. The body is allowed to take its time. Breathing flows naturally, unhurried and steady. Each breath feels like permission rather than preparation. There is no signal telling you to begin. The mind does not need to organize the day. Thoughts are allowed to arrive slowly, without structure. Planning can wait. Responsibility does not need to enter yet. The morning does not stand over you. It does not pressure you to become something or do something immediately. It waits quietly, respecting your pace. God's presence remains near as the day begins. His nearness does not shift with light. It does not belong only to the stillness of night. It continues into morning with the same gentleness. The heart continues its calm rhythm, steady and unforced. Nothing accelerates. Nothing tightens. The nervous system remains soft. Alertness does not surge suddenly. The body is not thrown into activity. It is invited gently. Awareness grows slowly, like warmth rather than light. There is no sharpness, no sudden clarity that overwhelms. Everything remains smooth. There is no need to review the day ahead yet. Nothing requires solving in this moment. The mind can remain open and quiet a little longer. The morning feels spacious here. It does not crowd you. It does not shorten your breath or narrow your thoughts. You are not behind. You are not late. You are exactly where you need to be. You are not alone. This moment belongs to calm beginnings, not hurried starts. The day can wait while you remain grounded. You are not alone. As awareness continues to settle into waking, peace remains beside you. It does not disappear when sleep ends. It stays present, walking gently with you into the day. You are not alone. The morning opens softly, without pressure, without urgency, without fear. You are not alone. God is still with you. As the day begins to open, there is no moment when God steps away. His presence does not belong only to the quiet hours of the night. It does not fade with sleep or disappear with waking. It remains steady and close, exactly as it was before. You do not need to call him back. You do not need to search or reach. He has not gone anywhere. His nearness continues gently into this new moment. The light of morning does not replace his presence. The sounds of the world do not drown it out. Even as awareness becomes clearer, God remains near, not distant, not reduced, not interrupted. There is no shift from sacred to ordinary here. The stillness of the night and the beginning of the day belong to the same care. Nothing sacred has been lost. You are not alone. You do not need to feel him strongly to know he is with you. His presence does not depend on emotion or awareness. It remains faithful beyond sensation. As your body begins to awaken, his care remains steady. As your mind becomes clearer, his nearness does not weaken. He is not replaced by thought or responsibility. You are not alone. There is no need to prepare yourself spiritually before the day begins. You do not need to become better or more focused for him to stay close. He meets you exactly as you are. The calm you experienced through the night was not temporary. It was not borrowed. It was held in his presence, and that presence remains. You are not alone. Even when thoughts begin to form, even when concerns start to appear, God does not step aside. He does not wait for silence to return. He walks with you into awareness. You do not have to carry the day alone. You do not have to hold everything together by yourself. You are not alone. His presence is not fragile. It does not break when the day becomes busy. It does not disappear when attention shifts. Whether you feel strong or tired, hopeful or uncertain, God remains near, unchanged. You are not alone. As you begin to move gently toward the day, you may carry this quiet assurance with you. You do not need to rush. You do not need to prove anything. If this quiet space has helped you rest, you are welcome to return to it whenever you need peace again. You may come back gently, allowing calm to meet you. You are not alone. The day opens before you, not as something you must face by yourself, but as something you walk into accompanied. God is still with you. You are not alone. Peace moves with you. As the day begins to take shape, peace does not remain behind. It does not belong only to the quiet of night or the stillness of sleep. It moves gently with you, steady and calm, accompanying each moment without effort. You do not need to hold on to peace tightly. You do not need to protect it or recreate it. It follows naturally, not because you carry it perfectly, but because it is already with you. Peace does not depend on silence to exist. It does not disappear when sound enters the room or when the world begins to stir. It remains present beneath activity, unchanged. As your body becomes more awake, peace does not retreat. It adapts softly, flowing alongside movement rather than resisting it. Breathing continues gently, now more present, yet still calm. Each breath becomes a quiet reminder that peace is not fragile. It can exist even as the day unfolds. The mind may begin to think more clearly, yet peace does not step aside to make room. Thought and calm are able to exist together without conflict. You are not alone. Peace does not require perfect focus. It does not depend on doing everything right. It remains even when attention wanders or emotions shift. God's presence continues to walk with you, not staying behind in the stillness of night. His nearness does not fade with waking. It moves with you, steady and faithful. You are not alone. As responsibilities come into view, peace does not vanish. It remains quietly underneath them, allowing you to approach the day without pressure. You do not need to face everything at once. The day unfolds step by step, and peace moves with you through each one. You are not alone. Even when moments become busy, peace does not demand to be noticed to remain real. It stays present in the background, grounding and steady. There is no need to rush ahead of yourself. Peace does not hurry. It walks at your pace. If challenges arise later, peace will not abandon you. It does not wait for perfection to stay close. You are not alone. This peace is not something you must create every morning. It is given. It is carried with you naturally. As you move forward, gently and slowly, peace moves with you, guiding without pushing, supporting without pressing. You are not alone. A gentle beginning. The beginning of this day does not need strength. It does not require energy or certainty. It opens quietly, like a door left slightly ajar, allowing you to step forward without pressure or expectation. There is no moment you must perform well, no requirement to feel ready. The day does not test you as it begins. It simply receives you as you are. Your body is allowed to wait gradually. There is no urgency to move quickly or respond immediately. Each small motion can unfold at its own pace, unhurried and kind. Breathing remains steady, grounding and calm. Each breath feels like permission rather than preparation. Nothing pushes you forward. The mind does not need to rush into clarity. Thoughts may appear slowly, one at a time, without needing organization. The day does not demand instant focus. This beginning is not about accomplishing anything yet. It is about arriving gently into awareness without fear. God's presence remains near, not as instruction, not as pressure, but as companionship. He does not hurry you forward. He walks beside you. You are not alone. There is no need to anticipate everything that lies ahead. The future can remain unopened for now. This moment is enough. Even if concerns exist somewhere in the distance, they do not need attention yet. They can wait while calm settles. You are not alone. The day does not require perfection to begin. It does not require confidence or clarity. Gentleness is enough. As you step into awareness, you may notice warmth, light, or sound. None of these require reaction. They simply exist. The pace of this morning belongs to you. It does not need to match anyone else's rhythm. You are not behind. You are not late. You are exactly where you need to be. You are not alone. This beginning does not separate you from the peace of the night. It grows from it, carrying the same calm forward. The day opens softly, not demanding strength, only presence. You are not alone. Breathing into the new day. As the day continues to open, your breath becomes a quiet bridge between rest and movement. It does not hurry you forward. It simply accompanies you, steady and kind, helping your body and mind arrive gently into the morning. Each breath comes without instruction. You do not need to control it or shape it. The breath already knows how to move through you, carrying calm from the night into the new light. There is no need to take deeper breaths or stronger ones. What arrives naturally is enough. The rhythm of breathing meets you where you are. With every gentle inhale, awareness grows slightly clearer without becoming sharp. With every soft exhale, tension loosens without effort. Breathing does not ask you to prepare for the day. It does not signal urgency. It remains neutral, grounding, and steady. The body responds quietly, allowing warmth and ease to spread slowly. There is no rush to sit up or stand. Movement can wait. The mind does not need to direct the breath. thought is allowed to remain secondary, arriving later when it is ready. God's presence remains close within this simple rhythm. There is no special prayer required. Each breath becomes enough. You are not alone. Breathing becomes a gentle reminder that you are supported moment by moment. You do not need to carry the entire day at once. You are not alone. As the breath continues, the nervous system stays calm. No sharp alertness rises. Energy awakens slowly, safely. The breath does not pull you forward. It walks with you. If thoughts begin to appear, the breath does not push them away. It simply remains steady beneath them. Peace does not vanish as awareness increases. It moves quietly with each breath. You are not alone. This morning does not ask you to be ready immediately. It allows you to arrive breath by breath. Nothing needs to be solved yet. Nothing needs to be fixed. The breath continues, gentle and faithful, anchoring you softly in the present moment. You are not alone. You do not walk alone. As you begin to move gently into the day, there is no moment when you step forward by yourself. Even if the room feels quiet, even if the morning feels still, you are not entering it alone. You are not alone. There is a presence beside you that does not announce itself loudly. It does not demand attention or recognition. It simply remains, steady and faithful, walking with you as the day begins. You are not alone. This companionship does not depend on how you feel this morning. It does not change with your energy or mood. Whether you feel strong or tired, clear or uncertain, you are not left to face the day on your own. You are not alone. As your body becomes more awake, that presence does not step back. As your thoughts begin to form, it does not disappear. It stays near through every shift. You are not alone. There is no need to summon courage before taking your first steps. Courage grows naturally when you are not walking by yourself. You are not alone. The moments ahead do not need to be carried all at once. You do not have to understand the entire day to take the next gentle step. You are not alone. Even if the path ahead feels unclear, even if you do not yet know what the day holds, you are accompanied. You are not alone. God's presence remains with you, not as pressure or command, but as quiet strength. He does not walk ahead, leaving you to follow. He walks with you. You are not alone. When tasks appear, when conversations come, when responsibilities rise, you do not meet them in isolation. You are supported, even when you do not feel it strongly. You are not alone. There will be moments today when you pause, and moments when you move. Through all of them, you are not abandoned. You are not alone. The peace you carried from the night does not disappear when the world becomes active. It walks with you, step by step. You are not alone. If worry appears later, it will not find you unprotected. If uncertainty arises, it will not find you without support. You are not alone. This presence does not fade when you become busy. It does not retreat when your attention shifts. It remains faithful beyond awareness. You are not alone. As the day opens wider, you do not have to face it with strength alone. You are accompanied by care that does not tire. You are not alone. Enter the day in peace. The day opens before you gently, without urgency and without demand. It does not rush toward you or expect you to be ready all at once. It waits quietly, allowing you to step into it at your own pace. There is no need to gather strength immediately, no requirement to solve what lies ahead. This moment is not asking for answers. It is simply offering space. As you become more aware of the world around you, peace does not leave. It does not belong only to the quiet hours of night. It remains with you now, steady and calm, flowing naturally into the beginning of the day. You are not alone. The body continues to awaken softly, without tension. There is no pressure to move quickly. Each motion can be gentle. Each breath can remain slow. The mind does not need to rush into planning. Thoughts may arrive gradually, without urgency or fear. The day does not require perfection. God's presence remains near as you step forward. He does not stay behind in stillness. He walks with you into light, into movement, into each moment. You are not alone. There is no need to face everything at once. The day will meet you one step at a time. You are allowed to move slowly. If challenges come later, you will not face them without support. If joy appears, you will not hold it alone. You are not alone. Peace becomes the way you enter the day, not something you must maintain perfectly, but something that walks beside you quietly. If this quiet space has brought you rest, you are welcome to return whenever you need calm again. You may come back gently, allowing stillness to meet you once more. You are not alone. As the morning continues, carry this softness with you. You do not need to hurry. You do not need to prove anything. The day begins not with pressure, but with presence. You are not alone. Peace does not leave. When you move, peace does not remain behind when you begin to move. It does not stay in stillness or wait for silence to return. It walks with you quietly, remaining present even as the body begins its gentle activity. As you rise, as you take your first steps, nothing breaks. Calm does not shatter. It adjusts softly, flowing beneath motion rather than resisting it. Movement does not mean losing peace. Action does not cancel stillness. They are able to exist together, quietly layered within the same moment. Your body moves, yet something within you remains settled. Muscles awaken, yet the center stays calm. The outer world begins to stir, while an inner steadiness remains untouched. There is no need to hurry through these first movements. You do not have to rush away from rest. Peace follows naturally, without being carried or protected. Breathing continues as a gentle anchor. Even as your pace changes slightly, the breath remains calm, reminding the body that it is safe to move slowly. The mind does not need to tighten as activity begins. Thought can remain open and soft. Awareness does not need to sharpen abruptly. God's presence remains near in motion, just as it was in rest. He does not withdraw when you begin to move. His nearness does not depend on stillness. You are not alone. Each small action becomes a continuation of peace rather than a departure from it. Standing, walking, reaching, preparing, none of these push calm away. There is no division between prayer and movement here. Your life itself continues as quiet communion. You are not alone. Even when sounds enter your space, even when the world becomes more present, peace remains beneath it all, steady and kind. You do not need to preserve this calm perfectly. You do not need to fear losing it. It remains with you because it does not depend on effort. You are not alone. As the day continues to open, peace does not fade. It moves with you, step by step, allowing activity to unfold without anxiety. You are not alone. God walks with you into ordinary moments. There is no moment in your day that God waits outside of. He does not remain behind in prayer or silence. He steps forward with you, quietly present as the ordinary begins. As your hands move through familiar motions, there is no separation between the sacred and the simple. Nothing needs to change for His presence to remain near. What appears ordinary becomes a place of companionship. The day does not need to be meaningful yet. It does not need to feel spiritual or focused. God does not wait for significance. He meets you where the day actually begins. As you wash your hands, as you drink water, as you prepare yourself slowly, His presence does not demand attention. It rests gently alongside you, not asking to be noticed to remain real. There is no moment too small for Him to enter. Nothing is beneath His care. Nothing is too simple to hold meaning. You do not need to lift your thoughts upward constantly. You do not need to turn every action into prayer. God is already there, walking with you without requirement. You are not alone. The rhythm of ordinary life does not push Him away. It does not distract Him. Your daily routines do not interrupt His nearness. When you pause briefly, He is there. When you continue moving, He is still there. You are not alone. There is no pressure to experience something profound. God is not measured by intensity. He remains in the quiet continuity of your life. As the day unfolds, He does not wait for moments of perfection. He stays through the unfinished, the simple, the unremarkable. You are not alone. Even when your attention shifts outward, His presence does not fade. Even when thoughts wander, He remains close. He walks with you through doors you have opened many times before. He stands with you in moments that feel routine. You are not alone. The ordinary does not diminish holiness. It becomes the place where holiness quietly lives. God does not rush you ahead of yourself. He moves at your pace. He does not pull you forward or lag behind. You are not alone. As responsibilities appear later, He does not step aside. As conversations begin, He does not withdraw. You do not need to invite Him repeatedly. He has not left. You are not alone. This companionship does not require effort. It does not depend on remembering. It remains faithful beyond attention. God walks with you into the small moments of the day, into the unnoticed spaces, into the quiet routines that make up your life. You are not alone. You are not rushing. Today does not arrive as a race. It does not chase you forward or stand behind you urging speed. The hours ahead are not running away from you. They wait quietly, allowing you to enter them without pressure. There is no need to move faster than your breath. No reason to hurry your steps or your thoughts. The day has room for your pace, whatever that pace may be. Your body does not need to tense in preparation. It is allowed to move gently, naturally, without urgency. Each motion can unfold in its own time. Breathing remains calm, steady, and grounding. The breath does not quicken to meet expectation. It continues as it has, reminding the body that safety does not depend on speed. The mind does not need to jump ahead. It does not need to predict everything that might happen. You do not need to carry the whole day at once. Nothing important is lost by slowing down. God's presence does not hurry you. He does not pull you forward. He walks beside you at the pace you are able to walk today. You are not alone. There is no invisible clock counting against you. No standard you must match. The day does not measure your worth by how quickly you move through it. Even when tasks begin to appear, they do not demand urgency yet. They can wait their turn. You are not alone. This moment belongs to calm beginnings, not rushed reactions. The day opens gently when you allow yourself to move slowly. You are not alone. There is no moment today that requires you to arrive before you are ready. You do not need to prove momentum or efficiency. The value of this day is not measured by speed. Even if the world around you seems to move quickly, you are not required to match its rhythm. Your pace is allowed to be different. Calm does not fall behind when others hurry. The body does not need to stay alert to keep up. It is allowed to remain relaxed, supported by steady breathing and grounded movement. The mind does not need to scan constantly for what comes next. Anticipation can soften. The future does not need to be lived before it arrives. There is no failure in moving gently. There is no loss in pausing briefly. Nothing meaningful slips away when you slow down. God's presence remains patient with you. He does not urge acceleration. He is not disappointed by slowness. He walks with you as you are. You are not alone. Even if responsibilities wait later, they do not need to enter this moment yet. You are allowed to exist here without urgency. There is no invisible pressure you must satisfy. No silent demand pushing you forward. Peace does not require hurry to remain real. It stays present even when the day unfolds slowly. You are not alone. When thoughts attempt to rush ahead, they can be met gently and allowed to pass. You do not need to follow them immediately. The day has space for breath, for pauses, for quiet transitions. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not failing by moving gently. You are not alone. As the hours continue, you are free to move one step at a time, allowing calm to accompany you rather than leaving it behind. The day does not run away from you. It opens gradually, moment by moment. You are not alone. Quiet strength for the day ahead. Strength does not need to announce itself as the day unfolds. It does not arrive loudly or suddenly. It forms quietly within you, steady and calm, without demanding recognition. This strength does not push you forward. It does not tighten your body or sharpen your thoughts. It rests beneath the surface, allowing you to meet the day without strain. There is no need to gather energy aggressively. No need to prepare yourself through tension. True strength does not come from forcing readiness. It grows from steadiness. The body remains relaxed, even as the day begins to ask small things of you. Muscles do not need to brace. Breathing remains soft, supporting calm rather than effort. The mind does not need to harden to be strong. It does not need to become rigid or defensive. Strength can exist alongside gentleness. God's presence remains near in this quiet strength. He does not offer pressure or command. His nearness allows courage to arise naturally, without fear. You are not alone. There is a resilience forming beneath awareness that does not feel heavy. It does not exhaust you. It supports rather than demands. This strength does not come from having all the answers. It does not depend on certainty. It exists even when you feel unsure. You are not alone. You do not need to anticipate challenges to be strong. You do not need to imagine difficulties ahead. Strength does not require rehearsal. It remains present quietly, ready when needed, without pulling you out of peace. You are not alone. This kind of strength does not separate you from tenderness. It allows you to remain open, present, and grounded. The day ahead does not require you to be hard. It invites you to be steady. You are not alone. The strength that supports you today does not rise from effort. It does not depend on how much you prepare or how firmly you hold yourself together. It comes from being held rather than holding. There is a quiet stability forming within you that does not ask you to become someone else. You do not need to change who you are in order to be strong. Strength grows from presence, not performance. As situations unfold throughout the day, this strength does not rush ahead to confront them. It waits calmly, responding only when needed. The body remains grounded, even when movement increases. There is no tightening in anticipation. The breath continues to anchor you gently. The mind does not need to defend itself constantly. Strength does not require alertness at every moment. It allows softness to remain. God's presence becomes the source of this steadiness, not as instruction, not as pressure, but as a quiet assurance that you are not facing anything alone. You are not alone. This strength does not shout confidence. It whispers peace. It does not promise ease, but it offers support. You do not need to carry courage consciously. It emerges naturally when calm is allowed to remain. You are not alone. Even when unexpected moments arise, strength does not abandon you. It does not vanish under pressure. It steadies you quietly from within. There is no need to fear weakness. Strength does not disappear when you feel tired. It remains beneath fatigue, supporting gently. You are not alone. As the day continues, this quiet strength stays near, not exhausting you, not demanding attention. It remains present, faithful and kind. You are not alone. God holds what you cannot carry. There are things within your day that feel heavier than your hands can hold. Some burdens do not belong to the body, yet they weigh on the heart and mind quietly. You were not meant to carry everything by yourself. Not every concern needs to rest on your shoulders. Not every responsibility belongs fully to you. There are thoughts you have held too tightly, worries you have kept close because you did not know where else to place them. You have tried to be strong by holding on, but strength does not always mean carrying more. Sometimes it means releasing. The weight you feel does not mean you are failing. It means you are human. God does not ask you to manage everything alone. He does not expect you to solve what overwhelms you. His presence offers rest, not demand. You are not alone. You do not need to explain your burdens perfectly before releasing them. You do not need to organize them or justify their weight. God already knows what presses on your heart. You are not alone. You may allow some of what you are holding to loosen. Not all at once, not forcefully, just gently. Even a small release is enough for now. You are not alone. As you soften your grip, nothing falls apart. The world does not collapse. The day does not become unsafe. What you cannot carry does not disappear into emptiness. It is received. You are not alone. God holds what your strength cannot sustain. He holds what your understanding cannot solve. You are not alone. When you allow even a little of your burden to rest elsewhere, you may notice a subtle easing. Not because everything is resolved, but because you are no longer holding it alone. There are weights you were never meant to understand fully. Some things do not ask for answers. They ask for trust. You do not need to know how God will hold what you release. You do not need to see where it goes. It is enough to know that it is no longer pressing entirely on you. You are not alone. The act of releasing does not mean giving up. It means allowing care to enter where effort has reached its limit. God does not take your burdens reluctantly. He does not measure their size or judge their importance. What matters to you matters to Him. You are not alone. As you loosen your grip, your body may soften. The breath may deepen slightly. The mind may feel less crowded. This is not weakness. This is rest. You are not alone. Even if worries attempt to return, you do not need to wrestle with them. You may gently place them back again. Releasing is not a one-time act. It is a quiet practice. God remains patient with this process. He does not rush you. You are not alone. What you cannot carry today does not need to be carried today. It is safe to rest. The day does not demand all your strength at once. You are allowed to move lightly. You are not alone. As the hours continue, you may walk, knowing that what exceeds your capacity is held elsewhere, securely and kindly. You are not alone. Staying present without anxiety. There is a way of being in this moment that does not require scanning ahead or holding the past. It begins quietly, when attention stops stretching beyond where you are. Nothing in this moment needs to be anticipated. Nothing here is asking to be prepared for yet. The present stands on its own, complete without effort. The body already knows how to exist now. It rests in the current moment naturally, without needing instruction. Sensation remains simple, grounded, and calm. The breath arrives and leaves without urgency. It does not rush forward or pull backward. It belongs only to now. The mind does not need to travel to stay safe. Anxiety often grows when attention leaves the present. Here, nothing is chasing you. You do not need to watch the future to prevent harm. You do not need to replay the past to remain wise. This moment holds enough stability. God's presence rests within the present, not ahead of you and not behind you. He meets you exactly where you are. You are not alone. There is no reward waiting in the future that requires tension now. There is no threat hiding in this moment. You are safe here. You are not alone. As attention settles gently, the sense of pressure softens. The body does not brace. The mind does not tighten. Being present does not require effort. It is not something you must hold firmly. It happens naturally when you stop reaching. You are not alone. This moment does not ask for improvement. It does not require explanation. It simply invites you to be. You are not alone. When thoughts begin to appear, they do not need to be pushed away. They do not need to be followed either. They may pass gently, like movement at the edge of awareness, without pulling you out of the moment. You are not required to solve what has not arrived yet. The future does not ask for your attention now. It will meet you when it comes. The present remains steady, even when the mind becomes active. It does not collapse when thinking begins. It remains available beneath it. The body continues to rest within now. The feet feel supported. The breath continues. The ground beneath you does not disappear. Anxiety often speaks in urgency, but the present does not rush. It remains calm, offering no demand. God's presence remains here, not waiting for you to reach a better moment. He is not ahead of you. He is with you now. You are not alone. When worry tries to pull attention forward, you may notice it gently and return without judgment. Nothing needs to be corrected. You are not failing when thoughts return. Awareness simply drifts and returns again. The present welcomes you each time. You are not alone. There is no need to perfect this practice. Being present is not a skill to master. It is a place you naturally return to. The moment remains open, steady, and kind. You are not alone. As the day continues, you may remain here quietly, allowing each moment to unfold without anxiety. You are not alone. When thoughts begin to wander, there are moments during the day when attention slowly drifts away without warning. It does not happen suddenly or forcefully. The mind simply begins to move on its own, touching one idea and then another, wandering gently yet persistently. This wandering does not mean something is wrong. It is not a failure of focus or faith. It is simply the nature of a mind that has been awake for many hours. You do not need to become tense when this happens. There is no danger in noticing your thoughts moving. Nothing has gone out of control. The mind often wanders in search of safety. It revisits memories or imagines future situations, not to trouble you, but to protect you in the only way it knows. There is no need to fight this movement. Resistance only creates more strain. Thoughts are not enemies to defeat. Instead, you may notice them gently, without stepping inside them. You are not required to follow each thought to its end. You are not obligated to finish every mental story that begins. The body remains present even while the mind travels. The breath continues. The ground remains beneath you. Reality does not disappear. You can allow thoughts to move without moving with them. God's presence does not withdraw when the mind wanders. He does not wait for perfect focus. He remains near through every drifting moment. You are not alone. Even when attention slips away repeatedly, nothing essential is lost. Peace remains beneath the movement. You are not alone. The act of noticing wandering is already a return. You do not need to correct anything. Awareness naturally finds its way back. The mind does not need to be controlled tightly. Gentleness allows it to settle more easily. Thoughts may come and go. You do not need to carry them forward. You are not alone. As the day continues, you may practice allowing thoughts to wander without fear, knowing you are supported even when attention drifts. You are not alone. When the mind continues to drift, you do not need to pull it back sharply. Sudden effort only creates more disturbance. A gentle return is enough. There is no urgency in coming back to the present. The moment remains available whenever you arrive. It does not close its door. Thoughts often appear convincing. They may carry emotion, memory, or imagination, yet they do not require immediate response. You are allowed to pause before believing what the mind presents. The body offers a quiet place to return. Sensation remains simple. The breath continues steadily. These are not tools to control thought, but invitations to settle. You do not need to understand why certain thoughts repeat. Curiosity is not required. Letting them pass is enough. God's presence remains patient during this wandering. He does not grow distant when your attention shifts. He remains close, steady, untroubled. You are not alone. Even if thoughts feel persistent, they do not define your direction. They are movements, not destinations. You may allow them to flow without being carried. There's no requirement to silence the mind completely. Peace does not depend on emptiness. It exists even when thoughts continue softly. You are not alone. As awareness returns again and again, something within you learns trust. You learn that drifting is not dangerous. The present receives you gently every time. You are not alone. Over time, wandering becomes less frightening. You no longer chase it or fear it. You allow it to be. The day continues. and you remain grounded even as the mind moves. You are not alone. Peace in the middle of the day. As the day moves toward its center, the rhythm around you often becomes fuller. Sounds increase, responsibilities gather, and the pace of life begins to press more closely. Yet peace does not withdraw simply because the day becomes active. It remains present beneath the movement, quiet and steady, not competing with noise and not requiring silence to exist. You do not lose peace when attention turns outward. You do not leave it behind when your hands are busy or your mind is engaged. Peace does not depend on stillness of circumstance. There is a calm beneath your actions that remains available even when you are focused. It does not interrupt what you are doing. It supports it. The body continues to breathe steadily, even as activity increases. The breath does not become hurried unless the mind asks it to. Calm remains close. You do not need to pause everything to return to peace. It exists alongside motion, woven gently into the fabric of the day. The mind may become occupied, but peace does not disappear behind thought. It remains underneath, holding space quietly. God's presence continues in the center of the day, not retreating to moments of prayer alone. He remains near, even when your attention is elsewhere. You are not alone. Even when tasks stack upon one another, you are not required to carry them with tension. One moment is enough to hold at a time. Peace does not ask you to do less. It asks you to do what you are doing gently. You are not alone. The middle of the day does not have to feel heavy. It does not need to drain you. Calm can exist even here. There is no failure in feeling tired. There is no weakness in needing steadiness. Peace remains available, not as something to grasp, but as something already present. You are not alone. As the day continues, you may notice moments when the breath softens again, when the shoulders relax slightly, when the body remembers ease. These moments are not accidents. They are reminders that peace has not left. You are not alone. As the hours continue, there may be moments when energy begins to thin. The body may feel the weight of effort, and the mind may sense the accumulation of tasks. Yet peace does not withdraw when tiredness appears. It remains present, not as stimulation, but as steadiness. You do not need to become stronger to keep going. You do not need to push through with force. Peace does not ask for endurance. It offers support. The breath continues quietly, even when attention is elsewhere. It remains a gentle anchor beneath activity, reminding the body that safety has not changed. You are allowed to move through the day without bracing yourself constantly. Not every moment requires alertness. The mind may feel pulled in many directions, yet peace does not fragment. It remains whole, offering a sense of grounding even when focus shifts. God's presence does not step aside during effort. He remains close when decisions are being made, when conversations are happening, when responsibilities feel present. You are not alone. You do not need to hold the entire day at once. Each moment can be met individually. Peace arrives moment by moment, not all at once. When pressure begins to rise, you are not required to solve it immediately. A gentle pause within is enough. You are not alone. Even when you cannot stop physically, something within you can soften. Shoulders may release slightly. Breathing may deepen without effort. Peace does not demand silence. It remains present within noise. You are not alone. As the middle of the day passes, you remain supported, not by constant energy, but by quiet steadiness. Nothing has gone wrong if you feel worn. Peace does not leave when strength fluctuates. You are not alone. You are carried, even now. There are moments in the day when effort feels heavier than expected. Not because something has gone wrong, but because the body and mind have already given much. In these moments, you are not required to carry yourself alone. Even now, you are being carried. This support does not arrive with sensation or emotion. It does not announce itself clearly. It simply remains beneath you, steady and quiet, holding without pressure. You do not need to feel strong to be supported. You do not need to understand how this carrying happens. It is enough that it is happening. When energy lowers, nothing essential is lost. When motivation softens, you are not abandoned. God does not step back when you feel tired. He does not wait for you to regain strength before staying close. You are not alone. The body may slow, the breath may feel heavier, yet beneath this, something remains stable. You are not required to push beyond your capacity to deserve support. Being tired does not disqualify you. Even now, you are carried. The mind may struggle to stay focused. Thoughts may blur. This does not remove care from your life. You are not alone. You do not need to understand the rest of the day yet. You do not need to see clearly ahead. The support beneath you remains regardless. You are not alone. As the day continues, you may rest internally even while remaining active externally. Even now, you are carried. There are times when you may not notice how much you are being held, because the holding does not lift you upward or remove every difficulty. It simply keeps you from falling. This carrying does not feel dramatic. It does not create sudden relief or instant clarity. It works quietly, faithfully, moment by moment. You may still feel the weight of the day, yet you are not crushed by it. Something beneath you absorbs what would otherwise overwhelm. God's care does not disappear when you are distracted. It does not require your attention to remain active. It continues even when you forget to notice it. You are not alone. There is no requirement to stay composed at all times. You do not have to remain calm perfectly. Being carried does not depend on how well you manage yourself. Even when emotions fluctuate, support remains steady. You are not alone. You may feel unsure at times. You may feel stretched thin. None of this causes the carrying to stop. You are not required to become stronger before receiving help. Even now, you are carried. The body may feel heavy, yet it does not collapse. The mind may feel crowded, yet it does not break. This is not accidental. You are not alone. As the day continues, you may lean into this support without effort. You do not need to push against the weight alone. The carrying does not hurry you forward. It allows you to move at the pace you can manage. You are not alone. When the day eventually begins to release its demands, you will find that you have been sustained all along. Even now, you are carried. You are not alone. Living the day gently with God. There is a way of living this day that does not require constant effort. It does not ask you to hold yourself tightly or remain alert at every moment. It begins with gentleness. Gentleness does not mean weakness. It means allowing the day to unfold without forcing your way through it. You do not need to harden yourself to move forward. You do not need to prepare for everything at once. The day can be lived slowly, one moment at a time. Your movements can remain soft. Your thoughts do not need to rush ahead. There is space for breath between moments. God's presence does not demand intensity from you. He does not ask for perfection or productivity. He remains near as you live simply. You are not alone. You may walk, speak, work, and rest without leaving His presence. Nothing you do pushes Him away. The ordinary rhythm of your life becomes the place where companionship continues. You are not alone. You do not need to turn the day into something meaningful. Meaning grows quietly when you are not striving. Even when things feel simple or repetitive, God remains present within them. You are not alone. Living gently does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means meeting it without violence toward yourself. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to move carefully. You are not alone. As the day continues, gentleness becomes a way of staying close rather than a way of slowing down. You are not alone. As the hours move forward, gentleness remains available to you. It does not fade as the day becomes fuller. It adapts quietly, shaping how you meet each moment, rather than asking you to change who you are. You do not need to become someone stronger to continue. You do not need to gather more control. Living gently allows you to remain present without pressure. The day does not require you to perform constantly. It allows moments of stillness even while activity continues. God's presence remains close in this way of living. He does not step away when your pace slows. He does not withdraw when you choose softness over force. You are not alone. Even when the day brings unexpected moments, gentleness does not disappear. It becomes steadiness. It becomes patience. It becomes quiet trust. You are not alone. You do not need to carry the day perfectly. You are allowed to move imperfectly, slowly, honestly. There is no need to hurry toward the end. Each moment may be lived as it comes. You are not alone. As evening eventually arrives, you may look back and realize that you were never required to strain to remain held. You were accompanied all along. God walked with you in every small action, every pause, every breath. You are not alone. If at any time you feel overwhelmed again, you may return to this quiet space. You may rest here once more, gently and without explanation. You are not alone. The day continues, not as something you must survive, but as something you are gently carried through. You are not alone. The day begins to release. As the light of the day slowly fades, there is no need to hold everything together anymore. The movement that carried you through the hours can begin to soften. Nothing asks you to continue striving. The day does not require completion before it can end. Not everything needs to be finished. Not every thought needs resolution. The evening allows what remains to rest. Your body may begin to feel the gentle weight of tiredness. This is not failure. It is simply a sign that the work of the day has been enough. There is permission now to loosen your grip. Breathing can slow without intention. The breath does not need to prepare for anything more. It is free to deepen naturally. The mind does not need to review the entire day. Nothing requires evaluation in this moment. The day can begin to release itself without explanation. God's presence remains near as the hours turn quieter. He does not wait for the day to be perfect before offering rest. You are not alone. As activity fades, the inner pace may soften too. The sense of urgency that followed you earlier no longer needs to remain. The evening does not ask you to fix what went wrong. It does not demand answers. It offers stillness. You are not alone. This moment marks the gentle closing of effort. The day begins to lay itself down. You are not alone. As the evening deepens, the weight of the day no longer needs to be carried forward. The hours that required effort have already passed. Nothing more is being asked of you now. The body begins to recognize this change. Shoulders may soften, the jaw may loosen. Muscles that worked quietly all day are allowed to rest without instruction. There is no need to stay alert, no need to remain prepared. The night does not expect performance. Breathing slows naturally, not because you guide it, but because the body understands that the time for doing has ended. The mind may still hold fragments of the day, small images, unfinished conversations, lingering concerns. You do not need to push them away. They too can begin to release. You are not required to solve the day before resting. Understanding can wait until morning. Nothing important will be lost by letting go now. God's presence remains gentle and close as the day loosens its grip. He does not ask you to review or judge yourself. He receives you as you are. You are not alone. The evening becomes a space where effort fades, where striving quiets, where the need to keep going dissolves. The day does not follow you into the night. It stays where it belongs. You are not alone. As you allow the hours behind you to settle, you may notice a deeper calm returning. Not forced, not created, simply allowed. The night begins to open as a place of shelter, not as a continuation of work. You are not alone. Nothing more is required of you today. You are not alone. You do not carry the day into the night. As the night settles around you, there is no need to bring the day with you. The hours that have passed do not need to follow you into this quieter space. The night was not made for carrying what belongs to daylight. The work of the day has already done enough. It does not require further attention. Nothing more needs to be added or corrected now. You are allowed to place the day down. The body begins to sense this separation. The energy that once moved outward starts to turn inward. Muscles soften. Breathing becomes slower, more natural. The mind may still attempt to hold on to moments from earlier. It may replay, evaluate, or question. You do not need to stop this forcefully. You may simply remind yourself that the night does not ask for these things. Thoughts that belong to daylight can rest until morning. They do not need to accompany you further. God's presence remains near as this release begins. He does not ask you to remain alert. He does not require continued effort. You are not alone. The night becomes a boundary, gentle and protective, separating what has been from what now is. You do not need to fix the past before resting. You do not need to prepare for tomorrow yet. This moment belongs only to rest. You are not alone. As awareness begins to quiet, the sense of carrying gradually fades. The weight you held earlier no longer presses so firmly. The night receives you without condition. You are not alone. As you settle more fully into the night, the boundary between day and rest becomes clearer. What belonged to the hours of activity no longer has a place here. The night does not ask you to think, plan, or resolve. The mind may still reach out occasionally, as if checking whether something has been forgotten. You do not need to answer that question. Nothing important requires your attention now. The night is not a continuation of the day. It is a different space entirely. Your body understands this distinction, even when the mind resists. Breathing deepens gently. The heartbeat steadies, The nervous system begins to quiet. There is no danger in letting the day remain unfinished. The world will not collapse because you are resting. Tomorrow does not depend on your vigilance tonight. God's presence remains calm and watchful as you release the day. He does not sleep, so you are free to rest. You are not alone. What you could not complete today does not follow you. What you did not understand does not press against you. The night holds none of it. You are not alone. The mind may soften as it recognizes there is nothing left to do. Thoughts slow, not because they are forced to stop, but because they no longer have purpose here. The night becomes a gentle shelter where effort ends. You are not alone. As you allow this separation to deepen, a quieter stillness begins to take shape within you. The weight of the day lifts little by little. Nothing needs to be solved before sleep arrives. You are not alone. The night receives you fully, without condition or expectation. You are not alone. God receives what remains unfinished. There are parts of the day that never reached completion. Words left unsaid, tasks left open, thoughts that did not settle into clarity. These unfinished places often return at night, asking for attention when the body longs to rest. You do not need to finish everything in order to sleep. The night was not given to resolve what the day could not hold. It was given so that you may stop carrying. What remains unfinished does not need to follow you into rest. It does not need to remain in your hands. God is able to receive what you cannot complete. You may place into His care the conversations that still echo, the decisions that remain unclear, the responsibilities that feel too large to hold alone. You do not need to explain them perfectly. You do not need to justify why they remain unresolved. God already knows their weight. You are not alone. There is no requirement to bring order before resting. Life does not demand closure before peace is allowed. The act of releasing is not forgetting. It is trusting that what matters will be held even when you are no longer holding it. You are not alone. As you allow the unfinished to be placed elsewhere, the body may soften. The breath may deepen slightly. The mind may begin to quiet without force. Nothing collapses when you stop trying to hold everything together. God does not judge what remains undone. He does not measure your worth by completion. He receives what you cannot carry. You are not alone. Even if unfinished thoughts return gently, you may place them down again. Releasing is not a single moment. It is a quiet permission repeated. There is no hurry in this process. The night offers enough time. God's presence remains steady as you rest. He watches without requiring your vigilance. You are not alone. As the day finally fades behind you, what remains unfinished is no longer yours to solve tonight. You may rest. You are not alone. Evening is a safe place. As the evening settles fully around you, there is a quiet change in the air. The sharp edges of the day soften. The world begins to slow, not because everything is resolved, but because nothing more is required. Evening does not arrive to test you. It does not question what you have done or what you have failed to finish. It simply opens its arms and becomes a place where effort may end. Here, you do not need to stay alert. You do not need to watch closely. The posture of guarding can relax. The body begins to recognize this safety before the mind does. Muscles loosen in small ways. The breath lengthens naturally. The heartbeat settles into a gentler rhythm. Evening does not demand explanation. It does not ask you to recount the day. It does not insist on understanding. It allows you to be. This space is not empty. It is held. God's presence remains close as night approaches, not as something distant or abstract, but as a quiet shelter that surrounds you. Nothing sharp enters here. Nothing threatens this stillness. You are not alone. The evening becomes a boundary that protects you. What happened earlier does not cross this threshold unless you invite it. The weight of the day remains outside. You may notice how the mind begins to slow when it realizes there is nothing more to solve. Thoughts lose urgency. Memories fade into the background. There is no danger in letting awareness soften. Nothing important will be missed tonight. God remains watchful, so you do not have to be. You are not alone. This time of day carries a different purpose. It is not for productivity or clarity. It is for returning to safety. The evening does not rush you toward sleep. It prepares you gently, allowing your system to unwind without pressure. The body rests more deeply when it feels protected. And protection is present now, quietly and steadily. You are not alone. Even if you have felt unsafe at times during the day, this moment does not carry those same demands. The night does not repeat the day's struggles. Here, you are allowed to rest without vigilance. Here, you are allowed to lower your defenses. Here, nothing needs to be proven. God does not measure you in this moment. He does not evaluate your performance. His presence is not conditional. You are received exactly as you are. You are not alone. As the evening deepens, a sense of enclosure may form around you, not trapping, but comforting, like being wrapped gently, without pressure. The outside world fades. The inside grows quieter. There is no urgency left here. The night does not expect answers. The night does not expect strength. The night offers refuge. God remains near, steady and faithful, holding this space so you can rest fully. You are not alone. Nothing will break if you stop thinking now. Nothing will be lost if you fall asleep without resolution. This is a safe place. The evening was made for you. You are not alone. Rest is not earned. There is nothing you need to achieve before you are allowed to rest. No requirement waiting to be met. No invisible standard measuring whether you have done enough to deserve sleep. Rest is not a reward given at the end of effort. It is not something handed out only after everything is complete. Rest is a gift. You do not earn it by working harder. You do not lose it by falling short. It does not depend on how productive your day has been or how well you managed yourself. Even if today felt scattered, even if things were left undone, even if you feel disappointed in yourself, rest is still yours. The night does not ask you to justify why you were tired. It does not question whether your exhaustion is valid. It simply receives you. Your body does not need permission to relax. It does not need to prove that it has worked enough. It already knows when it is time to release. Breathing slows, not because you command it, but because the body recognizes safety. The heart settles not because everything is solved, but because it is finally allowed to stop striving. You are not alone. God does not stand over you, waiting for improvement before offering rest. He does not withhold peace until you become better or stronger. He invites you to rest because you are His, not because you succeeded, not because you performed well, but because you belong. You are not alone. There is no spiritual test you must pass before sleep arrives. no moral balance that must be corrected tonight. God's love does not pause while you rest. You do not need to stay awake to deserve care. You are not alone. Even if your thoughts tell you that you should have done more, the night gently contradicts that voice. Even if guilt whispers that rest must be earned, God speaks more quietly and more firmly. You may rest. You are not alone. Rest does not mean giving up. It means trusting that you are not required to hold everything together by yourself. You were never meant to carry the world through the night. God remains awake, so you do not have to be. You are not alone. There is no shame in stopping. There is no weakness in closing your eyes. The body softens when it no longer needs to prove worth. The mind quiets when it no longer has to defend itself. You are not alone. Even if you do nothing more tonight, you have not failed. Even if you fall asleep without prayer, without clarity, without resolution, you are still held. Rest is not something you earn. It is something you are given. You are not alone. As the night deepens, allow this truth to settle gently beneath awareness. You do not need to repeat it forcefully. You do not need to believe it perfectly. Let it rest quietly where striving once lived. You are allowed to sleep. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to be held. You are not alone. Slowing the body gently. There is no need to tell your body to relax. It already knows how. Beneath effort and movement, beneath the habits of the day, your body remembers the language of slowing down. Tonight, you do not need to guide it with precision. You do not need to control breath or posture. You may simply allow the body to return to its own rhythm. The pace begins to soften naturally. Muscles that have held themselves upright throughout the day may begin to loosen. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Just enough for comfort to spread quietly. The shoulders may drop slightly. The jaw may release its grip. The face may soften without instruction. The body understands when it is safe. Breathing becomes slower without effort. The inhale no longer reaches upward. The exhale lengthens gently, carrying tension away without needing attention. You do not have to breathe deeply. You do not have to breathe evenly. Whatever breath arrives is enough. The heart begins to settle into a calmer rhythm. It no longer listens for urgency. It no longer prepares for action. Nothing is being asked of you now. The nervous system begins to recognize the night. Signals of alertness fade. The body shifts from doing to being. This slowing does not feel like collapse. It feels like coming home. You are not alone. God's presence remains near as the body unwinds. Not as instruction, not as command. Simply as quiet safety that allows the body to trust rest. When the body feels protected, it releases naturally. You do not need to force stillness. Stillness finds you. The weight of the body becomes more noticeable in a comforting way. You are supported. The surface beneath you holds steady. There is no need to adjust or correct anything. The body will find its own position of ease. Even small movements may stop appearing, not because you try to remain still, but because the body no longer seeks change. The mind may still drift lightly above this process, but it does not need to interfere. The body does not wait for thought to quiet before resting. It rests first. You are not alone. As slowing continues, awareness may begin to blur gently. Edges soften. Sensation becomes less distinct. This is not loss of control. This is the natural gateway into sleep. Nothing dangerous is happening. Nothing needs to be watched. God remains awake. You are not alone. The body does not need to carry memory into sleep. It does not need to hold identity or responsibility. It simply rests. Each moment of slowing prepares the way for deeper rest, without effort and without demand. You may notice warmth spreading, or heaviness, or a gentle floating sensation, or nothing at all. All are signs of safety. The body moves toward sleep because it is allowed to. You are not alone. There is no deadline for falling asleep. Sleep arrives when the body is ready. For now, slowing is enough. The night continues to hold you quietly. The body continues to release gently. You are not alone. Thoughts can wait until morning. There is a time when thinking serves you well, and there is a time when thinking may rest. Night belongs to rest. It was not created for solving, remembering, or preparing. As the body slows, the mind may still try to remain active. Thoughts may rise quietly, asking to be noticed. You do not need to answer them now. Nothing important requires your attention at this hour. Thoughts often appear at night because the world has grown quiet. Without noise, the mind fills the space. This does not mean the thoughts are urgent. They simply arrived when everything else became still. You do not need to push them away. Resistance gives them energy. You may acknowledge them gently, then allow them to wait. Morning will receive them when the light returns. Tonight is not their time. The mind does not need to remain alert to keep you safe. The body is resting. God is watching. You are not alone. You do not need to solve the past tonight. What has already happened cannot be changed by thinking about it now. You do not need to prepare the future tonight. Tomorrow will meet you when it arrives. This moment is not for understanding. This moment is for resting. God's presence remains steady as thoughts slow. He does not ask you to remain conscious or vigilant. His care does not depend on your awareness. You are not alone. If a thought returns again, you may let it rest beside you without engaging. You do not need to follow its path. You may imagine placing it gently aside, not rejecting it, not fixing it, simply setting it down. Thoughts can wait. The mind learns slowly that nothing needs attention right now. Over time, the space between thoughts widens. Silence begins to form naturally. You are not alone. As thinking softens, the body drifts deeper into rest. Awareness becomes lighter, less defined. There is no need to monitor this process. Sleep does not need supervision. God remains present, even when thought fades completely. You are not alone. The night continues quietly. The mind no longer needs to speak. Thoughts can wait until morning. You may rest now. You are not alone. God watches while you sleep. As the night deepens, there is no need for you to remain awake. No reason to listen for danger. No need to stay alert in case something goes wrong. You are not the one who must keep watch tonight. God remains awake so you may rest. While your body softens and your awareness fades, His care does not diminish. It does not grow tired. It does not drift or forget. You do not need to protect yourself through the night. You do not need to monitor the world or your own thoughts. God watches. The quiet around you is not empty. It is held. Nothing enters without passing through His care. Your breathing slows gently, not because you guide it, but because the body senses safety. The heart settles into a peaceful rhythm. Nothing threatens this moment. You are not alone. Even as consciousness fades, you are not abandoned. Sleep does not separate you from God. It It does not create distance. His presence does not require your awareness to remain near. When your thoughts disappear, His care remains. When your dreams begin, He remains. When your mind rests completely, He remains. You are not alone. The night moves forward quietly under His watch. Hours pass without danger, without interruption. You do not need to check the time. You do not need to remain partially awake. God does not sleep. You may. The world continues, but you are protected within it. Nothing urgent calls your name. Nothing requires your response. You are allowed to rest deeply, even if the mind stirs briefly. Even if awareness rises for a moment, you are still held. Nothing has changed. God remains near. You are not alone. As sleep deepens, your body releases completely. Muscles loosen. The breath becomes soft and slow. The nervous system quiets, trusting what it cannot see. This trust does not come from effort. It arises naturally when safety is present. God's watchfulness is not tense or alert. It is calm, steady, faithful. Nothing escapes His care. You are not alone. The night does not hide danger. It becomes a covering. Darkness does not mean absence. It becomes shelter. You are not alone. You do not need to remain aware to be protected. You do not need to pray continuously or stay conscious. God does not require your vigilance. Sleep is safe here. The body drifts deeper, carried gently by quiet assurance. You are not alone. As the night continues, you rest beneath a watch that never weakens. Nothing disturbs you. Nothing pulls you back. Nothing asks you to awaken. God watches while you sleep. You are not alone. Letting sleep come naturally. There is nothing you need to do now to make sleep arrive. No method to follow. No effort required. Sleep does not respond to pressure. It comes when it is welcomed gently. You do not need to try to fall asleep. Trying creates tension. Wanting too much keeps the mind awake. Sleep comes more easily when it is not demanded. Tonight, you may simply allow yourself to rest in the space before sleep. The body already knows the way. As muscles soften and breath slows, the doorway to sleep opens on its own. You do not need to step through it consciously. Sleep is not something you enter by force. It is something that gathers you quietly. The mind may still float lightly above this process. Thoughts may appear faintly, then fade. You do not need to follow them. Nothing important is being missed. Nothing urgent is waiting. The night is patient. God's presence remains near, not guiding you into sleep, not pushing you toward it, but holding the space gently until sleep arrives when it is ready. You are not alone. There is no correct moment to fall asleep. There is no failure if it takes time. The body is allowed to move at its own rhythm. Even resting without sleep is still rest. The pressure to sleep often keeps it away. The permission to rest invites it closer. You may let the edges of awareness blur. You do not need to stay focused. You do not need to remain present. Drifting is allowed. The breath continues softly. The body remains warm and supported. Sleep begins as a quiet slipping away, not as a sudden change. You may not notice the moment it arrives. That is how it is meant to be. God remains with you through the transition. He does not wait on the other side. He remains present as awareness fades. You are not alone. If the mind returns briefly, you may welcome it gently, then allow it to drift again. There is no need to restart anything. The night is wide enough for patience. Sleep does not need perfection to come. It does not require silence or emptiness. It arrives when the body feels safe enough to let go. You are safe now. Nothing more is required. The day has ended. The night has received you. God remains watching. You may rest. You may drift. You may sleep. You are not alone. Resting again in God's presence. There is nothing left to hold now. Nothing left to consider. Nothing waiting for your attention. The night has fully arrived. You do not need to stay aware of it. You do not need to name it. You do not need to follow it. Everything has become quiet enough. Your body rests. Your breathing flows softly. Your awareness begins to fade without effort. The day has closed gently behind you. God's presence remains near, not as something you must think about, not as words or images, but as a quiet nearness that does not require awareness. You are not alone. As consciousness softens, nothing is lost. You do not disappear. You are simply resting. The mind does not need to stay awake. The heart does not need to watch. The body does not need to protect itself. God remains. You are not alone. Sleep comes like a gentle covering, not suddenly, not sharply, but slowly, naturally, without command. There is no moment you must recognize, no threshold you must cross intentionally. You drift. You are not alone. The quiet deepens. Thought dissolves. Awareness loosens its shape. God remains present even here, beyond thought, beyond awareness, beyond knowing. You are not alone. Nothing interrupts this rest. Nothing pulls you back. Nothing asks you to return. The night holds you. God watches. You rest. You are not alone. The night opens, gently. The day is slowly coming to an end. You do not need to carry it any longer. As the light fades and the room becomes quieter, allow yourself to arrive in this moment. There is nothing you must fix tonight, nothing you must explain, nothing you must accomplish before sleep comes. This is not a time for effort. This is a time for resting. Let your body become aware of the stillness around you. The air is calm. The noise of the world has softened. And in this quiet, God is already here. You do not need to search for Him. You do not need the right words. You do not need perfect faith. He is present before you speak. He is near before you notice. Take a slow breath in, and as you breathe out, allow the weight of today to loosen its grip. You may have carried worries. You may have carried conversations that lingered too long in your thoughts. You may have carried concerns about tomorrow that have not yet arrived. For now, gently place them down. God is not asking you to solve your life tonight. He is inviting you to rest in His presence. The scriptures remind us that God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in trouble. Not a distant help, not a future help, a present one, here, now, with you. As your breathing slows, notice how your shoulders soften just a little. Your jaw relaxes. Your thoughts begin to drift more gently. You are allowed to rest. There is no performance required in the presence of God. No pressure to be strong. No expectation to hold yourself together. He knows your heart, even when you are too tired to understand it yourself. If your mind wanders, that is okay. If your thoughts come and go, that is okay. Each time you notice them, return softly to this truth, like a quiet whisper within your breath. You are not alone. Let that sentence rest in you, not as something to analyze, but as something to feel. You are not alone. God watches over you without strain. He does not grow tired. He does not fall asleep before you do. While you rest, He remains. Imagine the night itself becoming a gentle covering, not dark or heavy, but calm and protective. like a soft blanket placed with care. The Lord is your keeper. He watches your coming and your going. He guards your heart even now. There is nothing you need to prepare for sleep, nothing you need to control. Simply allow yourself to be here, breathing in peace, breathing out effort. You are not alone. As this night opens gently before you, you are invited to step inside it without fear. The same God who carried you through the day now carries you into rest. You are safe in this moment. You are seen. You are loved. And you may sleep. Before you drift deeper, if this quiet time with God brings you comfort, you are warmly invited to support this space by subscribing to the channel, sharing your thoughts in the comments, and turning on notifications so these moments of peace can meet you again when you need them. Now, there is nothing left to do, only rest. You are not alone. Laying down the weight of today. As the night settles around you, there is an invitation waiting quietly in the stillness. An invitation to release what you have been holding. You have carried many things today. Some were small, some heavy. Some you noticed, and some you did not realize were weighing on you at all. Now, you do not need to carry them anymore. Let this moment be different from the rest of the day. This is not a moment of thinking forward or looking back. This is a moment of setting things down. Notice your breath again, not forcing it, not changing it, just noticing it as it moves in and out. With each breath out, imagine the weight of the day gently loosening, like a hand slowly opening, like a knot beginning to soften. You are not required to replay every moment. You are not asked to understand everything that happened. You are not expected to have closure tonight. God understands what you cannot yet name. There may have been words that stayed with you. There may have been silence that felt heavy. There may have been disappointment, or pressure, or quiet sadness you did not share with anyone. You do not need to hide those things from God. He is not overwhelmed by them. He is not surprised by your tiredness. He is not disappointed in your limits. The Lord is gentle with those who are weary. As you rest here, imagine placing the events of the day into His care, not one by one, not carefully organized, just letting them fall naturally as they are. God is able to hold what you cannot. You are allowed to be unfinished tonight. Your life does not need to make sense before sleep arrives. Your heart does not need to be settled perfectly. Peace is not something you must create. It is something you receive. Let your body sink a little deeper. Allow the muscles to soften. Allow the breath to slow. You are not alone. Let those words move gently through you, like a calm rhythm beneath thought, like a quiet truth that does not argue or demand attention. You are not alone. God is near in ways that do not require awareness. Even if you feel nothing, even if your mind is busy, even if your emotions feel distant, His presence does not depend on how well you sense it. The night does not ask you to be strong. It simply asks you to rest. There is nothing wrong with being tired. There is nothing unfaithful about needing sleep. Jesus Himself rested. He slept through storms. He trusted the Father enough to let His body be still. You may do the same. Let the worries of tomorrow wait outside this moment. They will still be there later, if they must be, but they do not belong with you now. For now, there is only this gentle breathing, this quiet room, this faithful God. You are not alone. As your thoughts begin to slow, You may notice them drifting like clouds. You do not need to follow them. Simply let them pass. Each time your attention wanders, return softly to this truth. You are not alone. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Nothing needs to be fixed. You are being held. And as the weight of today continues to fall away, your body remembers how to rest. Your soul remembers how to trust. Sleep may come slowly, or it may come without you noticing at all. Either way is okay. God remains. You are not alone. God is already here. Before you think another thought, before you try to feel anything spiritual, before you wonder whether you are doing this the right way, there is something important to remember. God is already here. You did not bring him into this moment. You did not invite him successfully or unsuccessfully. You did not create his presence by listening. He was here before you arrived. The room may feel quiet now, but it is not empty. The stillness is not absence. It is fullness without noise. God does not rush into your night. He does not interrupt your rest. He gently surrounds it. You do not need to reach upward or inward. You do not need to search for a feeling. His presence is not fragile. It does not disappear when your mind wanders. It does not fade when you feel tired. It simply remains. Let that truth settle without effort. You are not alone. The scriptures say that the Lord is near to all who call on him, and even when no words come, the heart still speaks. Your breathing itself becomes a quiet prayer, in and out, slow and natural. With every breath, you are already in God's care. There is nothing you need to become tonight, nothing you need to understand more deeply, nothing you need to improve. God meets you exactly as you are. If you feel calm, he is with you. If you feel restless, he is with you. If you feel numb or distant, he is still with you. His nearness is not measured by sensation. You may imagine his presence not as something above you, but gently around you, like a warm stillness that holds the room together, like quiet light that does not shine brightly, but steadily. You are safe within it. Your body begins to recognize this safety. The nervous system softens. The inner noise slowly lowers its volume. You do not have to tell yourself to relax. You are being guided there naturally. You are not alone. Let that phrase move slowly through your awareness, not as repetition, but as reassurance. You are not alone. God does not stand at a distance watching you struggle to sleep. He rests with you. He knows how heavy days feel. He understands human tiredness. He understands the longing for peace at the end of the night. There is compassion in his presence. No impatience, no pressure. If your thoughts drift again, that is okay. Thoughts are not failures. They are simply signs that your mind is learning to slow. Each time you notice them, return gently. You are not alone. The night continues to deepen. Sounds fade. Awareness becomes softer at the edges. You do not need to hold yourself awake to listen. If sleep comes, let it come. God remains with you, whether you are awake or asleep. He keeps watch while you rest. He guards your heart without effort. The psalm reminds us that he who keeps you will neither slumber nor sleep. So you may allow your breathing to become slower, your eyelids heavier, your thoughts quieter. Nothing is missing from this moment. Nothing needs to be added. God is already here. You are not alone, breathing in his peace. Now that the night has grown quieter, your breathing begins to matter more than your thoughts. You do not need to control it. You do not need to breathe a certain way. Simply notice it. The gentle movement in and out. The rise and fall of your body. The steady rhythm that continues without effort. Breathing is one of the ways God reminds you that you are being sustained. Even now, without asking, without trying, life continues to flow through you. As you breathe in, imagine receiving peace. Not a peace you create, not a peace you deserve, but a peace that is given. As you breathe out, imagine releasing tension. Not forcefully, not completely, just a little more each time. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. There is no hurry. Peace does not rush you. Peace does not demand progress. It simply invites you to soften. You may notice that your body begins to respond before your mind does. The shoulders lower slightly. The stomach relaxes. The jaw unclenches. Your body knows when it is safe. And it is safe now. You are not alone. Let those words rest inside your breathing, almost as if they rise with each inhale and settle with each exhale. You are not alone. God's peace does not shout. It does not overwhelm. It settles like evening air after a long day. The world outside may still be moving. Concerns may still exist beyond this moment. But here, now, you are held. The peace of God is not fragile. It does not disappear when your attention drifts. It returns again and again, patient and steady. If your thoughts come, let them pass gently, like leaves floating by on slow water. You do not need to follow them. You do not need to stop them. Just breathe. The scriptures speak of a peace that surpasses understanding, a peace that does not need explanation, a peace that settles deeper than logic. That is the peace surrounding you now. You do not need to understand it. You only need to rest within it. You are not alone. As your breathing slows, time itself begins to feel different. Less urgent, less sharp. There is no countdown to sleep, no goal to reach. If sleep comes, it comes naturally. If it waits, that is okay too. God does not measure rest by minutes. He measures it by care. Imagine His peace, like a quiet river flowing through you, not rushing, not forcing its way, simply moving, steady and calm. It washes through tired places, through thoughts that have been looping, through emotions that have been carrying too much. Nothing needs to be fixed. Peace is not repair. It is presence, and presence is here. You are not alone. With every breath, your awareness grows softer. The edges blur. The effort fades. You do not need to stay alert to listen. You do not need to remember these words. Let them fade if they wish. God will remain. He is with you in the silence between breaths. He is with you when words disappear. As the night deepens, you may begin to drift. Thoughts slow into images. Images soften into quiet. This is natural. This is gentle. This is safe. You are not alone. And as your breathing continues, slower now, calmer now, you are being carried not by effort, but by peace. You may rest. Now there comes a moment in the night when something inside you no longer wants to try. Not because you have given up, but because you no longer need to carry everything on your own. That moment is here. You may rest now. You do not need to stay alert. You do not need to stay strong. You do not need to stay in control. Rest is not failure. Rest is trust. The God who walked with you through the day now invites you to stop walking for a while, to sit, to lie down, to be still. You have done enough for today, even if things remain unfinished, even if questions remain unanswered, even if tomorrow still feels uncertain. You you have done enough. The scriptures remind us that the Lord gives rest to those he loves, not because they earned it, but because they are loved, and you are loved. Let that truth sink beneath thought, beneath emotion, beneath effort. You may rest now. If your body feels heavy, allow it. If your eyelids want to close, allow them. If your breathing deepens on its own, let it happen. There's no need to resist sleep. God does not need your awareness to stay near. He does not leave when you drift. He stays. You are not alone. Let those words come and go with your breath. Softly, naturally. You are not alone. Sometimes rest feels unfamiliar. Sometimes the body relaxes before the mind believes it is safe. That is okay. You do not need to convince yourself of peace. Peace is already surrounding you. The night holds you gently. God watches quietly. Nothing is expected from you now. No prayer to finish. No thought to complete. No emotion to correct. If your mind begins to fade, let it fade. If you notice yourself drifting in and out, that is exactly where you need to be. You may rest now. The Lord is your keeper. He remains awake so you do not have to. Your worries do not need to stand guard tonight. Your mind does not need to stay vigilant. God has taken that place. You are not alone. As the silence deepens, words may begin to feel farther away. That is good. That is gentle. That is sleep drawing near. Even if you stop hearing clearly, these truths remain. You are safe. You are loved. You are held. And if this time of quiet with God has brought you comfort, you are gently invited to support this space by subscribing to the channel, sharing your thoughts in the comments, and turning on notifications so these moments of peace can return to you whenever the night feels heavy again. For now, there is nothing else to do. No effort left to give. You may rest now. You are not alone. The room filled with quiet grace. The night has settled more fully now. The sounds around you have softened, and even the spaces between sounds feel calm. The room no longer asks anything from you. It simply holds you. In this stillness, something gentle begins to unfold. Grace. Not loud, not dramatic, not something that needs attention. Quiet grace. It fills the room the way warmth fills a space slowly, without movement, without announcement. You may not feel it strongly, and that is perfectly fine. Grace does not require awareness to be real. God's grace does not press upon you. It rests with you. You are not alone. Let that truth remain like a steady undercurrent beneath everything else. Even if your thoughts drift, even if your focus fades, it stays. You are not alone. The grace of God is not something you must receive correctly. It is already given. It does not wait for your readiness. It meets you where you are. As your body becomes heavier, imagine the bed beneath you offering full support. You do not have to hold yourself upright. You do not have to maintain tension. You are being supported completely. Your muscles loosen one by one, not intentionally, not forcefully. They simply release as they realize they are safe. The quiet around you is not empty. It is filled with presence. God does not need to speak to be near. He does not need words to comfort. Sometimes his closeness feels like still air. Sometimes like silence that does not feel lonely. This is that kind of silence. You are not alone. If memories rise briefly, let them pass. If emotions surface softly, allow them. Nothing needs your response tonight. Grace does not ask questions. Grace does not require explanation. It simply covers. Like a gentle layer, placed over the heart. Like peace settling without effort. The Lord is near, not leaning in with urgency, not standing back in distance, simply near. Your breathing continues, slow and steady. Each breath carries less effort than the last. The space between breaths grows longer, more relaxed. Time begins to lose its shape. You are not falling asleep alone. You are drifting within care. God watches over you not with intensity, but with tenderness. The kind that allows rest. The kind that does not interrupt. You are not alone. As awareness softens, you may feel as though you are floating slightly, not moving, not going anywhere, just resting within stillness. This is not something to hold on to. Let it happen naturally. If you drift away for moments, that is good. If you return briefly, that is fine. There is no right or wrong way to rest in God. Grace remains whether you notice it or not. The room stays gentle. The night stays calm. God stays near. You are not alone. And as the quiet grace continues to surround you, sleep draws closer, not as something you chase, but as something that arrives when you are ready. Or perhaps when you are no longer trying at all. When your thoughts slow down. There may be a moment when you notice something changing. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just a quiet shift. Your thoughts begin to slow. They do not disappear all at once. They simply lose their urgency. The sharp edges soften. The constant movement becomes gentler. You no longer feel the need to follow every thought to its ending. You can let them pass, like distant sounds fading into the night, like lights dimming one by one. You are not alone. Let that truth remain steady as everything else becomes quieter. You are not alone. The mind often works hard all day, sorting, deciding, protecting. At night, it slowly learns that it no longer needs to do this alone. God holds what the mind releases. You do not need to remind yourself to relax. The slowing happens on its own when safety is felt, and safety is here. The Lord is near, not watching to correct, not waiting for improvement, simply present. If a thought appears, notice it gently, then allow it to drift away without judgment. You are not failing at rest. You are learning it again. As the mind slows, the body follows. Your breathing deepens without effort. Your heartbeat becomes steady, quiet. There is no rush towards sleep. Sleep is not something you must reach. It is something you fall into naturally when the mind no longer needs to stay alert. You are not alone. God does not require your thoughts to be silent to stay with you. He remains even in the noise. And now, as the noise fades, His presence feels easier to rest within. The silence grows warmer, less empty, more supportive. You may begin to feel a gentle heaviness behind your eyes, a comfortable heaviness, a sign that the body is ready to let go. You do not need to resist it. You do not need to stay awake to listen. These words are not instructions. They are companions. If they fade, that is okay. God continues. You are not alone. Your thoughts may now come in fragments, half sentences, images without meaning. This is natural. This is the doorway of sleep opening slowly. There is nothing you need to understand. Just rest. The Lord who keeps you is still awake. He does not grow tired. He does not lose awareness. So you may drift. You may sink. You may rest. The quiet deepens again. And beneath it all, steady and calm, remains this truth. You are not alone. Held without effort. There's nothing you need to do now. No posture to maintain. No thought to hold. No awareness to protect. You do not need to stay present. You are being held without effort. Rest does not come from trying harder. It comes from allowing yourself to stop trying at all. Your body already knows how to sleep. Your soul already knows how to rest. You do not need to teach them. God is gentle in the way He holds you. Not tightly, not urgently, simply enough. You are not alone. Let those words pass through you like a quiet reassurance. Something felt more than heard. You are not alone. There is a deep kindness in not being required to do anything. A kindness God offers freely. He is not asking you to pray better. He is not waiting for deeper faith. He is not measuring your attention. He is simply with you. The night supports you fully now. The bed beneath you carries your weight. The darkness itself feels soft. You do not need to resist drifting. If your awareness begins to fade, allow it. God does not disappear when consciousness loosens. He remains closer than thought. You are held even when you no longer notice being held. Breathing continues on its own. Slow. Easy. You are not directing it anymore. This is rest. Not the kind that comes from effort. The kind that comes from trust. You are not alone. If any tension remains, it will release when it is ready. You do not need to push it away. Nothing is wrong. Nothing needs to be fixed. You are allowed to sink fully into this moment. God's presence does not feel heavy. It does not press down. It supports from beneath, quietly, faithfully, like hands that do not move, like care that does not speak. The mind may now feel distant. Thoughts may come without shape. That is fine. You are safe to drift. The Lord watches while you sleep. He keeps your life. He guards your heart. Even now, you are not alone. As the edges of awareness blur, you may no longer need these words. Let them go when they fade. They have done their work. God remains. The night continues calmly, and you are held. The gentleness of God. There is a tenderness in the way God is with you tonight. Not firm, not demanding, not intense, gentle. His presence does not rush your healing. It does not pressure your heart. It does not ask you to understand anything at all. God's gentleness meets you exactly where you are. If you feel peaceful, He is gentle. If you feel fragile, He is gentle. If you feel numb or distant, He is still gentle. You are not alone. Let those words rest quietly beneath everything else. You are not alone. The gentleness of God does not arrive with force. It comes like a soft covering, placed carefully so as not to disturb your rest. Nothing is hurried. Nothing is urgent. The night itself seems to move more slowly now. Your breathing is deep and unforced. Your body rests more fully into stillness. You do not need to hold yourself awake. God is not watching for mistakes. He is watching over you. There is a difference. He knows the weight you carry. He knows the fears you have not spoken. He knows the tired places you have hidden from others. And He is gentle with all of it. You do not need to protect yourself here. The gentleness of God creates safety without explanation. You do not need reasons to feel calm. You simply are. You are not alone. If thoughts appear briefly, they pass more easily now. They no longer pull you with them. They fade like echoes. The body feels warm, heavy in a good way, supported completely. This is the kind of rest that does not come from distraction. It comes from being cared for. God does not grow tired of being near you. He does not withdraw when you fall asleep. His gentleness remains through the night. You are not alone. As awareness softens even more, words may lose their clarity. That is good. That is sleep drawing close. You do not need to stay with the sound of my voice. You may drift away whenever you wish. God will stay. The scriptures say that the Lord carries his people as a shepherd carries a lamb. Close, secure, without fear. You are being carried tonight, not because you are strong, but because you are loved. You are not alone. And as the night deepens, the gentleness of God continues to surround you, quietly guiding you toward deeper rest. The first doorway into sleep. The night has grown quiet enough now that even silence feels gentle. You may notice that you are no longer listening in the same way. The words do not feel sharp. They do not demand attention. They drift toward you slowly and then drift away again. This is the place where sleep begins. Not suddenly, not completely, but softly. Like standing at the edge of a doorway and realizing you do not need to step through it yourself. The door opens on its own when your body is ready. You are not alone. Let that truth remain beneath everything else. It does not need to be loud. It does not need repetition with effort. It rests quietly in the background of your breathing. You are not alone. At this point in the night, the body begins to release control naturally. Muscles loosen more deeply. The breath becomes slower without instruction. The heartbeat steadies in a calm rhythm. You do not have to follow it. You do not have to guide anything. Your only task is to allow. The Lord is near in this moment, not speaking loudly, not directing your thoughts, simply remaining present as you cross gently into rest. There is no fear in this place. Sleep is not losing awareness. Sleep is entering safety. God remains with you as awareness fades. He does not step back when consciousness softens. He draws closer. The scriptures tell us that God gives his beloved rest, not because they ask correctly, not because they understand deeply, but because they are his beloved, and you are. You may notice thoughts becoming incomplete now, half ideas, soft images, nothing that needs meaning. This is good. This is the mind letting go. You are not alone. If you feel yourself drifting in and out, that is exactly where you are meant to be. You do not need to stay awake to hear everything. These words are not instructions. They are companionship. And companionship remains even when you sleep. God is not waiting for your awareness. He is with you whether you are conscious or not. The night wraps around you like a quiet shelter. The outside world feels far away. Tomorrow has no urgency here. There is only this moment, this gentle letting go. You may imagine yourself being carried, not upward or forward, but downward into rest, like sinking into warm stillness, like floating on calm water that does not move. Nothing pulls you, nothing startles you. You are safe. You are not alone. If your breathing grows deeper, let it deepen. If your body feels heavier, let it rest fully. You do not need to remain alert. God is alert for you. He watches without strain. He guards without effort. The one who neither slumbers nor sleeps stands gently over your rest. You may sleep now, not because everything is resolved, not because life is simple, but because you are cared for. The doorway into sleep is open. You do not need to walk through it. You may simply fade. And before your awareness slips completely into rest, if these moments of quiet with God bring peace to your nights, you are gently invited to support this space by subscribing to the channel, sharing your thoughts in the comments, and turning on notifications so this calm presence can return whenever you need it again. There is nothing more to hold on to now. No thought to finish, no prayer to complete. Only rest. You are not alone. Let the words fade. Let the night deepen. Let sleep come gently. God remains. You are not alone. The silence that heals. As the night continues to deepen, something within you begins to rest in a different way. Not only the body, not only the mind, but the deeper places that have been tense for a long time. Places that learn to stay alert. Places that learn to protect. Places that rarely felt permission to be quiet. This silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of peace. A peace that does not arrive through understanding and does not ask you to name what hurts. It moves slowly through your inner world, touching what has been tired without stirring it, calming what has been restless without demanding change. God's silence is never empty. It is alive with care. You may notice that your breathing feels less separate from you now. It no longer feels like something happening in your body, but something you are gently floating within. The rhythm steadies, not because you control it, but because nothing is asking you to hurry. The heart recognizes this quiet as safe ground. In this kind of stillness, healing does not announce itself. It does not feel dramatic or emotional. It happens the way morning light enters a dark room, gradually, without noise, without effort. God works in the places you no longer have energy to reach. While your awareness drifts, His presence remains active, attentive, kind. You are not alone. The silence holds you without pressure. It does not pull memories forward. It does not demand reflection. If something rises briefly, it fades again, just as gently. There is no need to follow it, no need to correct it. Tonight is not for processing. Tonight is for being kept. Your body settles more deeply now. Weight presses downward in a comforting way. Muscles soften, not because you ask them to, but because they no longer sense danger. The nervous system releases its grip little by little, responding to the unspoken assurance that nothing needs to be defended in this moment. God's presence does not hover above you. It rests around you, beneath you, within the quiet itself. He does not interrupt your sleep to prove He is near. His nearness is proven by peace. You are not alone. As awareness becomes thinner, the boundary between waking and sleeping grows gentle and blurred. You may no longer know exactly where you are between the two. This is not losing control. This is trust unfolding naturally. The soul recognizes when it is safe enough to loosen its hold on consciousness. Nothing is being taken from you. Nothing is slipping away. You are simply being carried into rest. Even now, without words, without effort, the care of God continues its work. Not hurried, not incomplete, perfectly timed. You do not need to remain awake for this to happen. You do not need to understand it later. It is enough that you are here, breathing quietly, surrounded by a silence that heals. You are not alone. Let sleep deepen as it wishes. Let awareness fade in its own way. There is no wrong direction now. The night is gentle. God is near. And your rest is safe. When the heart finally softens, there is a moment that comes quietly, often unnoticed, when the heart no longer resists the night. It does not announce itself. It does not demand recognition. It simply loosens. The tightness that once lived beneath your breath begins to melt, not because you forced it to, but because it no longer feels necessary. This softening is sacred. It is the moment the soul recognizes it is not being examined, not being corrected, not being asked to become anything else. God's presence does not press inward. It invites outward release. The heart does not have to stay guarded here. It is allowed to open just enough to rest. Your inner world becomes slower now, not empty, but spacious. Thoughts stretch farther apart, leaving room between them. In that space, there is no judgment, no urgency, only calm awareness gently dissolving into peace. You are not alone. The heart responds to safety before the mind ever does. Long before belief forms into words, the soul senses when it is being held. That is what happens now. A deep inner permission begins to unfold. Permission to stop bracing. Permission to stop preparing. Permission to stop waiting for something to go wrong. Nothing is about to break this moment. The night holds steady. God remains near. Your breathing flows like water that no longer meets resistance. It moves freely, quietly, without interruption. The rhythm feels natural again, as though your body remembers something ancient and familiar about rest. In this stillness, God does not speak loudly. His care is not a voice, not a thought, not an image. It is the absence of fear. It is the calm that arrives when the soul is no longer watching the door. You are not alone. As the heart softens, emotional weight begins to lift in ways that cannot be explained, not resolved, not analyzed, simply lifted. What once felt heavy loses its grip without argument. Healing does not require explanation tonight. It is enough that it happens. Your awareness may now feel distant. Sounds seem farther away. The edges of thought blur gently. There is no need to pull yourself back. There is nothing important you might miss. God is not waiting beyond sleep. He is within it. The scriptures speak of God giving his beloved rest. This rest is not shallow. It is not temporary. It reaches places deeper than consciousness, places where words cannot go. You are not alone. As sleep deepens, the heart continues its quiet surrender. Not dramatic, not emotional, just real, just honest, just safe. Nothing needs to be carried forward from today. Nothing needs to be prepared for tomorrow. The only movement now is inward, downward, into peace. Let the night receive you gently. Let the body sink. Let the mind fade. God remains. You are not alone. Peace without needing answers. There are moments in life when questions grow heavy. They circle quietly in the background, waiting to be solved, waiting to be understood. During the day, the mind tries to hold them together. At night, they return asking for space. But tonight is not a night for answers. Tonight is a night for peace. Peace does not come from clarity. It does not require solutions. It does not depend on understanding why things happened the way they did. True peace arrives when the soul realizes it is no longer responsible for holding everything together. God does not ask you to figure life out before you rest. The desire to understand softens now. The constant reaching for meaning loosens its grip, not because the questions disappeared, but because they no longer need to be carried through the night. You are allowed to not know. You are allowed to rest anyway. You are not alone. The mind begins to recognize that silence is not dangerous. It does not mean abandonment. It does not mean something is missing. Silence becomes a place where God works gently, without drawing attention to himself. Your breathing continues quietly. It feels slower now, deeper, less connected to thought. The body rests in the rhythm without needing guidance. Each breath settles you further into stillness. You do not need to stay aware. God is aware for you. There is something deeply holy about letting go of the need to understand. It is not giving up. It is trust taking shape. A trust that does not require words, beliefs, or effort. Just release. The night supports this release. The darkness no longer feels uncertain. It feels protective. It allows the mind to rest from searching. You are not alone. Even if